Gong Chan folded his hands in front of his chest, respectfully greeting the person standing in front of him as he had come on call. A serious-looking man told him that he had a job, to which Gonsong had already left, and his brother Chongyi would accompany him from here. Of course, Gong Chan quickly guessed, and his assumptions were confirmed by the man's words. All this fuss is connected with Muchongjang and the search for Muchonja's book. The man rubbed his chin with displeasure when Gonshan suggested that besides them, Murim was also involved in this. In addition, the main school also expressed its interest in the book, promising to send help from itself. So, the main task for Gong Chan is to protect other students from the main school and make sure that everything is calm. Now Gong Chan was tormented by only one question. Does Brother Gongsun know what their plans are? Of course, he also said that Zhangdo's older brother would also go with them. Chan understood that compared to his student Changjin, he was not at all as competent, but he was learning quickly and had already become a master. So he just smiled and asked when they would need to start moving out. People from every sect have already gone to Murim. In the foreground stood the Jegal family, who were very determined. They were determined to figure out what Sahyo Lung had failed to do for so long, and were also extremely furious as they realized that Murim had no reason to interfere with this. Most of the sects are really trying to get their hands on Muchongjang and take over its power. The internal structure of Murim's followers has also begun to rapidly collapse. Gong Chan, along with his elder, rode on a horse and supported him because, first of all, they must not disgrace the name of their school. People were shocked by their appearance, so they began to scream in panic. They understood perfectly well that the influence of Janam had indeed increased greatly, and they had become completely different from what they had been before. Now they don't seem small at all compared to other clans. People were well aware that they also had great interest in Muchongjae's book. The elder waved his hands and asked if his interlocutor really decided to come after closing, but he just smiled and said that he came here only to provide a little help to his nephew. After that, it all became clear that the conversation was now about Chongjin, but the guy was also interested in how much Chongjin had advanced thanks to Chan. Talion Sangon is very effective because he grew thanks to it. But unfortunately, the elder was very busy with activities outside of school, so he personally did not get to see the progress. But he just smiled and said that he was almost sure that they would be able to see a really significant difference. The sister was also quite serious. It seemed like something was bothering her. Gong Chan opened the doors and looked at her with a smile, which made her very surprised, because she didn't understand when he arrived. He looked at her and said that not only he became a reinforcement of the army, but also his elder brother. The sister was a little embarrassed and upset at the same time, because she hoped that one of the senior masters would arrive. Gonchan laughed and decided to joke with his sister, because if she already knew about his arrival, then why was she so surprised by his appearance? But she just sighed and said that the messenger told her so how could she know more information? Suddenly, her look changed dramatically, and she was quite shocked. She looked at the guy's neck and couldn't understand what kind of bruises he had, which on his neck looked very similar to marks from kisses. Gong Chan just waved his hands and said that it was because of the steel armor technique that he was studying right now. She decided not to argue, so he said that the entire sect was now training this technique. He laughed and said that it would be good enough if the girl also learned the technique of resistance to poisons, since it is very important, but she was scared, because in Janam they do something else. It was extremely important for the sister to get permission from the elder, so Chang'an smiled and said that he had received permission from him to do absolutely everything that he saw fit. Such a conversation gave my sister a headache, and she was worried because she understood that the guy was now doing something that he might regret. Their conversation was interrupted by the unexpected opening of the doors. The elder brother also decided to greet his sister and did so with a smile. She was glad to see him a little more than Gonshan. So he and his brother bowed down in front of him as a sign of respect. Elder brother was indeed very happy to see that the two of them had a very good relationship indeed. But still, they agreed that they needed to go to bed, since tomorrow they had to leave early, so they needed to go to bed early. The sister was indignant, because is the brother really here just to say this phrase? He even got a little angry at this, so he said that he originally came here to see her face. After that, he left indignant, leaving the guys in bewilderment. Gong Chan tried to talk to him and defuse the tense situation, but the older brother simply loudly slammed the door in their faces. So Gong Chan looked at his sister and said that he seemed to really like her. The girl also got angry, so she grabbed the guy and began to torture him, ordering him to say such nonsense in another place. But he only begged not to hit him so hard, since he already had bruises all over his body. The next morning, they built their sect and began to give them a lecture, because the school needed a commander-in-chief, so when making any movements, people should always remember that you should always defend the honor of your school. The elder brother looked at the people and explained to them that even if the book of Mu Changzhou is a real treasure, their school is now in the process of restoring its greatness, and its students should in no way forget this or say anything that might interfere with this. Therefore, they were all once again ordered to be very attentive, to which they all unanimously agreed. Gong Chan was very happy that they were finally going on a hike to get Mu Changzhou's book. Only a few from Chanam remained in Murim, while the remaining 150 people moved on. Gong Chan began to suspect that perhaps other sects would also set off on the road after preparation. Now a large army will be concentrated on moving to the burial site of Mu Changzhou. In fact, the pattern of two tigers fighting over food has always been effective. The guy understood perfectly well that these fools would fight among themselves, and the spies stationed everywhere would only aggravate the situation. He quickly began to laugh at this whole idea, because very quickly all this would push him towards a battle with Sakalan, who don't even suspect whether this is a real tomb or not. His eyes lit up, and he began to realize perfectly well that he might not even have to wait 10 years. There were also movements in the Zhongshan sect where disciples asked their leader if they could actually take possession of the book. He was confident that success was inevitable, but the real problem would be distribution. The teacher did not understand why it was impossible to simply prohibit all clans from going there at the same time, because one way or another, when the main school starts distributing something, the smaller ones may miss this event. He thought about it, because it really became unclear whether they could control it. He mounted his horse, and was well aware that if they had a chance to take the book for themselves, they should certainly take it. After this, he abruptly ordered the horse to stop and stand on its hind legs, once again ordering everyone to remember these words. Gong Chen, meanwhile, continued the trip and was extremely outraged, because he ordered the girls to go with his family. One of them looked at him and said that this was her way of expressing her deep gratitude to her mentor. After that, she smiled and said that if they wanted to repay, they should accompany him wherever possible. The guy was really very surprised, and began to suspect that the girl was a little sick, because he still couldn't understand why she was saying such nonsense. So he turned to the eldest, telling her to look after her. The girl heard this and decided to ask Gong Chan if he really thought she was crazy. He felt awkward about this, so to defuse the situation, he said that he thought that she was really tired. After that, he still decided to ask them, because if their gratitude is so great, then who would even think of persecuting someone as gratitude? The girl got angry at this and started screaming because the guy had just hinted that she was an idiot. But still, he did not have any such thoughts in his head. But she couldn't be convinced, so Gong Chen simply continued driving on, trying to ignore her. Even the main escort no longer had the strength to listen to this, so he turned around and started shouting at them, ordering them to immediately concentrate because the territory of Sehilyang would soon begin. Ganshan apologized and understood that they were almost there. The girls also couldn't wait for the events to begin. Meanwhile, serious conversations began in the infirmary where they discussed the fact that Mao Neja's head really works perfectly. Therefore, the guy put his hands on the table and tried to find an answer to the question of what was best for them to do, but his interlocutors still assumed that the most correct option would be to simply retreat. He was shocked by this because he couldn't believe his ears. Therefore, the old man tried to explain to him that this was definitely the work of a dark school, and if Mo Chanja's tomb was real, then his book could well be kept there. The guy was outraged because he did not understand the logic of such a similar conversation. Therefore, the old man suggested preparing a fake just in case if everything goes according to plan. They are all waiting for this book, so they will never achieve peace in the reigning chaos. Surely Ma Neja had long ago found Mu Changja's crypt. But he simply did not open it because he understood perfectly well that anyone who touched that place would die. Compared to Mu Chongzhou's book, the Dark School has a much more outstanding and valuable thing, Ish Chinra. Compared to the benefits of receiving the Muchon Jinkian, by using the book for their own purposes, they will receive much more benefit. Therefore, they looked at each other and both agreed that now they could only wait. Finally, now there are only two groups, them and the Murim, who share the same land. The guy got a little angry because he was tired of listening to this long introduction, so he asked to be more specific. The old man smiled and said that it was all thanks to the fact that Ma Neja did a good job for them. His plan will be very simple and effective because they have already made it known that Mushongja's crypt is located in the Jade Mountain area. A large sect called Huangzhang was located in that place. It was she who discovered Muchongja's crypt. After this, the people of Sahelian came and began excavations. But they really overworked themselves and left. But did the Murim simply arrive unopposed in Gangseo Seong? Hell Magni, your intentions are so clear to me. So even Murim would be able to understand such a simple plan. So he put his hands on the table and stood up as anger began to control him. He took out the ink and understood that now he had to send a letter to the commander-in-chief and report everything that was happening. People have already approached the tomb of Muchongja, which began to glow very brightly. They were a little perplexed, but still watched the process with great interest. A second later, one of them was very frightened by the fact that the first and second hexagram meet here, which in Chinese philosophy means the final part of the initial evolution of the cosmos. His grandfather started yelling at him, because these things are not at all compatible with each other. But absolutely everything in this press contradicts all the rules. The strongest of them decided to try to remove this seal without any fears or worries. They tried to dissuade him because there was no reason to remove this seal, since it could be very dangerous. Gonshan didn't understand what was wrong with them, because there is a fairly simple way. The original seal that is used here is also one of the hexagram seals, and there are many small ones around that make everything rotate together. The basic system is created according to certain rules, and in order to open the seal, you need to use the rules, but you can simply break it by force. Gonshan approached the people and said that there was only one way to implement this, so he smiled and said that he was ready to offer to use explosives. The old man completely refused to use this method because Murim has a reputation. Is it really necessary to immediately blow it up if you don't know how to remove the seal? Everyone began to criticize the guy. Gongchan was upset because he needed to practice more to convince people. Therefore, he sat down on a stone and understood that he first needed to try the selection method, in which endurance and protection were very important. He thought about it because he had already come up with several options for solving the problem, but the effectiveness would probably be unimportant, so he needed to find some innovative way. Gongchen threw his notebook on the ground and knew that now it was better to practice the typing form. He was so focused on this process that he did not even doubt that he would be able to achieve a positive result. But this process was interrupted by the screams of the girl, who had already told Gongchan not to even think about opening the seal. He turned to his sister and said that being here with nothing to do was just a waste of time. But my sister had a completely different view of this situation and decided to ask whether Gongchan was really going to selflessly help everyone around him. He smiled and asked if she really decided to teach him. Gongchan made it clear that he did not need unsolicited advice, so he inquired about the main reason for her coming. Is Namgung Mu just annoying her again? This question made her feel very awkward, so she didn't even know how to react, so she just started denying everything. Although later she admitted that it was not only him. Gongchan changed the topic and asked when they would break this crypt. The sister herself didn't know, because people still can't find a way, even though they have already asked for help. This surprised the guy very much, because do they really think that someone will come and open the tomb for them? They requested gunpowder from the imperial family, but Gongchan did not really like this decision, because they all glared at him and lamented about Miriam's good name. Nevertheless, the girl explained that they all came to the conclusion that it would be much easier to explode, but Gongchan noticed that finding gunpowder would also have to take time. He was well aware that in this area, the search could drag on for several months, but wouldn't this entail even greater controversy? Everyone is trying to open this barrier as quickly as possible, so you should also be wary of conflict among the participants in the hike. Everyone is here just because of greed, nothing more. And now a month has passed since Murim began excavations. Saheleon's discontent only grew. They were furious, because who is this Murim anyway to create unrest on their land? But Murim was ordered to complete all their work as quickly as possible before Sahialung's indignation became even greater. The other side tried with all its might to get as much explosives as possible from the lands of other clans. They also brought gunpowder from the imperial land, so action could begin. There was a big enough explosion that the guys nearby opened their mouths and started screaming to relieve the pressure on their eardrums. The explosion was quite large, after which a huge hole was formed several meters deep. However, the seal was also broken and a space for entry appeared. Bang Shonrim, who led the Habukpan family, ordered an immediate advance. Muchongja's book was already practically under their noses, so they had to hurry. Gongchan was indeed quite surprised for the first time. People jumped into the pit one after another, in anticipation of a sweet victory. Gongchan looked to the side and understood perfectly well that the Junam sect had not moved at all. Just like the Namgun and Jagal clans. The Moyen family, the Shaolin Monastery and several other sects also did not budge. He understood perfectly well that there was no point in getting Muchongja's book. People were controlled only by greed. The girl decided to ask why he thinks so. Gongchan replied that she really thought it was so easy to control the most complex techniques. This book is a collection of secret knowledge of earth and sky, the contents of which represent a huge number of complex ciphers, but who can decipher and apply them all? Gongchan suggested that someone from the main school could do this, but isn't this a waste of suffering? After all, most of the knowledge and secrets of that time have already been lost. My sister agreed with him, but asked when you should start getting nervous. She looked at the guy and didn't understand who would start the movement first, Sehulung or the Dark School. The Junam detachment will move only with the order of Elder Zhongdo. However, their conversation was interrupted by a rider on a horse, who was racing at a fairly high speed. He very quickly approached the main entrance to the tomb, and he started shouting, informing everyone that a very urgent letter had arrived from Murim headquarters. Gongchan was shocked by what he heard. Some people continued to move on. The crowd was huge and the paths split into two directions between them, so a choice had to be made. People began to notice that no matter how long they walked, there was no end to the road. Besides, it was really very stuffy here. The head began to get nervous because people began to ask where they needed to go, but he was also well aware that if they split up, there was a chance that the other clan would get to the book first. And he also understood perfectly well that it was too late to engage in reconnaissance. People were shocked by this answer, but still did not fully understand how to interpret it. One of the people on the street caught up with them and ordered them to return immediately, which made them even more bewildered. He informed them that the Sailong army was approaching, so everyone was given the order to gather and prepare. People asked for a little more time to find the book, but they had to go back to deal with Sahialung. Bang Shonrim understood that he and his people had come quite a long way to get to this place, and now Sahialung themselves were going to get their hands on the book. This made him furious, so he came up with an idea. He ordered the men to immediately set up the remaining explosives and get ready. Meanwhile, the people from Sahelion were rushing to get to the site in order to catch Murim by surprise. The guy was very angry. He understood that it was necessary to prevent the book from getting to their opponents. However, what he saw really surprised him. It was at that place that a huge explosion occurred, which was visible to the naked eye. Gongchan also turned in that direction, as he understood that something truly unplanned was happening. He was upset because as a result he would not be able to look at this book or take part in the fight. He looked at his neighbor, who was standing next to him, and wondered why he was so scared. This irritated him very much, so he could no longer control his emotions. Gongchan understood perfectly well that this was quite stupid, but did not argue. Sahaeon brought a large, strong army here, and the people who are here are completely different, because they cannot even be called an elite army. But on the contrary, it seems that now they will still want to engage in internal squabbles, so it would be better to try to avoid a meaningless clash. The people from Sahulean stopped and looked at the explosion site in more detail, which made them very happy. But isn't it boring to just leave Murim here? The old man also understood perfectly well that the guy was right and could not disagree with him. So he smiled and said that it was time to test the strength of their opponents and see what they were really capable of. Preparations for the fight were already completed, so it was time to begin. The Hwanjok sect was especially eager to fight. Its leader could no longer wait. He was crazy with the knowledge that the prey was already right under his nose. Therefore, all the warriors rushed into battle with the same attitude as their leader. A huge army ran to fight, raising a cloud of smoke behind them. People began to worry and informed the elder that the Sahyolang group had already begun to act, so it was necessary to urgently take some measures. He quickly drew his sword and ordered everyone else to get ready. People did the same, because they understood that they would likely have to suffer for this book and that they would not get it for nothing. Their enemies approached with a smile, because they understood that such behavior was a rather bold decision for illiterate mongrels who could not even distinguish heaven from earth. Absolutely everyone was preparing to fight, since their commanders did not sleep and ordered them to accept the battle with dignity. The commander raised his sword and said that he is now the eldest, so in order to survive, he must now obey him. The captain of the Sahelian army did not understand how they dare behave like this on his land. Therefore, he immediately ordered an attack on the opponents, realizing that he really seemed to be a captain who had been sent to people by heaven itself. He showed them a piece of paper and with a smile ordered them to immediately get out of this place, where it was said that water would turn into fog, and fog would turn into darkness. The people from Miriam were indeed a little scared now, but there really was no other solution. There was only one way. After the spell, a huge cloud of smoke formed, behind which absolutely nothing was visible, and it also seemed to have already grown into a real tornado. Salyong had a huge advantage, so they attacked with particular zeal, realizing that the opponents were scared and could see practically nothing. The Miram warriors cried and were afraid, since now everything was playing against them. They suffered huge losses and were not prepared for such a turn of events. The Sahelians destroyed one enemy after another, enjoying their advantage. The battle was unfair, but still the Murim themselves asked for this by entering someone else's land, so such an outcome was to be expected. Ganshan understood perfectly well that they deserved all this. The commander ordered the soldiers to maintain their positions and stand until the last, but they already had doubts, so they asked him to find a way out, since they couldn't retreat, but they shouldn't run straight either. The foreman ordered them to wait their turn and listen to his orders, to which they kindly agreed. Gong Chan looked in their direction and was a little upset, because he understood that everything had gone a little in the wrong direction as he had planned. He looked at these meaningless fights and felt sad that it was all in vain. But he was not the kind of person who would simply silently observe the process, so he immediately prepared himself, because he must urgently find a way to avoid a collision. He understood perfectly well that in order for all this to end, it was necessary to deprive the snake of its head. The second part of the warriors also continued to advance, so Commander Muriam ordered to immediately make a huge and stable shield. The thing is that Sahyulyang has three main groups of attackers, one of which is called Hwanjok. The second consists of small clans that join Sahyulian, and the third includes lone mercenaries from different places who have no honor and dignity. In other words, these are those who have nothing to lose and who have dedicated themselves to serving the sect. The warriors lay unconscious on the ground, and also a huge number of them received severe injuries, which could have easily been avoided if the commanders had agreed. Gonchan was determined, so it was necessary to act. He went to the very epicenter of the battle and prepared. His team began to worry and asked him to return, but he had already made a decision on his own. He went absolutely alone to the epicenter of the battle to immediately stop everything. Commander Sahelian was a little surprised by who he saw in front of him. It looked like he was starting to panic. Therefore, he immediately decided to find out from his assistants who was so brave in front of him now. Ganshan was coming closer and was already taking out his weapon, but the commander still believed that this was an act of surrender. Gongchen smiled and said that he still surrenders, just like the rest of the warriors. After a second, the commander was scared and raised his head very high, since it was Gongchan who jumped as high as possible. He gathered all his strength into a fist and was ready to destroy the enemy. Fury drove him, but there was no turning back. He had to finish what he started. Commander Sehelyong was extremely scared because he did not understand what it was. But Gong Chan was not going to stop and only strengthened his striking power. The blow was so strong that the soldiers began to cover their faces so as not to lose their sight from such a bright flash. Gong Chan was just mad, he was angry, and he wanted to end this right now. So he waved his hand while continuing to scream, thereby making it clear that someone would die today. The soldiers received enormous damage and were thrown back several meters. A few seconds later, half of them were already dead. Gong Chan understood that it was impossible to die from such a blow, so he got even more angry and started shouting at them, telling them not to even think about pretending. After which he used magic in his hands and began to prepare a real blow, after which they would no longer need to pretend, because only those who ran far enough could survive. The soldiers were scared and did not understand what was happening now, because they did not expect a torpedo attack now. This is one of the key attacks of the land style in Jeonnam. Some of the soldiers were already dead, while others were extremely frightened by this. They threw their swords to the ground out of powerlessness and hoped for a miracle. Gong Chan understood perfectly well that he was absolutely ready to cope with almost their entire army, so Jeonnam's impulse completely destroyed Hwanjok's entire attack. This gave the Moyen and Jagal clans confidence, so they began to suppress Sehelyong. The leaders and other warriors were shocked when they saw such a situation, so they immediately decided to retreat to save their lives. The commander was truly at a loss because he never expected this. Therefore, he was furious and ordered to immediately catch up with them and destroy them. The guy approached the commander and said that the group of people who remained on the mountain had begun to move, but still recommended that Murim now need to be released in order to avoid further losses. He also ordered the bodies of the dead brothers to be taken away, after which the main alliance would also leave. Their school had lost a lot of people, so now the main task was only to pick up the bodies of their comrades and retreat. Meanwhile, another commander received a letter in which he also learned that due to Sahelion's intervention, the main goal could not be achieved. He understood perfectly well that Jiumwan could not be ignored, since he had joined Sehelyong, but still his interlocutor understood that there were some concerns in this regard. Jiumwan asks a lot for his work. The commander was well aware that although he managed to understand Nenga's plan, they still suffered heavy losses. So right now, it's only a matter of time before Mu Zhongjae's book ends up in Sehelyong's hands. Therefore, he understood perfectly well that now they had no choice but to respond to Sehelyong in full, and also to use the trump card in their sleeve. The guy didn't understand what the commander was talking about, so he explained that right now they were talking about Volyon Shintu. No matter how scary it still seemed like it was the only way out. The guy was scared because he understood that such decisions should be discussed at a meeting of elders, and only there. But the commander had his own view on this matter because the fewer people know about it, the better. After which they both thought again and tried to make the most correct decision. But still, the guy was not entirely sure that Wolyong Shintu would be able to steal Ma Chongzhou's book. The commander understood that in any case, they should try, because if Wolyan can help them, then the chances of success are quite high, and the commander also understood that now they need to try to undermine Sehelyong's mood in another way. It was decided to send a secret letter to the government. But will it really be impossible to link Corona and Muriam after this? Unfortunately, in this situation, this will not be possible. So this is the danger of this situation. Therefore, the guy thought about it, because he began to worry that even using Volyon Shinto would not be enough. He also stopped the commander, because he understood very well that the Sehelyong could be ready for any trick right now, so he suggested that he try to attract the attention of more people to this at the next meeting. The commander agreed with him, but still warned the guy, since there could be spies at the meeting, so it is important to be extremely careful. They both came to the conclusion that it was extremely important to be prepared for extreme measures and prepared this conversation for the next meeting of the elders. Meanwhile, Gong Chan continued on his way and took a few steps. He stood in the middle of his army and was sad. After all, the only thing they could do now was undermine the seal instead of Sehelyong. And he also couldn't understand why politicians forced them to do something like this. But he also had to console himself with the fact that the Jeonnams were the only ones who did not suffer major losses. Gong Chan was still worried about something, so he quickly turned his head and looked to the side. Another person fell, but they didn't have any more room for him in the cart due to Peng Chongrim's greed, so the Habukpan family now has a very big loss. People approached the head and asked him what to do next, but he was confused. He was also driven by anger, as he now hated the Sahyolong opponents with all his heart. Gong Chen knew very well that as soon as they all returned to headquarters, he would begin to insist on the destruction of Sahyolong. It really was like a forest fire that wouldn't go away quickly unless the flames were put out, so you had to be strong enough to fight it. A few days later, they were already there and a serious conversation broke out in the room. Gong Chen was planning to go down the mountain and asked his teacher's approval for this plan, as he felt that he needed to gain experience in various battles of Kanho's level. The teacher smiled at him and said that the elders believed in him, and he also gave his blessing for this journey. Gong Chen bowed his head in front of him when the teacher asked him not to forget that he would always be their student and could ask for help at any time. Satisfied, Gong Chen walked out of the building with a feeling of relief. He didn't understand whether he should go to the black market now because there were a lot of interesting things there. He burst into tears because he still wanted to buy books on martial arts, but he didn't have enough money, or rather, none at all. Therefore, he quickly ran on, hoping that in Kanho he would already become fully rich. It was one of the best walks of his life, as he was in the most positive mood. But suddenly he stopped and was unpleasantly surprised, as anxiety began to get the better of him. He began to worry and forgot what he was talking about, so he came to the conclusion that he would definitely need to take something for anxiety on the black market. But he didn't even suspect that his worries were completely in vain, because all this time he was being watched from the tree. The guy was very glad that Gong Chen did not notice him and understood perfectly well that his 10,000 golden nannies were already very close. Kanho really began to change, perhaps even for the better. It all started after the battle with Moram, after which Sahyolong were still able to get Muchonja's book. However, along with the rumors of Yongwol Shintu's appearance, something truly unexpected happened. The book itself has completely disappeared from the radar. Its copies began to spread throughout Kanho, giving not very decent people the opportunity to make money. Munju was very concerned about what was in the materials of the book and was well aware that if he used the knowledge that he had, then there would be absolutely no one left in Kanho except him. He was one of the first to receive copies, but soon fell into a coma and died. A lot of people started walking around the market, trying to find answers to their questions. The guys began to discuss that Moram was involved in the theft of Mu Xianzha's book, which they could not believe. It is said that this was a deal in exchange for the release of Shintu, who was being held captive by Muram. Gong Chen was also walking around the market, searching, and was completely focused on the thoughts in his head. He was well aware that Muram's authority had floated, all because they were blinded by the possibility of feet and rushed towards each other with drawn blades. And in Kanho there was a real mess. He decided to go in and see what was being sold in the stores. But after he saw the prices for books, he was shocked, to put it mildly, because he could not even imagine that it could cost so much. The seller clarified whether Gong Chen needed materials on the topics of mind control, brain impulses, and the knowledge of consciousness, correct? Gong Chen explained that he plans to develop Shang Dan Tian and also asked if the store had treatises on blood circulation in the brain. But the seller warned him that each of the books would cost 200 nannies. Although it was a little expensive, first-class materials are very problematic in terms of management, so I suggested that the guy take second-class books. Gong Chen thanked him and awkwardly said that today he only came to find out the prices and said goodbye. But just as he was about to leave, the seller shouted in his back and stopped him. He extended his hand and gave the guy money. He also laughed and said that this is a promotion, and here, on the land of Jiamuan, it can be paid for as cash. Gong Chen was shocked, because he didn't understand why the seller was doing this. He replied that this was his payment for the information, which surprised and shocked Gong Chen even more. The seller laughed because the unkillable master trains Shang Dantian, so this information is definitely worth the money. Gong Chen was perplexed and just continued to listen, as the seller was happy that Gong Chen came to his store on the black market and sold him information, and also wondered why he didn't want to take a reward for it. Still, he had no choice but to accept the money and leave this store, surprised that information about him was also worth money. He was not at all an expert in speedwalking, But this is a great time saver. In all of Janam, only Gongchan is capable of using a technique called void step. People who watched this process were shocked because before their eyes, there was a feeling that it was a real racer flying in a sports car. Meanwhile, Gongchen very quickly arrived at the right place. But he immediately covered his nose because he did not understand what this terrible smell was. But if you take a closer look, you can understand that the situation is far from being the best. Gongchen began to realize that most likely he had taken the wrong road and came to the slums. Among them was a little girl who was carrying a basket of things. After all, no matter how hard he tries to develop his skills, he still cannot help such people. He understood that although it was offensive, he still had no opportunity to help such people. But suddenly, he was very scared, so his attention suddenly switched. He saw the girl fall to the ground from powerlessness and quickly ran to her aid. I immediately remembered memories where a little girl was playing in the yard with a dog, and her father was standing next to her. She thanked him for such a gift and was very happy, since this dog is really very cute. The father smiled and said that from now on, she should take good care of him. After that, he took her and said that now they need to go. All these memories were in the girl's head and she really didn't understand what was happening to her right now. She was just scared. After all, there was no end to this dust, which never ceased to worry. Gonshan was next to her and understood that he was now able to remove all this using his own method. After some time, he smiled and looked at the girl, who had already woken up. He turned around and ran towards her, collecting a huge ball of dust near him. After which he waved his hand and threw all the dust onto the street, saying that the cleaning was now completely finished. He asked her not to be afraid and introduced himself, saying that his name was Gongchan and he was a master, which surprised her quite a bit. Gongchan said that he is a man of Tao who seeks perfection and improves himself. Therefore, he came closer to the girl and said that he had a plan and a clear understanding of how she could be cured. Now she was no longer in pain, so Gonshan decided to talk to her since he knew that her name was Wifwa. To defuse the situation, he also wanted to ask who gave her such a wonderful name. Was it really her mother? The girl was shocked by such a question and began to scream in panic as she remembered her mother. Still, Gonshan realized that it was pointless to talk to her now, since even though he had treated her, she was still quite far from complete recovery, because she had rather poor stamina and needed to monitor her health now. The girl began to cry because she realized that now it was her fault, because this moeno could have been avoided if her mother had eaten better, but they couldn't do it. After these words, the girl began to cry again, as she was in great pain. Gonshan understood that she was begging to feed her sick, weak mother. The girl cried and thanked the guy for the help he gave her. After that, Gongshan went to the next place, since he had already spent enough time. He understood that he needed to help, but he didn't know if he was capable of truly helping them. Nevertheless, Gonshan walked through this area and was extremely demotivated and depressed, because everyone around him was drinking and their lives were simply sliding into the abyss. Therefore, he decided to immediately return back to the girl. He opened the doors and asked Wefwa to help this master. Having sat down by the fire and taken out all the necessary ingredients, Gonshan began cooking. He threw all the medicinal herbs into a cauldron of boiling water, saying that when the brew boils, it will become a medicinal decoction. Teaching the little girl, he clarified that they should be careful, because it is important to constantly maintain the heat. All this had to be done because of the condition of Vikva's mother. Gonshan believed that she was not sick because of some terrible illness, but simply weakened. These medicinal herbs were supposed to boost her immunity, after which she would feel better. The girl was surprised because the cauldron was huge and she could not understand how her mother should eat it all. Gongchan satisfied her curiosity and clarified that her mother only needed to drink this decoction until she felt better. After preparing the decoction, the young master went to meet the residents of this small town, where he introduced himself as a 3rd generation student of the Janam school. To gain trust, he said that despite his young age, he already had more than 10 years of martial arts practice and the secrets of body control behind him. He admitted that he came to this place in order to help them. The crowd was very skeptical. One of them said that recently all sorts of crazy people have been calling themselves monks of the way of Do, and in fact, they have never been of any use. Another old man ventured to suggest that Gongchan was an ordinary swindler who had come to visit to sell them some rubbish. After such an unpleasant greeting, some of the men simply demonstratively turned around and left in search of cheap drinks. Gongchan was not happy with this result. He had difficulty gathering so many people, and one of them simply ruined everything. Despite the failure, the young monk was not going to give up. Since calm words did not reach them, Gongchan gathered all the air and began to introduce himself by shouting, saying that he came from somewhere, where they accumulate wisdom and become celestials. To attract people's attention, he declared that he could solve their problems and offered to bring patients to him for examination. Words that this was a real monk from Mount Janam quickly spread among people. They still couldn't believe that the guy was going to treat them for free, but it was noticeable that trust began to increase. Among the curious people, there was also a stranger in a hood who was probably engaged in surveillance and gathering information. In order to check whether the monk was lying and whether he was an imposter, one cunning man from the crowd found a candidate suitable for treatment. He was a famous drunkard in the whole area, an example of ridicule and a victim of constant ridicule. The man could barely move and only got up to find a drink. The crowd started talking about how this poor guy took 4 steps and immediately fell down. This turned out to be true, and he really couldn't stay on his feet. Seeing the man's condition, Gongchan sighed heavily, but losing enthusiasm, he got to work and walked towards the victim of the crowd's ridicule. After examining the patient, the monk noticed that his body was incredibly cold, and it also accumulated dirty qi, which mixed his energy flows, making him so weak. After the examination, the guy realized what he should do and began treatment, which looked like real magic in the child's eyes. Moreover, the entire skeptical crowd froze in place. They were shocked by what was happening before their eyes. The kneeling man began to repeat the name of his savior out loud. Having seen a real miracle, people began to kneel and praise the gentleman who volunteered to help them with their problems. At that moment, Gongchan was a saint for them, who came down from heaven, condescended to sinful souls to give them salvation. That same evening, the stranger we saw in the crowd returned to his customers to provide the information he had obtained. He said that their goal was in the slums of Shaanxi. He also got rumors that he was a good master, but still did not see the point in being too careful. They hoped to wait for the death of the so-called immortal master, but they were afraid that both the Janam clan and the Huasang sect had eyes in that place. Having collected enough information, he began to implement the plan of their commander-in-chief. Returning to our young master, he continued to reach the top through diligent training as usual. By changing the speed of his breathing and concentrating his ki into several levels, he finally managed to achieve his goal. This success was such a significant event for him that he suddenly began to jump for joy. The Gunsen technique was finally completed, and the guy's reaction was quite predictable. Watching the strange uncle, the little girl trusted him and believed, because after his medicinal decoction, her mother really began to feel much better. Seeing the girl, Gongchan apologized for his behavior, thinking that the noise had caused him to wake up everyone in the house. The shy girl had nothing against his behavior at all. She came with a question that she was afraid to say out loud. Gathering all her determination, she assumed that the master was becoming healthier after performing these strange exercises. With a smile on his face, Gongchan confirmed her words, saying that after them, he really became stronger, more resilient, and healthier. Leaning towards the girl, he asked if she wanted to do the same things as him. Shaiwa wanted to know if she could protect her mother if she was as strong as him. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that this was so, after which he invited her to study together. Viva was happy and agreed to the proposal without delay. The little girl was the first to be taught the new Gonsen technique by Gongchan. The effect of this technique improved people's health. Naturally, this bore fruit. Energetic people began to work harder than before, turning their slums into a small and cozy town. Thanks to all this, the name of Janam bubbled throughout the Shaanxi region. Rumors spread that Janam was doing charity work in troubled parts of the region, thanks to which residents stopped getting sick all the time. Local onlookers also heard that all this was only thanks to the efforts of one monk named Immortal. Master Do's action was widely known even within the Wasan sect. During the discussion, it was said that with the help of the new art, the Immortal Master from Janam not only cured the poor, but also taught them the basics, beginning to popularize the path of Da. He created a unique method of breathing exercises, teaching people completely free of charge. The local elders were not themselves, because this approach did not correspond to the rules of trade that were practiced in their Kanho region. Books with this knowledge began to spread. Moreover, information about it went not only to representatives of Hwasun, but also spread to other sects. The local elders were excited due to rumors that most people on the West Coast had already learned this technique. The thoughtful man said that their business was bad because of the new star of the Janam clan, who spreads the innovations he invented without demanding anything in return, thereby devaluing their goods. The Hwasun elders decided not to stand by, and if Janam is going to increase its zone of influence in the Shirangsi region, then local forces will do everything to contain the ambitious sect. A month later, things began to improve inside the slums. Gongchan opened a small shop in which he sold medicinal herbs together with his little follower. They were about to leave and the guy began to pack his things, but Vikva suddenly attacked him with a question. She was curious about what happens when the cell nucleus is exposed to key energy to regenerate. The guy with a confused face looked at his student and replied that he could not know something like that. He clearly didn't expect that the little girl's question could stump him. This was unexpected because she had only recently begun training, but Viwa clarified that she simply heard him talking to himself during one of the training sessions. After these words, everything became clear. Instructively placing his hand on the student's head, he said that these conversations were still too difficult for her, so she shouldn't bother her head with it. To cheer her up, he told her that she was smart because it was usually very difficult to remember such complex, unfamiliar conversations. It was clear that she could be recruited as a spy, but the bright mind of the young master could not think of such a trick. The girl was surprised, because she had never been called smart because she remembers other people's words well. Looking at the girl, it was hard for him to believe that, despite the lack of a good education, she was well developed. He first noticed her strengths while cooking. When they made a medicinal decoction, he used a lot of ingredients, complicating the process with an individual approach to every detail. While preparing a decoction for people from the slums, the girl approached the cauldron and noticed that the fire was too strong. Gongchan was surprised at her words. She was right, but he had not yet taught her how to prepare this healing decoction. Viva admitted that she carefully watched how the master did it last time, so now it was not difficult for her to repeat the same thing. Gongchan couldn't believe that after seeing this complex process once, the girl could repeat it after some time. She still didn't realize how much progress she could achieve through training, so the young master challenged her to show her how smart she really was. After these words, they conducted some kind of experiment, after which he surprised the student with the words that she was truly amazing, since despite her young age, she already had a very adult perception of the world. Looking at the pensive Waiwa, Gongchan realized that she had absolute memory. This was a completely different level of memorizing knowledge. Gongchan spent a lot of time training to develop his memory, using various methods and techniques known in the world, while his student had this ability innate. After thinking a little, with a smile on her face, the girl thanked the teacher for the praise, even though she considered it something special. In fact, there are not many people in this world who are able to use their brains in martial arts. Thanks to his training, Gongchan was able to develop much faster than others, because he was strong in understanding the nature of things. Apart from him, it was obvious that members of the Jegal family also practiced a similar approach. It is quite difficult to use this ability for even a second during a fight. This is only possible if the master is able to think rationally and very quickly. Looking at the calm student, Gongchan admitted that this was a child who harbored an unusual talent, or a real innate gift. Understanding her prospects, the guy asked her an important question about whether she had an interest in martial arts. The curious girl's answer was obvious, so the young master decided that he could not miss the opportunity to give her great prospects in life. He decided to take her with him to the Junam clan. The girl's mother trusted this proposal and asked him to take care of her child. She looked like she was saying goodbye to her daughter forever, so Gongchan supported her and said that teachers and mentors would be like parents to her, but despite this, she herself would in no way become less important to her. In addition, he was worried that Wifwa would be bored at first, and it might be difficult for her, so he suggested that her mother work in the main building of the sect, where there is an overnight stay for the heads of the household. In addition, he advised her to continue to take care of her health. Placing his hand on the head of the talented child, he asked her to take care of herself, because she would certainly want to be able to see her in good health after her daughter was educated. Looking at her daughter, she rushed towards her with tears in her eyes, and once again thanked the master for all the good deeds that he had done for them. It was so cute that the guy could barely restrain himself from crying. Leaving her home, Viva remembered her mother's words. She asked her not to worry about her hometown and listen to the teachers. The young master asked if it was difficult for her to leave her mother, but the girl resolutely replied that everything was fine. There was real courage in her words, because despite her young age, she declared that she had to endure everything and complete her training in the path of Du in order to protect her town and her family. Her words brought a smile to the young master's face. He praised her and said that Viva is very smart. After some time, they reached the Junam building on foot. They were met by one of the masters who introduced himself respectfully. Introducing the girl, Gongchan told her that the person opposite her would be her big brother from that day forward. A student named Doan accepted Wifwei for training. From a young monk, he learned that she did not yet have status on the path of Du, so she should be called by name. Leaning closer to the girl, he greeted her and expressed hopes that everything would work out for her. Gongchan asked his student to treat her well. The guy replied that it was an honor for him to take care of his mentor's students. Dakan asked his mentor what his plans were for the near future. The guy with a pleasant smile on his face replied that he was going to start training the soul of his young student. After that, they went to inspect the arena, where little Vaikvo will see real fights of masters for the first time. In order not to waste time, during the trip, the student diligently trained her body using breathing techniques. Gongchen praised her for her dedication and advised her to continue until she feels a change. She didn't yet know where they were going, so she assumed that it was to the library in Hubei. The young master decided that visiting the arena would be much better because thanks to his experience, he understood that if she studied only from books, she would be left with nothing due to lack of practice. Even though they took several books with them, Gongchan warned the student that there were still many things in the world that were not written about in books. He justified the trip itself by the fact that any master must constantly expand his horizons in order to have continuous progress in the study of martial arts. Sometimes the master's words seemed like a mystery to the student. She was looking forward to the arena's visit. The guys were approaching a place full of blood and violence. The arena is a place where it is allowed to conduct battles with the free use of weapons and fight to the death. Now officials are running this place like a gambling house, not observing the general rules for conducting such fights and not paying attention to the honor of the participants. Gongchan and Wifwa finally arrived at the venue for the fights. He immediately warned her that fierce battles were often held here, but there was simply no way to do without this in the world of martial arts. There really is something terrible going on inside that can be hard to bear. Gongchan asked for the last time whether his student could withstand such stress. Turning around at the groan of one of the wounded arena fighters, the girl realized that her master was telling the truth. Looking at the student's reaction, the immortal master confirmed his guesses that no matter what innate abilities she possessed, she was still a child. But on the other hand, he understood that he had no other choice, because if she couldn't get used to such places, then she wouldn't make significant progress in learning the way before. Still indecisive, Wifwa turned to her master and in a trembling voice admitted that she was ready to see what was happening in the arena. The noise of the battle and the scream of the public spread throughout the entire city. Another tough life-or-death battle took place in the arena. This duel took place between a swordsman and a fighter who studied the art of using a spear. Despite the cruelty, the audience was delighted. This spectacle was clearly not for the faint of heart. The cruelty of the people around him put a little pressure on Gongchan, but he understood that his student had to go through this difficult stage of studying the art of Do. The master was clearly not very interested in the fight and its result, so he carefully watched how his student perceived it. The young girl's reaction was very normal. Her calmness was commendable, but despite this, the master felt sorry for her because she showed no emotion at all. The guy suggested that this was due to her difficult childhood, which hardened her perceptions. Putting his hand on the student's shoulder, the master asked her to carefully look at the confrontation between the sword and the spear. Despite the fact that their movements seemed hasty, He asked to notice that they were not inferior to each other in their fierce desire to survive. For the first time in her life, Viva saw such rage. The masters in the arena looked like real hunters, considering each other as prey. The nearby audience admired every new technique. A moment later, they saw a technique called a defense window. For an ordinary swordsman, it was not an easy task to withstand the many attacks performed by the spear, which made it difficult to control the distance with the enemy. The girl had never seen anything like this before. She could not take her eyes off the spectacle in the arena. Gong Chan decided to distract her and use this battle as an example, saying that the longer the spear, the more dangerous it is in battle. The usefulness of a spear in some cases is incomparably higher than other weapons. They can not only stab, but also hit, tilt, and rotate, which naturally complicates defense. The master's words prompted the girl to think that the spear was the best weapon of all. Looking at the student with a smile, Gongshan reminded her of the words from a verse in one of the books about dignity, which says that there is nothing absolute in this world. He clarified that although the spear has many advantages, it also has weaknesses. The master understood that she would personally see confirmation of the above words more than once, so he simply asked her to watch the fights, memorizing the details well. Having absolute memory, the girl absorbed information with incredible speed. The visit to the arena lasted several months, with approximately 10 fights taking place per day. Each time, the masters used different types of weapons, thereby expanding the horizons of the young student of Chanam. Vikva absorbed all this new knowledge like a sponge. A rather long stay studying martial arts in a city with an arena was coming to an end. While packing her things, Gongchen said that it was time for them to go to another place and asked if she had any wishes. Without hesitation, she suggested visiting the city of Kenza. We are talking about the capital in which the emperor himself lives. Later, this city will be called Beijing. The decision was made. Having collected all the necessary things, they set off. The road was quite long. It was decided to leave the city with the arena on foot. Looking back, Master Hermit realized that he had been inattentive. His student was still quite weak and couldn't keep up with his pace. At first, Gongchan regretted that he refused to take the cart, but on the other hand, he understood that hiking is also a kind of training. Despite her fatigue, Vikva asked her teacher not to worry, assuring her that everything was fine. Having seated the student on a hill, the master asked the student to relax a little and began to stretch her muscles, which would help relieve fatigue. Having extensive experience in understanding the body, he knew in advance how to do this much more effectively. Despite the slight pain, it seemed like a real miracle for the girl, because she really felt some kind of relief. Looking at the student, the guy asked if she felt better. But the stubborn girl didn't answer him. She shyly jumped off the rock, demonstrating that she was still a warrior who shouldn't be pitied because of some little things. Gong Chan was very happy to have found such a wonderful student. Despite the fact that her feet already had calluses, she did not give up, which was extremely commendable. Looking into the sky, the immortal master decided that there had been enough training for today, so he would no longer overexert his student. In order to rest in safety, the guys set up a small camp on the widening of the trail in the middle of the forest. Having extensive experience in this way of life, the Master Hermit made a fire in a short period of time, on which he began to cook dinner. The little student was looking forward to visiting the capital. Her teacher assured that, according to the map, they would arrive in Kenza after 3 days. The girl's reaction to the master's words indicated that she was not very happy about this news. The observant and caring guy immediately noticed this and asked if she was tired from traveling on foot. Vikva admitted for the first time that it was a little hard for her. Encouraging the student, the master replied with a smile on his face that if it's a little, then it's okay, because learning the way of do has never been something easy. Despite his words, Gongchan understood that not everyone could handle such a test. His experience of life after rebirth made it clear that everyone has their own purpose. Not wanting to impose his views on dedication on the student, he asked her not to be shy if it was too difficult for her. Looking into her eyes, he admitted that even outside of this path, there are many ways to live a happy life without any regrets. The girl was glad to hear such words of attention from the caring teacher, so she thanked him and promised that she would not hide from him her fatigue and emotions that accumulated after their journey. After the conversation, the student continued to eat calmly, while the body of an experienced fighter began to warn him of approaching danger. Gonchan immediately reached for his sword, anticipating the intentions of his ill-wishers. He was extremely dissatisfied that the stranger was going to interrupt them so uncivilly during their meal. With a sword in his hands, with one swing, the immortal master began to draw outlines of boundaries around his student. Frightened by surprise, Vikfa did not understand what was happening. The teacher confidently asked her not to move. As it turns out, his ground strikes made sense. The student began to be surrounded by the teacher's internal energy, while she repeated the contours of the circle. The mentor asked her not to leave the limits of the technology that he created before her eyes. It was a protective barrier that was created with the intention of easing the load on the hermit. Fighting alone without worrying about his comrades was always the main priority for the hermit. Having protected his student, he did not have to worry about her and calmly repulsed the enemy shuriken without worrying about a possible unwanted ricochet. Having repulsed the greeting attacks, the guy began to analyze the area. Even with the naked eye, he was able to notice from which position this blow was most likely delivered. He was confident that they would not break through his space control technique, which ensured the presence of his student on the battlefield. After briefly concentrating on the energy surrounding him, it became clear that there were quite a lot of enemies, and they were all quite aggressive. 5 strangers with extremely malevolent ki left their hiding places and rushed into close combat. At the same time, several more hidden warriors began to carry out their attacks from a safe distance. They believed that they had taken the young monk by surprise, but Gonchan's experience was quite enough to repel all the shurikens without evading. The hooded swordsman got within close combat range. The immortal master did not want to play by their rules and increased the distance in order to destroy their original formation. Having assumed a stable position, Gongchan decided to analyze how dangerous the master opposite him was. They crossed swords, and as it turned out, the enemy was extremely impatient. His blows were too emotional and disproportionately strong in relation to accuracy. Such a master was clearly not a real threat to him. Jumping back and taking a defensive stance, Gongchan looked at the enemy with pity, considering the enemy too boring. The enemies continued the pressure so as not to give their opponent time to think. Unexpectedly for them, the guy jumped high, aiming for the rocky surface. No one yet understood the motive of his movement, but by hitting the ground with his sword, the guy was not going to spoil the blade, but to lift dozens of stones into the air. After this movement, he delivered one powerful blow, which accelerates the flight of the stones, turning them into real cannonballs. Gongchan had previously used this technique called Tusalgan. Its effectiveness was proven once again. None of their enemies of such a low level had time to dodge or at least put a sword in front of them for protection. After neutralizing the enemy vanguard, Gongchan continued to analyze the situation. Meanwhile, Vikfa was inside the barrier. Thanks to her trust in the master, she felt safe and, without being distracted by fear, could calmly study the behavior of her mentor during the battle. Despite their terrifying appearance, the enemies behaved extremely unprofessionally. Their aggressive attitude was clearly not enough. They still underestimated their opponent. Gongchan sighed heavily, believing that if they continued in the same spirit, they were unlikely to succeed. Looking at the enemy squad, the immortal master gave them an example of a schooling fish called horse mackerel, saying that it usually becomes prey for sharks. Looking at them, it was difficult for him to find a better example than this. One of the mercenaries considered such words insolence. He fell for the provocation and began to attack. The man was armed with a chain with a sharp sickle at the end, thanks to which he could be at a safe distance without fear of a counterattack. The enemy weapon flew past him, and the guy realized that the enemy was counting on catching him by returning the chain back. Having a huge superiority in speed, without wasting time, Gongchan closed the distance and struck back, neutralizing the self-confident enemy. The squad fought well as a team, and this was noticeable by the fact that they continued to put pressure on the immortal master, exhausting him with numerous attacks from a distance. The number of shuriken did not matter at all, because Gongchan, with the help of a shield of internal energy, could protect a certain radius in front of him. Despite the good defensive technique, one of the attacks almost reached its target and caught the guy's clothes on his left shoulder. Looking at the almost successful result of the attack, Ganshan summed up that Vikva's training was in full swing, and she probably managed to notice some types of weapons that the enemy units were using, having a numerical advantage. After using the shuriken, another master with a chain in his hands began to prepare for his attack. A swordsman stood next to him, ready to protect his comrade at his vulnerable close range. Having looked around, Ganshan admitted that his barrier was doing its job well. He was glad that his student would be able to watch such an unequal battle in the front row. The enemies began to impose their battle scenario on the immortal master, so Ganshan made an unexpected decision to change his location. Looking up, the enemies thought that he had decided to escape. While running away from the enemy, the immortal master provocatively addressed the enemies and asked them to continue attacking. It was simply impossible to keep up with his speed. He was on a completely different level, which allowed him to neutralize the enemy's advantage in numbers. With his fast movement, Gongchan began to impose his own terms of battle. The guy left the confines of the dense forest and went to an open area where the enemies would not be able to carry out such unexpected attacks as they had demonstrated before. Having landed on the surface, the guy looked around, waiting for the move of his pursuers. In the front ranks of the enemy squad was a man with an incomprehensible object in his hands, which immediately attracted the attention of the immortal master. Besides him, the rest of the fighters also threw explosive cannonballs towards the master. The danger of this attack should not be underestimated, so Gong Chan began to dodge. The next attack pushed him further away from the forest. The guy was separated from his student. Explosions of incredible power made noise that could be heard from all over the area. While Gonshan was busy fighting with an entire enemy detachment, one of the ill-wishers remained near his camp. Wiva still did not know how to determine the internal energy of other people, so she mistakenly believed that the silhouette of her teacher was approaching her. But as the stranger approached, it became clear to her that this was not Gonshan. Looking at the barrier, the man considered that this was his lucky chance, since he noticed that the technique was beginning to weaken. The frightened girl began to draw terrible scenes in her head, not knowing what awaited her ahead. Looking around, Vikva noticed that her barrier began to disappear. The disciple of the immortal master began to panic. The defensive technique dissipated, and she was left defenseless against the enemy opposite her. Yelling furiously, the assassin swung his hand hard, wanting to get rid of Gongshan's companion. Viva had never seen the blood of battle as close as she did at that moment. Fortunately, her teacher returned in time and managed to save her. The stranger was defeated one step before achieving his goal. While saving his dear student, Gongchan literally lost his human form. He was cold, calculating, and calm. Approaching the child, the immortal master asked if she was very scared. Viva was trembling with fear. The moment the enemy appeared in front of her, she began to fear that this was the end. Her mentor returned just in time, despite his clothes being torn during the battle. That kind smile that attracted all his comrades never disappeared from his face. With tears in her eyes, the frightened girl rushed towards her teacher. This was the first time she found herself in such a dangerous situation, so as expected, she began to cry loudly when she saw support in the young master. Gongchan began to reassure his student, saying that everything was in order. Through tears, she shared her experiences, saying that when she heard the sound of an explosion, she thought that something had happened to her mentor. The guy immediately understood what exactly Vikva meant. Leaning towards the student, he said that only she was in real danger. Those bombs really turned out to be a real problem. Gongchan decided to briefly retell what happened on the battlefield outside the student's sight. From the use of many bombs on the battlefield, a column of dust rose, which made it difficult for enemy soldiers to assess the situation. The self-confident mercenaries believed that there was no trace left of their enemy, which could prove their successfully completed task. But as it turned out, they rushed to conclusions, and the master was able to survive using one of his techniques. Studying space control was the right decision. This knowledge once again saved the immortal master from unexpected enemy tactics. One of the experienced fighters could not believe that the young master's protective field helped him hide from such a dangerous and powerful explosion. Looking into the eyes of the young master, he decided that his strength was running out. The enemy squad continued to attack, not allowing the guy to rest and recuperate. All the fighters simultaneously attacked the weakened martial arts student from the Janam sect. Their joint attacks were quite good, But even the exhausted Gongchan was incomparably faster and easily dodged every enemy attack. The pressure from the enemy mercenaries continued to grow as they tried to drive the young master into a corner. It was very difficult to fight three fighters at once. Gongchan completely switched to defense. After Gong Chan jumped to a safe distance, he had to admit that he was irrational and used too much energy on defense. After analyzing the situation, he began to realize that time was not on his side and he should hurry up. Considering their opponent weakened and incapable of anything, the hired killers, anticipating victory, once again attacked the Jeonnam student, not giving him time to rest. Gong Chan's experience told him that in this case, it was better not to play around and end the battle quickly. Releasing his internal energy, the guy used the heavenly sword technique and immediately closed the distance with the enemy that was closest. An unexpected lightning attack threw the enemy mercenary towards his comrades. With one powerful blow, he finally managed to get rid of the remnants of the enemy forces. Leaving the battlefield as a winner, Gong Chan admitted that he had actually made several mistakes, which made the battle quite dangerous. Recalling his defensive technique, he admitted that the steel shield helped him avoid being seriously injured. After this story, he asked the student if she thought that he acted correctly at that moment. But he never heard the answer to his question. His student relaxed so much that she completely fell asleep. She trusted her teacher, so she did not worry and slept peacefully. After an hour of walking, Gong Chan finally saw something interesting. From the cliff, one could see a small village in which there was a port. He was glad to find such a place, believing that Viwa needed a good rest. When the girl woke up, she discovered that there was no one next to her. Vikva fell asleep quite early, so feeling cheerful, she walked towards the door in search of her mentor. She did not know what had happened since the end of the battle, because she only remembered the moment she fell asleep on the shoulders of her teacher. The girl was very happy when she saw the beautiful view from her cabin. Realizing that they were on the ship, Vikva was very happy. This was quite predictable, because it was her first time sailing somewhere on water transport. The breathtaking view from the deck of the ship made her truly happy. Enjoying the students' reaction, Gong Chan said that they were heading to a village that was slightly larger than the one they last stopped at. He warned her that there would be a lot of people there, but they shouldn't be scared, because they were all friendly. Fearing to leave her unattended again, the guy asked to always be with him. Their ship was only a few hours away from arriving in the capital of Canho. Soon, they found themselves at a small port. The capital was crowded with merchants and ordinary tourists who came from the port in search of something interesting and new. Having visited such a place for the first time, it was difficult for the girl to keep up with all the things that she had never seen before. Vikva paid attention to literally everything that surrounded her. Because of her interest, she almost lost sight of the master and, remembering his words that they should be nearby, immediately ran in his direction. The teacher asked the girl not to yawn and to always be nearby. The curious Vikva in response asked where they were going. The guy replied that first they would go to the black market. The girl already knew what it was and assumed that they would find interesting goods and rare weapons there. The guy confirmed her guesses and warned that if she suddenly gets lost, then she should only ask the cabana beggars for directions, since they know about everything that happens on Earth. Vikva did not yet know who she was talking about. Looking around, she saw a lot of people, so she asked how she could find them. Gongchan replied that each person has his own energy wave and aura, so a person who has mastered martial arts will feel stronger. His words puzzled the young student because she didn't even understand what energy waves were. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that she had only recently begun her training, so she should not worry because the feeling of the aura would come to her over time. She could still notice a certain aura, and it was the terrible smell of one of the people passing by, to which the little girl reacted very sharply, saying out loud that she smelled some kind of stench. The student's words touched the feeling of the guy passing by. With an unfriendly look, he asked if she said it on purpose so that he could hear. The stranger's gaze terrified the little girl. But as it turned out, her scent led her to that same beggar cabana, for which Gongchan praised her. With just one glance, the stranger realized that these were guests from the Jeonnam sect. Having looked closely without listening to Gongchan's speech, he recognized him as an immortal master. Gongchan couldn't believe that rumors were really spreading so fast. The stranger noticed that his enemies act too rashly, so they constantly fail. After the armchair expert expressed his boring opinion, he introduced himself as Mr. He Inshin. Looking at the little girl behind the immortal master for the second time, he guessed that her name was Vihua. The young monk was shocked. He could not believe that this nice guy knew everything about him, and even that he had a follower. Scratching his head, the mysterious beggar Caban described the situation as ugly and terrible. Analyzing recent events and the knowledge that he possesses, have Inchin warned the master and his companion that they should be careful, since the strength of their enemies from Salgak is quite impressive. We were talking about 3 notorious organizations. Among them were Salgak, the guys from which are extremely interested in destroying the immortal master. The beggar Caban is cryptic to say that in his circles, they say that being targeted by 3 organizations is equal to a death sentence. Excited by the smelly stranger's story, Wifwa anxiously asked if it would be dangerous in the capital of Kanho. The guy replied that it is always dangerous, so she should just trust the teacher and continue to develop her spirit. Returning to the conversation with Yi, Gongchan learned that everyone in the Bompa group already knows. After that, he asked how to get to the nearest so-called black hole. As it turned out, we were talking about a black shop, and having learned its address, the guys immediately bought things useful for their trip. They were lucky, and in the store it was still possible to buy the necessary books on studying techniques called Black Eagle and Min Tonju. Wiwa had already heard about it. Black Eagle is one of the poison attacks, with which the master can release poison with both hands. As it turned out, she'd read about this technique in a book, but had no idea what Min Tongjin meant. Her caring mentor explained that this was a technique designed to gather information. It allows you to know the location and distance to enemies to some extent. Both martial arts that they managed to obtain were extremely useful. On the way to their next stop, the guide told the student about how many amazing martial arts she still had to learn and in what situations they would be useful. Then they found themselves at the base of the Cabana beggars, whom they met upon arrival in the capital. Hienshin was very surprised to hear Gongchang's request for their protection. He asked them to help within 10 days if it would not be too difficult for them. The attitude towards their proposal was ambiguous. Members of the local group began to discuss the risks. Rumors that the killers of the Salgak organization were chasing the guys from Chonam haunted them and raised doubts about the safety of such a deal. Despite the behavior of his comrades, he replied that he was not afraid of their group clashing with such dangerous enemies. His only concern was that it would cost a considerable amount of money. Gongqian was surprised that this time he couldn't get away with just information, so he reached into his pocket for his wallet. Taking out several coins, he handed them over to the leader of a local group with whom he was on good terms. Looking at Yingshin's palm and seeing only 2 gold coins, the guy felt somewhat disappointed. Noticing his reaction, Gongqian, together with his student, bowed respectfully and said that later they would definitely pay off the debt as much as possible. The words of the well-known immortal master in Kanho aroused confidence in the leader of the group, so he did not object. The guy sat down next to his student and seriously asked her to take what was happening as an emergency. Hugging the student, he assured her that she should not worry. The girl threw herself into his arms with confidence, believing that next to him she should not be afraid of any enemies. Gongqian promised that he would return soon. This gentle behavior only increased the group's trust in the Junam student. Some of them were so sensitive to what was happening that they could hardly hold back their tears. Seeing the positive reaction from his comrades, their leader stated that from now on, Kibang will be responsible for the personal safety of the guests from Junam for 10 days. His words immediately received support from other members of the group. Taoist Gongqian respectfully thanked them for their support and expressed their trust. Having left the lair of the friendly group, the immortal master went to prepare to welcome the guests. They have already thrown the bait, so they just have to wait for the visit of ill-wishers. Before he said goodbye to them, another condition was added to the agreement. Gongqian asked he to spread a rumor that would help attract Salgak's attention. Anticipating a meeting with enemies, Gongqian continued his preparations. Meanwhile, the Kevin had already begun to act and new conversations appeared within the city. Rumors spread quite quickly, and 2 local onlookers immediately became active as soon as they heard about one of the 3 most dangerous murder organizations. They had information at their disposal that some brave men decided to fight Salgak face to face. The second participant in the discussion of rumors at a local establishment admitted that the idea was not bad and interesting events awaited them. He believed that Salgak's reputation would fade if they were unable to deal with Sensatoheb. The ears of the enemy organization were everywhere, and this worked to the advantage of the guys from Kebon. Their plan began to take effect. The scout, filled with rage, could not stand it and out of anger crushed it in his hands into a glass of sock. The provocation was successful. Meanwhile, Gong Chan arrived at a place where he could make a good turnaround. It took him quite a long time to get this deep, but it was worth it. Looking around, he saw a good place that was located quite far from the village. Once again, convinced that his choice was not bad, he began to release his internal energy to create one of the techniques necessary for his plan. A magic circle with vague outlines appeared under his feet. Night fell, the guy continued to prepare to meet the enemies. The guy was calm and confident in his victory because he adhered to the rules of one of the arts. It was about Chohoi-san, which translates as the mountain of the tiger that escaped the morning. This is the 15th commandment of the art of war, which is to call your enemy to a previously prepared place for battle, thereby creating a trap. The enemies actually arrived. The plan began to work. One of them was too inattentive. He had internal energy at too low a level, so he did not notice the prepared magic circle and fell into a trap. The activation of the technique led to Gongchan learning about their arrival. Additionally, he could also sense the energy of all enemies within this technique. He had access to information about the internal energy and weapons of everyone who was within the range of the magic circle. Having received the necessary information, the guy was ready for battle. He decided to greet Salgak as they should, so he reached into his inside pocket for a welcome gift. In his hands were poisonous needles, which he bought in one of the dark shops of the capital. Their lightweight was an excellent advantage for throwing with acceleration. Sensing danger, the enemies froze in place. Within a moment, the dense forest began to fill with cries for help. The reinforced needles were so fast that they did not even give the enemies a chance to defend themselves. The angry members of the dangerous organization rushed to attack out of emotion. Their number was quite predictable. They converged on the battlefield from all sides of the forest. But Gongchan was not surprised and silently waited for his enemies. He was in an open area surrounded by forest. Within a moment, dozens of members of the dangerous organization that was hunting him rushed at him from all sides. This time, he could not hold back because he was not worried about his student. The guy decided not to play around and immediately began using his Zampakut. With one attack, he was able to significantly reduce the enemy's numerical advantage. Ahead of him was the most dangerous of the opponents, a guy whose hands were wearing sharp, poisonous gloves. It was obvious that the enemy was going to fight at close range. Gongchan decided not to complicate his task and went to meet him, jumping high before his first blow. Without using internal energy, he could not even harm the enemy. Moreover, the stranger held his sword without much difficulty. The arrogant warrior Salgak said that Gongchan was a real fool, since he practiced only in the mountains, which is why he could not learn the mysterious memorization. In order not to be verbose, he decided to demonstrate his advantage in practice and swung for a powerful blow, with which he wanted to finish off the young and rumored immortal master. Despite his excellent reaction, Gongchan was unable to cope with the enemy's speed. To avoid risk, he jumped to a safe distance in order to analyze the enemy's abilities. As it turned out, he was in a hurry when he so thoughtlessly rushed at the strongest warrior of the enemy squad. Due to the enemy attack, his clothes were torn, and the enemy's dark energy began to seep through them. Filled with rage, the enemy began to scream that after his blow, poison began to seep into the wounded body of the Janam student. He said with hatred that he wanted to see Gongchan feel pain and suffer before he said goodbye to life. In response to his words, the young master only looked at his clothes excitedly. Remaining calm during such a seemingly intense battle, he began to complain that he had spent all his money in a dark shop and could not afford new things. The lack of results from the attack began to terrify the enemy, and he assumed that Gongchan's body was the sword of immunity. While he was trying to calm down and not panic, other Salgak members began to fall before his eyes. Looking at his opponent and clenching his teeth nervously, he admitted that this was a real monster. Despite being hit by the poisonous glove, Gongchan was still alive, and according to the enemy, He was waving his sword as if he was dancing joyfully. He could describe the young master's sword as terribly fast and accurate, which made him even more afraid. Fearing a quick attack, the man decided to think about how to hide his weak point. Having no chance against Master Janam's speed, he missed the young master's attack and fell. Having neutralized one of the most dangerous opponents, Gonshan called on the remaining enemies not to hesitate to fight. The remaining forces attacked the immortal guy at the same time, considering their numerical superiority to be the decisive force. But the control of space and excellent skills in using the Zanpakut left no chance for the enemies to escape. Subtly feeling the movement of his sword, the guy effortlessly continued to destroy the members of the dangerous organization one after another. His ability to quickly learn martial arts made this battle a routine training session, where instead of training dolls, he used villains who were thrown into panic. Gonshan no longer bothered himself with unnecessary thoughts and constant analysis of the plans of each opponent. His lightning-fast radial strikes prevented anyone from coming within striking distance of him with a sword. A student of the Janam clan finished the fight against one of the most underground organizations without a single injury. The last of his enemies fell to his knees due to severe wounds. Looking at the battlefield, Gong Chan admitted that recently he had turned into a real emotionless monster. After a successful operation to suppress Salgak's activities, Gonshan returned back to the base, where he was met by a joyful student. She admitted that she was very worried and could hardly sleep because her teacher went on such a dangerous task himself. Understanding the fears of his dear student, the immortal master promised that he would not leave her alone again. After their conversation, Inchin joined them. The man was very glad that the master returned alive from such a dangerous mission. The other comrades also couldn't believe their eyes and were already thinking about what to do with the self-confident guy's student. He admitted that he still couldn't believe that Gongchan could take on hundreds of professional assassins and still come back alive. They simply did not have enough words to describe their admiration. The guys were already busy discussing how they should spread rumors about recent events. Tentatively, they called it a salsa battle. The fact that Gonshan made it out of that fight alive meant the obvious defeat of the entire organization. Rumors spread almost instantly, and on the noisy streets of the capital, everyone was talking about the fall in the honor of the Salgak organization. Against the backdrop of this news, people began to talk about the Janam sect even more often, and all this thanks to the efforts of their most talented student. Despite the calmness of the immortal master himself, the Janam sect took these events more seriously because their disciple was under persecution. Based on such circumstances, the clan leader was forced to ask for support from the Murim League. Meanwhile, a heated discussion began in the Murim League, in which the name of the immortal master was repeatedly mentioned. Despite the admirable attitude towards his skill, some of the participants were bold enough to call him a rather problematic guy. One of the monks furiously declared that the only right thing to do was to kill those villains who kill people for money. After such loud words, another discussion began, full of disputes and conflicts of interest between representatives of different clans. The Murim League warriors continued to attack and pursue Salgak for 6 months, and as the number of casualties among members of the criminal organization increased, their desire to pursue the Taoist of the Janam clan gradually faded. Thanks to this reaction of the alliance to the request of one of the participants, Murim strengthened its position as the most influential organization in Kanho. The next day, new adventures awaited the guy. While walking through the streets of the capital, a stranger addressed him by name. He introduced himself as a monk named Ho Mokwan, who is in charge of the altar at the Hogan Buddhist temple. Gongchan had heard of it before, but had never seen it before. The man continued his speech and said that he had made a deal with the Janam group for long-term cooperation, and therefore he would work at the temple starting this year. He admitted that he was looking forward to the Hermit's arrival in Beijing. As it turned out, he turned to him not just for the sake of acquaintance. He wanted to ask the immortal master for help. In order not to waste time, the monk invited Gonchol and his companion inside the temple. They were received as expected. Rumors about the young master's morals suggested that he should be greeted with either food or money. Having eaten to his heart's content, Gongchan was pleased with the service of the tallest temple in Upper Beijing. After a pleasant lunch inside the huge living room, he was ready to cooperate. Not knowing the intentions of his colleagues from the capital, the guy asked the student what she thought about this. The girl could not even imagine what exactly the local monks were interested in. While she was thinking about possible options, Gongchan said that this was most likely due to the need for their strength. Viva believed that power was not always a bad thing. In response to her words, Gongchan began to laugh, after which he asked not to complicate his life with such assumptions and advised not to worry. Despite his reaction, he himself was on guard, because one of the monks was already approaching their hall. The guy began to analyze the state of the monk's internal energy and, trusting his feelings, determined that he had been improving his own abilities for at least 10 years, which made him a truly worthy master. It was Mr. Mokwan himself. Gongchan began to wonder what request he came to them with. Approaching the door, the man decided not to enter without asking and stopped. His manners were of a high standard, truly befitting a representative of such an incredible organization. The Hogan Private Army was known for its production of high-quality goods, with a long history dating back to the Yuan Empire. Officials are very favorable to Hogan, since medicine is developed there, and they have always had products of the highest quality, which attracted their attention. So the private army strengthened its power, but more recently, they had personal reasons, because of which they were forced to turn to the Chonam group. Having met the man inside the large hall, Gongchan was convinced that his assumption was correct. The Hogan army approached the Chongnam with a very interesting idea, for the implementation of which they needed the brute strength of their famous hermit monk. His task was to conduct some kind of inspection, during which he would give an opinion as to whether their troops were sufficiently prepared to successfully defend against possible attacks from ill-wishers. As it turned out, this was a necessary measure. Their main problem was that the private army of Daesongbal began to incite the Bon army. For your information, the Bon army receives medicines from all over the country and delivers them to the imperial palace, while there are rumors that they are no longer capable of protecting their goods. Analyzing the situation, so as not to offend the representative of a respected organization, the guy suggested with a friendly laugh that we could simply ignore all these rumors. In some ways, his advice was sound, but everything was not so simple, because Habuk Penga suddenly intervened in this story. Remembering the latest activities of the above-mentioned organization, Gongchan unconsciously grimaced with hostility. Sighing heavily, he noticed that the Habuk Penga had a talent for adding fuel to the fire. Looking at Master Gongchan, Mr. Mokwan had no doubt that he was capable of coming up with something to get out of this situation. He was confident in the skill of the young hermit, as he admired his feat during the bloody battle with the Salgak army. Considering that Gongchan had single-handedly mastered salsa to the point of scaring Salgak into retreat, he had no doubt that their work together would be productive. After a minute of thought, the guy made a decision. He agreed to the terms and promised that he would do everything possible to achieve the goal. Mr. Mokwan did not doubt his answer and thanked him for the honor of working together. Before starting, the guy asked if they could request the necessary equipment for preparation. The man proudly replied that they, as Hogan's largest private army, would do whatever he wished. Still, Gongchan decided not to waste time on trifles. He said that since they would have to deal with Habuk Penga, it would be nice to have at their disposal a secret technique similar to that of their opponents. In addition, he also asked to assign one of the local masters to him in order to compete in martial arts. He also asked to be provided with weapons. All of the above requests were very serious, but as it turned out, that was not all. Before asking for the last element, the guy stood up from the table and emphasized that this part was the most important to him. The man was ready to hear something incredible, but the immortal guy suddenly looked at his student and said that the most important thing to prepare was caramel sweets for his beloved student. The girl noticed, a little upset, that Yubing was not her favorite sweet. In response to her words, the guy asked for his student and, hugging her, said that for now they could not afford it. In the end, he simply asked for the sweets available in their organization. The confused man accepted all the requests for preparation with a smile. The next day, all the items were already at the disposal of the immortal master. The army valued its name very much, so it spared no resources in order to obtain everything it needed. Gongchan was shocked by how much influence this army had. His student noted that if they bought all this at the market, these goods would cost them 400 nyans of gold, which is an unaffordable luxury for an ordinary master. Taking one of the books in his hands, the guy literally froze in surprise, He could not believe that one day he would be able to familiarize himself with such useful information. Noticing the unusual reaction of her teacher, Viwa asked what she was talking about. As it turned out, it was a book by a ghostly devil. This is a martial art created by the so-called ghost devil. Despite the fact that the phantom thief died long ago without even leaving any heirs, rumors suggest that he was a truly powerful person. Admiring the rare item, the guy decided that he would devote all his free time to studying new materials. Vikfa was not against studying theory, but still decided to shyly inquire whether they would have practical training in the near future. Her interest in learning aroused positive emotions in the guy. He praised her for this, calling her a diligent student. But before starting the battles, he wanted to talk about the quality of their service in the performance of the army they decided to help. We were talking about an incredible amount of sweets, which were also on the list of necessary things. He believed that they should eat everything that had been so kindly prepared for them. Having thoroughly enjoyed the treats, the guys went to the backyard, where the guy began to talk about the priorities of each martial arts movement. As an example, he said that jhana martial arts focus on pleasure and happiness. He explained that the changing of the sword is inexhaustible, and the speed is like lightning, so everyone who encounters the Jhannam sword has to overcome some difficulties. He believed that if you add the hidden capabilities of Jingi to their teachings, then few in the world could compare with the martial arts of the Jhannam sect. However, it was important to note that the Hak Penga also have their own vision and deep meaning, which is important to understand when dealing with them. Watching the movements of her teacher, Viva was delighted. She thought that he was incredibly cool. While the guy was talking with such admiration about the basics of martial arts, his student noticed the approach of a stranger. The guy who was going to meet them asked who was standing in front of him, suggesting that it was Master Gon Shol along with his student. Ganshan confirmed his assumption and in response asked who he was. The stranger's reaction turned out to be extremely unpredictable. With a wild cry, he rushed to attack the immortal master. Moving aside, Vikfa was afraid for her teacher, since the unfamiliar master looked too dangerous. Not understanding how this happened, the immortal master entered the battle. From the very beginning, he could tell for sure that his unexpected opponent not only fought back well, but also attacked deftly. He could not understand who he was dealing with and began to think about how the enemies could get inside the Hogan temple. Not knowing who he was dealing with, Gonshin continued the fight. During another enemy attack, he was surprised by the technique that was used against him. It was a sea green fire. Realizing the seriousness of such an ability, Gonshan decided to stop the games and give a worthy rebuff. He never managed to adequately respond to his opponent, as their fight was interrupted by laughter behind his back. It was Mr. Mokwan. He was impressed by the spectacle and noted that he was surprised that Gong Chan resisted for so long without using any techniques. The man explained the sudden appearance of an aggressive stranger. As it turns out, he is the one who will be training with Jhannam's student. The guy was really not bad, since they selected him according to the level of the immortal master. The cheeky guy introduced himself as John from El Saldo. After the presentation, he offered 20 liang in gold, but did not explain for what, which is why Gong Chan was a little confused, since he did not understand what he was talking about. As it turned out, the man with a sly smile asked for 20 liang of gold for his services, saying that he helped him train. Gonshan was surprised. He had to admit that Long John was one of those who loved money even more than he did. More importantly, the immortal master recognized his opponent as worthy, considering his strength to be quite extraordinary. Mr. Mokwan's next words relaxed the situation. He turned to the sparring partner of the student from Jhannam and said that he should not worry about the money because the Hogan Sandin army would pay him. Thanks to their funding, they were allowed to train as much as they wanted. Pleased with the promise, the master decided not to waste time and arrogantly said that after the warm-up it was worth starting the real fight. Gong Chan sighed heavily. Long John was not one to watch his words. But despite his bold words, the young master accepted the offer and rushed into battle, considering this an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. The El Saldo guy's unusual strength was ideal for showing a great fight for the student. Gong Chin believed that sword strikes resembled drawing lines. But while fighting this opponent, he admitted that by acquiring his technique, he would be able to become stronger. It didn't take long before the guy was able to find the weaknesses of his daring opponent. He believed that Long Pants made mistakes due to a flaw in the Blue Devil's technique. All his movements were simple, making them too predictable. Upon returning to his room, Gongchen and his student began to discuss a recent friendly fight, where the teacher suggested that combining the Janam techniques with the features of the Jingyi technique could completely change the concept of fighting. He believed that in this way he would be able to level out those flaws in his technology that limited him during past battles. Vikva agreed with every word of her teacher and diligently wrote down new information. Seeing her work hard, Gongchen began to remember his childhood. He believed that he was looking at her the way Master Suzuo had looked at her before. Having great hopes for the girl, he promised himself that he would make the name of his clan resound throughout the world. Information about what Mr. Moquan had planned reached the headquarters of the competitors. The manager was the first to receive news that the Janam clan had decided to intervene in their local conflict. The head of Habuk Peng's private army, named Peng Durip, asked his comrades who exactly would represent the martial arts sect within the rival army. In response, he was told that the one who was able to survive after the skirmish with the Salgak organization intervened. This answer interested the old man. He asked to describe in more detail the impudent master who interferes in other people's affairs. During their discussion, it was said that Gongchen is an exceptional young man who has recently been able to regain the lost glory of his clan. In addition, he was famous for surviving the persecution of Salgak, after which he completely exterminated an entire detachment of the organization, numbering 100 fighters. Having learned that Shonam was interfering in their affairs, Mr. Peng Dorip asked his eldest son what he was going to do with the insolence of the young master. The meeting participants began to discuss in whispers possible options for solving this problem. One of them suggested that it was worth drawing up a well-thought-out plan to eliminate the master from Janam, after which it would not be difficult for them to deal with their competitors. But his words were not taken seriously, believing that Gongchen was not only strong, but also far from stupid. A more reasonable man said that the immortal master from the famous sect could not be defeated, not only by the young, but even by the strongest old sage of their army. He believes that in this case, they need a guarantee of openness. The last words at the meeting belonged to the leader of the organization. He admitted that Janam had gotten a really strong young man who had exceeded their expectations and was probably an ace up their sleeve. The gentleman stated that they should let the guy work, after which they would have options to eliminate this threat. The meeting participants were wary of his words, but respecting his experience, they decided to let him take on this problem himself. Meanwhile, the training of extraordinary masters continued at the Hogan Sandin Temple. Thanks to their support, the young master's training was incredibly productive. Training with Golson was bearing fruit and his research and training in martial arts was successfully completed. Around this time, a date was set for a meeting with Habuk Panga. While Wifwei was studying from textbooks, Gongchen wondered what else he could do in these 10 days in order to become significantly stronger. Looking at her teacher, the girl was puzzled as to how she could help him. Waiwa said that Gongchen had already learned many techniques that were tested during the training. It was a mystery to her why he bothered himself with such questions. As it turned out, the Hogan Sandin was told that no matter the circumstances, the immortal master must become even stronger. He did not seek to defeat the army of rival soldiers. First of all, he wanted to reach the level of Huagian. The only clue was to train his mind, but he was afraid that if he made a mistake, then the energy would flow back into the brain, and in this case, he might lose his mind. He was afraid to take so many risks, so he continued to look for ways to achieve new levels of strength, continuing to conduct research and confirm the results of training. Extremely puzzled by the master's words, Vihua asked why he wanted to become stronger. Gongchen didn't know how to answer this question exactly, so he said as an example that people who want to get rich don't actually want to get rich, but to become free from money. As a more obvious example, he said that the rich can eat any food they want, which makes them independent of the circumstances that oppress all the poor. On the other hand, the power of the rich costs them time, while the poor have more freedom over their choices of actions and plans for life. As he continued to train, Gongchen said that by becoming stronger, he would be able to become free from any danger in any area. For him, martial arts are the source of such freedom. Vikva remembered the teacher's words, believing that she also strives for his goals. After finishing his training, Gong Chan suggested heading into the city to take a walk outside the temple. The streets of the city were so crowded that Viwa began to worry a little. In order not to miss out on potential customers, employees of the Hogan Sandin Private Army were also in the crowd, announcing sales in their own market. Moving closer to the man, Gong Chan caught him off guard when he awkwardly inquired about the location of the nearest noodle shop. A little confused by surprise, the man suggested that they go further along the street until they reach the Shangpun courtyard. Having heard about the Shangpun guest house, Gong Chan immediately forgot about his problems and with incredible pleasure decided to go visit them. Arriving at the hall of a famous establishment, they were greeted with all honors and led to a free table. The guys admired the beauty of this room. Looking at the huge assortment of food, they were a little confused, not knowing what to choose. Their choice was noodles with pork, since many of the described herbs were unknown to them. Taking advantage of his position, Gong Chan invited his employee accompanying him to join. He did not object. Their food was prepared quite quickly, and the hungry guys attacked the table, overflowing with delicious food. Sincere smiles appeared on the faces of the master and his student. Meanwhile, they were already being followed by representatives of the rival army. Gong Chan couldn't help but notice this, so without stopping chewing, he turned around and looked at the balcony. The looks of the strangers were completely unfriendly. The master standing in front seemed to be looking specifically at their table. The private army officer accompanying the immortal master said that these were definitely people of competitors from Habuk Peng. After his words, one of the strangers jumped down from the balcony. He overheard their conversation, so when he went downstairs, he immediately pointed his finger at the man and nervously asked who he was and how he knew them. The representative of the Allied army bowed respectfully and said that there was no one in this place who did not recognize the people of Habuk Peng. He justified his conversation by saying that the master and his student visited this establishment for the first time, so they did not know who was watching them so closely. His polite answer did not suit the nervous man. He grabbed the poor fellow by the clothes and furiously asked him to answer the question of who they were. After these words, a loud sound sounded throughout the hall, which attracted all attention. It was Gong Chan. He could no longer look at this disgrace, and in order to stop it, he loudly hit the table. When the attention of all the visitors was aimed specifically at him, he impatiently shouted that strangers were being extremely rude. Naturally, this provocation worked perfectly. In response to the angry reaction of the army representative Habuk Peng, Gong Chan, without any fear of their authority, began to step towards him, saying that the master opposite him was ill-mannered since he did not know how to communicate with elders, which is the basics of etiquette. While the aggressive man stood beside himself with rage, a man came down to his aid, saying that the impudent youth they did not know was too sharp-tongued. The rest of their squad joined him, after which he asked if Gong Chan was really so brave as to mock their family. The immortal master continued his speech, noting that the old man who joined their conversation must have heard one of his comrades addressing the elders. He stated his inability to understand why a brash fellow would get away with not upholding the old commandment of respecting one's elders. The answer infuriated the self-confident man, and he began to share the indignation of his younger comrade. Putting his hand on his sword, he asked the young man standing opposite him how he dared to open his mouth. Realizing that things were heading towards a fight, Gong Chan decided to help them make this decision and provocatively noted that in Habuk Penga, they prefer to use force rather than communication. After these words, he stated that in their Junam clan, it is not customary to behave in this way. Putting his finger to his face, he slyly said that he could not even imagine what the reaction of the head of Murem would be if he told him about this incident. Wiva, observing this conflict, was extremely puzzled as to why her teacher was behaving this way for the first time in their journey. Previously, he always avoided conflicts, but this time he himself provokes enemies into a showdown using force. Naturally, one of the men could not stand it and took out his sword and aimed at the face of the impudent young man. The calm Gong Chan was ready for such behavior from his ill-wishers, so with one sharp movement, moving his finger away from his face, he began to release internal energy. He not only defended himself from an enemy attack, but was also able to hit him back. A brash member of a group of fighters from a private rival army flew back several meters, while Gong Chan said that he wished that the brash and ill-mannered man would disappear from his sight, since he did not want to talk to someone who did not know manners. Despite the fact that one of the fighters flew into the wall right in front of the eldest of their squad, the man declared this counterattack a bold decision and asked the guy from Jeonnam how he even dares to tease their great Habak clan. Gongshan replied that he did not start this conflict, after which he provocatively clarified that representatives of their detachment were unlikely to admit their guilt. His answer angered the man standing opposite him so much that he shouted furiously and asked him to shut up. After his words, two more unstoppable fighters together rushed at the monk with Jeonnam. Despite their speed and the effect of surprise, Gongshan's speed greatly exceeded their own, so within an instant he was behind one of the fighters and aimed his finger at the back of his head, while simultaneously releasing internal energy to carry out an attack. While behind the enemy, he said that the Habak clan were very relaxed and self-confident. The furious look of the eldest member of the competing group indicated that he did not see the end of their conflict quite so well. Having suffered a crushing defeat, he said that he would not just leave it like that, after which he ordered his cowardly comrades to leave. The cowardly fighters of the Habak clan began to run towards the exit. Observing this pitiful sight, Gongshan simply sighed heavily and returned to his table. Turning to his senior master, he suggested that they forget about what happened, because it would only spoil their appetite. Scared to death from such a dangerous meeting, the man could not believe what happened before his eyes. At that moment, he recognized the incredible power of the young master from Jeonnam. As a result of this conflict, stories about the clash between Gongshan and Habak Peng's fighters spread within minutes. So many families wanted to know more about the young, talented master who began to enjoy great fame. Reading the news in the scroll, the mysterious rich girl was surprised by the funny nickname of the promising warrior, about whom rumors were spreading so quickly. Without leaving her room, she turned to the maid and asked to find out more about this mysterious man that everyone had heard of. The attractive girl began to show interest in the immortal master, anticipating interesting events in their boring capital. Meanwhile, Habak Penga's confident army began to reap the fruits of its labor. They couldn't believe that Gongshan was so much stronger than they expected. Despite their training, the local leadership was angry because even Manhwa, one of the most prominent masters of Habak Peng, suffered in a duel with an immortal master who did not even draw his blade. The man understood that if they lost one more time, then the name of their army would fall, which would lead to an internal crisis for the organization. Based on such concerns, it was decided to change the way the conflict was conducted. In order to avoid the worst scenario, the daring manager decided to get rid of the enemy by any means available to them. As expected, a battle between representatives of the two armies was inevitable. An interested public flocked to the scene from all over the city. The arena was unusually crowded with soldiers. As it turned out, this was due to the fact that even Queen Manhwa came to watch this fight. In the capital, she is known as the owner of the Black Hole Market, the most successful place for selling magical items. The presence of the Emperor's most beloved daughter made this fight the event of the year. The battle judge announced the start of the fight and the fighters reached for their weapons. At that moment, Gongshan was very puzzled by the question of how his opponent could noticeably change in such a short period of time. Looking at the fighter opposite, he could tell for sure that his technique had become much stronger. This was due to the use of a magical item from the Black Hole Market. Changpukwan is a remedy that doubles strength by removing it from the body. The enhancement effect lasts 3 hours, after which it takes approximately 6 months of treatment to restore strength. Peng Manhwa ate what the Sapa group brought as an emergency measure to resolve the problem that was so disturbing to their pride. Looking thoughtfully at his opponent, Gongshan noticed that he somehow managed to hide such incredible power. The already angry man did not want to listen to the provocations of some impudent young man, so he asked to remain silent and finally start the fight. After these words, he took out his sword and quickly rushed into battle, using his first technique called question and answer dance. Despite the lightning speed of a fighter enhanced by a magic item, Gongshan remained calm, controlling the situation and not rushing things. The dueling fighters crossed their swords and their powerful energy spread throughout the entire arena, causing the entire audience to excitedly chant the names of their favorites. Despite the use of technique, Gongshan was able to withstand a powerful blow with which his opponent wanted to end the entire fight. After the first blows, Both masters jumped back to a distance convenient for continuing the battle. Sensing the enemy's panic, the immortal master began to provoke him and offered to fight with all his might. For the sake of a good fight, Gongchan began to release his energy so as not to be inferior to the enemy in terms of strength. Such a powerful start to the battle between two monsters was a rare sight. Princess Yon Huo had not enjoyed something like this for a long time. Demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions, Gongchan said that the honor of the two organizations, as well as the Janam clan, was at stake, so he proposed to give it his all. Army Representative Habuk Penga was damn angry at the young man's impudent behavior. Considering his words to be empty talk, he continued to release his energy, preparing for another technique of terrifying power, which was enhanced by the use of an item from the dark market. The Jhana Master was in anticipation of something interesting. He was satisfied with the incredible strength of his opponent. For the next attack, Master Peng Manhwa used one of his clan's mysterious techniques called Earth Unification. He will have to fight one of the most famous techniques of the Janam clan called 36 Heavenly Swords. Both fighters rushed into battle in order to defend the honor of their organizations. Despite the increase in the senior master's brute strength, he was never able to carry out a good attack and, under pressure from his opponent's technique, went into defense. Another unsuccessful attack did not bring the desired result. Gongchen did not even budge, while Peng Manhwa was forced to change his tactics. Feeling tired, he admitted that there was a real monster against him. At the same time, he understood that he could not afford to lose. The only result that satisfied his interests was an unconditional victory. To protect the honor of his organization, he was ready to take any risk. Releasing a huge amount of energy that began to take on the appearance of a flame, he no longer thought about the fact that a long rehabilitation awaited him. His colleagues were shocked, since this technique could not be confused with anything else. Peng Manhwa began using the 9 Lives technique. This is the killing spell of their clan. Seeing his opponent's incredible rage, Gongchan realized that he was so angry that he could no longer be stopped. At that moment, he could only worry about himself. In order to avoid making a fatal mistake, the young master began to control his calmness and clear mind. Cursing his enemy, Peng Manhwa once again rushed towards the enemy. Terrifying power was poured into the incredible strike of the 5 red tigers of the Habuk Peng clan. The young master was no longer in the mood for jokes. The guy concentrated on how to withstand the full power of his opponent. Gathering his resolve, he realized that this was the decisive moment of this fight. Gongchan rushed towards the enemy to stop him. A huge explosion lit up the entire arena, demonstrating the incredible strength of the representatives of the 2 private armies who were defending their honor through battle. After an unsuccessful attack, Peng Manhwa could no longer rise to his feet, and the enemy's sword ended up at his neck. Taking another look at the defeated enemy, Gongchan admitted that it was very dangerous. The Hogan Sandin army won this conflict. The public began chanting the name of the winner. The most important visitor to this event was satisfied with the fight. Princess Yon Hoa became even more interested in the power of the mysterious master from the clan, which everyone had forgotten about a long time ago. Returning to the temple of his allies, Gongchan decided to take a short rest for himself. His student was also present in the arena. She had been watching his fight from the very beginning, so after such stress, the decision was made to have a little fun. In order not to be burdened with further training, he demonstrated to her the incredible capabilities of the Do Paths, showing her a very unusual use of ice magic. By controlling the space, he could not only cool the dessert with his ice, but also crush it into the bowl. Pouring crushed ice with sweet additives, he introduced his student to ice cream, which no one knew about in their time. Just the sight of this unusual dessert aroused admiration in the girl. Despite being wary of the unknown, she decided to trust the master and tried the amazing ice cream. As it turned out, it was extremely tasty. Her emotions spoke for themselves. To celebrate his victory, he prepared this treat for the rest of the guys. He presented a dish from the future as Sobinro ice cream. Travelers could taste his dessert every time they visited Hogan Sandin. Rumors about the delicious dish spread throughout Hogan. After the celebration, Gongchan decided that he should return home. But the rumor that he was already packing his things led to unexpected events. The Hogan army received word that Queen Yeonhwa was going to personally visit their temple, which meant that she expected to see Gongshan as well. According to the messengers, she was interested in an incredible dessert called Song Binro. The leader of the organization understood that this would change the schedule of his dear partner from Jeonnam, so he apologized for the inconvenience and admitted that he relied on his decision, justifying the importance of this meeting by the fact that the queen has many influential people under her command. The man also assured that he would definitely repay the master for this service. Gonshan could not refuse and admitted that this was not a problem for him, since the preparations were not complicated. The manager promised to do everything possible to facilitate his participation in servicing this visit, and once again thanked the young man for agreeing to help them once again. Wei Wei looked at her teacher, not understanding how such a young master could be so respected even among the owners of large companies. The young master began preparations to receive important guests. The student distracted him from cooking. She was interested in the reason why the head of the Sandan army was so polite to her teacher. The guy replied that it was a matter of honor, and besides, merchants, doctors, officials, and fighters were treated differently. In addition, he believes that although people are obsessed with honor, the leader's request can actually be to the detriment of the fighter, so he was very careful when asking for another favor. Wei did not notice this, so the teacher said that she was still too inexperienced, but when she grew up, she would learn a lot of things and be able to understand what happened that day. The ice preparation was completed. Gongshan was the only one in the temple who could use this kind of technique. A local chef with 30 years of cooking experience took it upon himself to prepare a unique songbinro for Her Majesty. Gongshan did not doubt him, so he confidently transferred all responsibility to the experienced chef. Since they had some free time, the young master decided to put it to good use by training hard with his student. The girl honed her striking technique, stance, and proper breathing. Gongshan sat behind her and simply made sure that his student did everything correctly. Although he was planning to leave this place soon, he did not care about Queen Yeonhwa's visit because he hoped that she would do something to help his allies. Just as he thought about this, one of the servants of the Hogan army appeared on the horizon, hurrying towards the young master. Gonshan asked what happened and why there was such a rush. Exhausted and anxious, the man replied in a weakened voice that Her Majesty Queen Yeonhwa wanted to see the immortal master in person. Such unexpected news literally shocked the guy, because he believed that he would only have to deal with making ice. One of the most attractive and influential women was already inside the temple. Queen Yeonhwa is the daughter of the emperor who received the most love. She is also known as the owner of the Black Hole Market. She is a woman who can make the entire capital move with a wave of one hand. She has enormous money, information, and loyal followers at her disposal. Her hobby is martial arts. She is not only talented, but also incredibly strong. People don't know this. With such a personality, she has long been at the top among top-class masters. If she had been born a man, she would certainly have become a powerful emperor. In fact, such a life seems very boring to her. Even if she wants something, she does not have enough freedom to make important decisions on her own. But at one moment, a man appeared in front of her, who she would like to meet at least once, and it was a student of Jeonnam named Gongshan. The immortal master immediately arrived to meet Queen Yeonhwa. There were high-level masters with her, and her security, as always, was at its best. Gongshan is one of the few who was able to notice that of the three people opposite him, the most unremarkable master belonged to the upper class. He immediately felt that this woman's aura was not so simple. The girl asked how the guy managed to make such an unusual dessert that it satisfied her taste. The guy honestly answered that he only made ice, so the chefs of Hogan Sandan are worth praising. The young master's modesty in front of the queen of the capital was very sincere, which increased her interest in this young man. Taking his words into account, she replied that even if so, in her opinion, his merit was not small, so she declared that she would fulfill one of his wishes. The guy was a little confused, because he did not expect that the dessert from his past life would win the heart of the emperor's daughter. Thanking the respected girl for her praise, he noted that this was only a little of what he could do for her. Still, he had one old dream that he would like to fulfill. Raising his head, he said that he had heard that the owner of the dark market was collecting martial arts books for training. He was very interested in knowledge, so he asked for access to their library as a reward. This unexpected answer made the queen's guards think that the young master was a real fool. While the masters standing behind the queen were holding back their emotions, Yan Hua began to laugh loudly in genuine surprise. She couldn't believe that instead of something truly incredible, the immortal master only wanted access to martial arts books. Seeing the princess's gaze and her movement of energy, Gongchen once again became wary, recognizing the incredible power of this girl. Nevertheless, the unusual answer of the famous master from Cheonan once again confirmed that he is a very interesting guy. Yang Hua did not want to dissuade him. Moreover, she asked what philosophy he was a follower of. The master replied that he adheres to the earthly Taoist, one of the categories of the Chinese philosophy of Confucianism. In response to his words, Yang Hua promised that she would fulfill his request, asking in return to tell him what goals he pursues by studying martial arts. The guy once again thanked the queen for the honor of meeting her in person and left the room. Yang Hua made a very strong impression on him. For the first time, the guy saw such a young man that he has an incredibly strong aura. He admitted that her strength was at least 2 times greater than his. Still, he was more than pleased that he met her, because the reward was incomparably valuable. On the same day, he received permission to visit Mugo Palace. Seeing the local library, the guy could not believe that there were so many books in all of Canho. His interest peaked as he examined each of the shelves. The librarian warned him that, according to their deal, he could only stay inside for a maximum of 12 hours. The guy believed that this was more than enough. Without wasting time, he selected several of the most interesting works for him and began to study. The libraries of the Jonam sect and the great Jigol family could not compare to what the library of Mugo Fortress was. 12 hours of studying books about various martial arts went by pretty quickly. The time was up, and the librarian approached the master to warn him about the end of the session. The guy thanked him for this opportunity and said that he had just had time to study everything he could wish for. He read a lot of the basics of various arts, thanks to which he was able to learn that he still lacks a lot to become a master of the highest level. In addition, he was able to learn that even useless martial arts are interesting, and they can also be used to improve the effectiveness of his own techniques. Having learned a lot of new things, the guy went back to the temple of his comrades to share his new knowledge with his student. The next day, the long-awaited meeting took place at the Hogan Sandan Temple. Gongchen has not seen Sahen for a long time, who came as a representative of the private army. He reported that the Bond group was on its way home, and, moreover, thanks to the training developed by the Immortal Master, the recovery process of the warriors had become much faster. Having heard positive feedback about the work done, Gongchen realized that he had done everything he could, so he decided not to delay returning home. Saying goodbye to the manager, he asked him to keep an eye on the Bond group, while thanking Sahen for his attention to the process. Gongchen and Vihua set off so that the road would not be boring. The guy began to talk about what he managed to study in Mago Castle. Evening came, the guys were still on the road. After a long stay in the capital, Vikva completely lost the habit of this type of activity. To distract herself from fatigue, she asked the teacher how long the training would take to reach his level. After thinking a little, the guy answered with a smile that he did not know the exact answer, but suggested that it would take about 20 years to achieve this goal. But looking at his student, he admitted that she was a fast learner, and if she continued to work hard, she would quickly become a master, as she continued to hone her skills even while returning home. Despite the positive answer, her look was still pitiful. She was worried about where they would spend the night. The guy reassured her, saying that this time they would not set up camp, because they were already very close to the village, where they could spend the night and take a shower. This answer cheered up his student, and she began to walk much faster. But the village they were heading to was brutally attacked. Everything around was on fire. We don't know what goals the robbers were pursuing, but it was noticeable that they did not spare anyone. The big fat leader of the bloody murderers gave the order to speed up, plunder all the houses, not sparing the local residents. The surviving people tried with all their might to escape. Despite the fact that they did not pose a threat to their attackers, the brutal killers continued to pursue everyone who saw their atrocities. The heavy spectacle, smoke and fire took their toll, and one of the last surviving women was unable to escape. With the child in her arms, she tearfully begged to spare at least her defenseless little son. But one of the attacking villains with Mongolian features was not going to spare them even though they posed no threat to them. Taking the knife in his hands, he rushed at the defenseless woman, saying that he hated the noise of roaring children. At that moment, the single mother accepted that this was the end. But suddenly for her, the robber did not get her. Some magic balls hit him, which threw him back. Looking up, she saw the face of her savior. Gong Chan and his student were late, but at least they managed to prevent another death. It was obvious from the immortal master's face that he was not himself with rage. The guy gritted his teeth, not having the patience to restrain his rage. Filled with anger, Gong Chan was no longer able to control his raging energy and shouted that the robbers must stop immediately. The appearance of a daring stranger alerted the robbers who were turning the peaceful village into ashes. Approaching the enemies with a calm step, the immortal master nervously asked who they were and how they dared to create such horror. Looking at the young master, the leader of the robbers could tell for sure that he was strong. But despite this, he believed that he was only one, so he could not cope with their numerical advantage. Confident in his fighters, he ordered them to destroy the insolent man. The enemies began to run towards the immortal master. Gongchan asked his student to hold on tight, as a battle awaited them. Looking back, the guy was once again convinced that he was dealing with inhumans. These robbers not only turned a peaceful village into ashes, but also did not spare either adults or children. The inhumanity of the enemy squad, as expected, infuriated the guy. The angry master was ready to tear them to pieces. Self-confident, experienced fighters from some wilderness did not even worry about the fact that there was a real monster against them. They believed that he would not be able to do anything, because he could not even really move due to the fact that a child was hanging on his back. Having attacked the young master together, the robbers could not even imagine that their fate was already sealed. At that moment, the guy was controlled by his anger, so he didn't even think about the rational use of energy. Without even taking out his sword, he began to destroy the robbers with shots of Q energy. None of the enemies managed to get close to the immortal master. Before the eyes of the robbers, the bodies of their comrades turned into a sieve. The frightened killers no longer felt like hunters. Seeing the helplessness of their squad, they began to run, forgetting about their prey. But Gongchan could not allow this. He clearly saw each of the enemies. Never before had he looked so menacing as he did at that moment. Frightened by the inhuman strength of the enemy, the robber ordered his soldiers to flee into the forest. The young master's hatred meant that they had no chance of escaping punishment. But at the same moment, the guy heard a heavy cough from one of the lying men, who he considered already dead. Letting the student fall from his shoulders, he immediately ran up to the wounded old man to try to save him. Raising the poor fellow's head, Gongchan began to use one of the healing techniques to at least ease the pain from his wounds. Looking around, he realized that his efforts would not be enough to change anything. Gongchan was too late, but he fought to the end for the lives of those who were still conscious. A huge grief for a student of the Chanam clan turned out to be good news for the leader of one of the dark organizations, Kanho. One of the scouts turned to his master and made a report that their fighters began to monitor the activities of the robbers. The gentleman was glad to hear this. It was good for him, so he decided that it would be nice to endow the forest robbers with magic. Looking at the map of the activity of shadow organizations, he assumed that soon the emperor would be wondering what was happening inside his domain. It was hard for him to even imagine what the alliance of Merim and the four blood clans with the greatest power in their hands would do. Judging by his gloating smile, he was in anticipation of the events that were approaching. The malicious laughter of one of the leaders of dark organizations indicated that he was already impatient to join the fun. Meanwhile, inside the village, which the immortal master barely managed to save, attempts to save the wounded continued. A hospital was created in one of the surviving buildings, inside which Gongchan, together with his student, treated the surviving residents. The guy couldn't cope with the number of patients, so he asked to bring the medicine that had survived inside the recently burned down pharmacy. The local pharmacist did not survive. There was a critical shortage of free hands, and the greatest responsibility fell on the shoulders of the immortal master. There were too many wounded, but one of the residents was still able to bring people to help. As it turned out, these were the craftsmen who were nearby. They noticed smoke coming from the direction of the peaceful village, so they headed towards it. Among them was Gongchan's student named Doshin. When he learned what was happening, he immediately came to the aid of his older brother. Without wasting time on greetings, Gongchan asked to immediately begin helping the villagers. The smart guy brought several of his personal students, doctors, and medicine, so the situation became more controllable. The help began treating the sick, significantly reducing the load on the immortal master, who never had time to rest from the road. Moreover, they had a cart, thanks to which they were able to bring some food for the affected villagers. The work was in full swing until the evening. The sun began to set, and some of the participants in the rescue of civilians were finally freed. Having done everything in his power, Gongchan and his student were finally able to lie down on the ground to rest. Remembering the conversation with his student, the immortal master asked when he managed to acquire followers. But Doshin unexpectedly replied that he actually didn't have any students, but 3 years ago he started thinking about taking his nephew as his student. This was good news, so Gongchan praised his younger brother for his efforts and asked how old his nephew was. The guy replied that he was only 3 years old, so he would introduce him to the training course when he reached the age of 6 years. The immortal master admitted that this was a great idea because 6 years is a wonderful age to begin studying the ways of the Tao. He wished his student to work hard because then the results would be inevitable. During the conversation, they did not notice how tired Vikfa fell asleep. The girl worked together with her teacher without looking up from the process. Returning to his conversation, Gongchan asked the student if he managed to find out where those cruel robbers came from. The guy replied that not far from this village, there is their hangout, which is called Huaranch. Having learned this, Gongchan raised his sword and said that the master should not pass by such cruel killers, so it was decided to visit the lair of the robbers. Rising to his feet, the guy walked towards the forest and asked Doshin to keep an eye on the village and his dear student. When he moved away from the extra eyes, hatred for those bastards who staged such a brutal robbery of the civilians of an innocent village appeared on his face. Closer to midnight, Gongchan finally reached the enemy fortress, which was located in the forest not far from the village. Local onlookers were doing their usual work. They felt safe, because never before had they had to face enemies who would dare to attack their fortified lair. But this time, it's time to pay what we deserve. Just one master began to administer his justice. He alarmed the guards with an unexpected attack on one of the robbers. While the frightened killers were trying to find the culprit of the attack, the master was already behind them, filled with hatred for such cruel and inhumane villains. With deft and hidden movements, he began to get rid of the guards of the walls one by one. Having neutralized the defenders of the walls of the enemy fortress, the guy moved on. Despite the low level of defeated enemies, he was bothered by a strange feeling that came from the central building of this fortress. Taking a closer look, he realized that he clearly felt the energy of the Dark Master. Moreover, it was obvious that the owner of the sinister energy was a high-level master. Besides him, there were about 600 robbers inside the building, which made it obvious that this was not an ordinary gang of thieves. The guy was filled with anger. He realized that the recent crime was not the usual action of a robber. One of the Dark Masters had something to do with this. It was obvious that the power of the enemy army was simply incredible, and those he saw in the village were just pawns. The evil energy emanating indicated that this was a devilish church. It was not just a gathering of robbers, but despite the fact that members of the devilish church were everywhere, Gongchan believed that this did not mean that they could not be defeated. The first place where the immortal master made his way was a prison, in which there were a lot of peaceful prisoners. This place was well defended. The children who were kidnapped in front of their parents could not hold back their tears. The enraged guards could not stand the noise here, so they shouted at the poor fellows and threatened with violence. The self-confident killer with a sly smile said that if the girl did not shut up, then he would end her suffering once and for all. Despite this situation, the prisoners held on to their lives with all their might in the hope of a miracle that could save them. Such a miracle turned out to be a master unknown to them, that he sneaked inside unnoticed and was able to get rid of the guards one by one. The last of the robbers was beside himself with rage and asked the stranger to tell him his name. But in response, the fast master only instantly shortened the distance and dealt him a strong blow to the stomach. Despite his incredible hatred for these inhuman killers, the young guy could not afford to kill them in front of children. Having dealt with the local waste, he gave the prisoners hope of salvation. First of all, he approached the frightened girl and promised that he would soon free her, but she would have to wait a little, since now it would be too dangerous. Having looked around, Gonshin admitted that this room was too big for a prison for mountain robbers. In addition, it was also suspicious that there were too many captured civilians here. The robbers captured everyone, both adults and children. It was difficult to predict the intentions of these killers. Why they brought so many people here remained a mystery. The palace was still unaware of what was happening inside their fortress. In order not to prolong events, Gonshan loudly greeted the local onlookers with a powerful explosion, with the help of which he managed to get rid of dozens of robbers at the same time. At that moment, the occultists realized that they were under attack. The robbers, busy with their business, did not expect such a sudden attack. Fearing mysterious enemies, one of the fortress fighters hid behind a cart so as not to get hurt during the battle. His surviving comrade told him that it was definitely some kind of master. Despite this, they could not understand why. With the master's canopy, he was wearing clothes alien to his status. The frightened guy replied that he did not know the exact answer, but he was sure that it was the clothes of the Janam clan. After these words, everything became clear. The robber realized that this was the same student of the famous sect whom they had met during the robbery of one of the villages. But just being aware of the situation did not help him avoid punishment. Sensing the energy of the young master's attack, he realized that they were dealing with the posthumous successor of Master Da Shine. With just one long-range attack from the immortal master, the cart with the looted valuables rose into the air. Filled with anger, said that there was no point in hiding because he would not allow them to simply escape punishment. He promised that that night they would take upon themselves everything that they had done to innocent people all this time. The news of the Janam disciples' invasion reached the demonic church, and hearing the noise and commotion, the occultists began to come out. Their powerful aura began to spread at an even faster speed, each of them looking quite troubled. Looking at the enemy fighters, the guy understood that he would finally have to face 4 strong warriors. First, he wanted to deal with the largest of them, since he believed that it could be quite problematic. Fearing its raw, destructive power, Gong Qian planned to rip it apart the first time with one lightning-fast burst. His enemy was beside himself with anger. The released dark energy began to spread throughout the entire courtyard. He promised that he would deal with the culprit of this commotion. The subordinate thugs immediately rushed into battle, leaving their master behind. Having assessed the number and strength of the enemy squad, Gong Qian began to release energy. Thanks to his incomparable speed and acceleration, he got rid of all the villains in the blink of an eye. The next target was the thug who was protecting the entrance to the church. The guy immediately rushed to attack him, continuing to fight with his bare hands. Surprised by the power of the young master, the thug said that he had previously thought that he could cope with the pretty boy without much difficulty. The occultist's arrogant words made the guy act more decisively, so he began to release even more energy to put it into a strong blow. The loud sound and bright flash from the powerful explosion were noticeable even from the forest. The brute was surrounded by the energy of the immortal master, who tried with all his might to destroy him with the first blow. Despite all the efforts made, the man continued to resist. Although he was incredibly strong, his self-confidence was shaken when he had to take such an incredible blow to himself. This point-blank attack was called the Orvay strike. The thug's body began to be surrounded by steam. He withstood such an amount of energy, which was enough to cope with an entire squad of robbers. Although Gong Qian acted in such a way as to certainly cope with the enemy, the self-confident smile on the man's face never disappeared. Stepping aside, the immortal master continued to monitor his opponent's condition. Unexpectedly, the man raised his head and began to laugh loudly, calling the young master's attack incredible. Gong Qian didn't understand what was happening. He was sure that he had definitely damaged his opponent's insides, but despite this, he was still able to stand on his feet. Looking at the young master with a menacing look, the man said that now it was his turn. The occultist began to release a large amount of dark energy that was embedded in his huge sword. A strong blow caused a loud sound. A high column of dust rose above the walls of the robber's fortress. This blow was more than enough for his huge sword to cut even a stone floor. Despite his efforts, the robber with a scar on his face was unable to catch the guy. which for a moment disappeared from his field of vision. Having a significant superiority in maneuverability and speed, Ganshan found himself behind the enemy. So the first blow did not bring any result. He decided to attack the thug in the back, using the same magic. His decision turned out to be correct, and this time the man began to scream in pain. Another powerful explosion shook the entire enemy fortress. This time the enemy could not resist and fell to the ground, such a powerful blow creating a large hole around his body. Believing that this thug was finished, Gunshan began to inspect the area to search for the next targets. Suddenly, he heard his opponent's deep voice begin to cough loudly. A dark and terrifying energy appeared behind him that belonged to his opponent. Despite being attacked at point-blank range, this terrifying opponent was able to hold his own, and what's more, he was willing to continue the battle, saying that this time it was quite painful. The next attack did not bring the desired result. Gonshin learned the enemy's technique. In the library of the Magi Fortress, he became acquainted with this type of special martial arts. The self-confident occultist, throwing his sword over his shoulder, said that he would not mind informing his enemy about what really happened. He admitted that the immortal master had very strong hands, but noted that this was not enough. As it turned out, he used a technique called Immortal Blood Strike. Clenching his fist, he believed that this was exactly what would make him the best martial artist in the world in the future. But Gonshan disagreed with his words, answering that the immortal blow of blood would be of no use, because the result of the battle was predetermined even when he broke into this fortress. The determined guy took the enemy seriously and, drawing his sword, declared that in the next few minutes the thug would say goodbye to life, without realizing his dream of championship among the masters. Angry at the young master's insolence, the man rushed to attack, as he could not come to terms with his words. With a furious cry, he delivered the first blow, which could even split a stone. But the student Shahnam turned out to be much faster. He dodged the blow and in the blink of an eye found himself behind the enemy's back. Seeing the young master's unexpected maneuver, the thug said that he could not be defeated by tricks alone. He considered the enemy's behavior to be real impudence. With each subsequent blow, his gaze became more and more inhuman. While holding his opponent's sword, Gongchan began to release his energy. The unexpected movement of Master Chana made the occultist nervous because he did not know what awaited him next. Despite the fact that the blade of the immortal master was much lighter, by strengthening it with internal energy, Gongchan was able to reduce the enemy advantage to 0. Contacting the young master's energy, the enemy fighter began to feel pain similar to flame burns. At that moment, Gongchan said that he had already understood all his habits and principles of movement, so he saw right through him. Seeing the enemy's weakness, the young master decided to put an end to their duel. The blade of his sword was at the neck of the enemy fighter. With one precise blow, he was able to finish this fight. The raid on the enemy fortress was successfully completed thanks to the strength of just one master hermit. Closer to the morning, Gongchan dealt with all the affairs inside the enemy fortress and returned to the village where his comrades were located. He managed to tie up the robbers and bring them with him. Dachin couldn't believe his eyes that his uncle could handle such a huge squad alone. Standing in front of the captured robbers, he said that these guys had been arrested and should be handed over to the state. In addition, he freed all the prisoners from the prison of the enemy's lair. He asked his comrades to help them return to their homes. Having finished explaining the situation, he asked where his student was. The guy replied that she was continuing to train. After these words, the calm Gongchan asked his comrade to take care of everything else. Having fulfilled his promise to the village, the master went to rest from a difficult night. While in the healing bath, the guy began to think about the enemy technique called the Immortal Blood Strike. He managed to find out that robbers kidnap people to increase their magical power. Moreover, they needed women from the southeast to absorb their blood and thereby increase their achievements. If you follow this secret method, then following the example of that thug, the rate of healing of wounds on the body increases exponentially and the fighter becomes much stronger, so one could confidently say that this devilish magic is extremely dangerous. Filled with anger, the guy believed that calling them animals sounded like a compliment. He wanted to destroy every one of those who pursued such teachings. The news of the attack on the fortress of the allied den of robbers reached one of the larger organizations. The scout began a report, during which he informed his master that the robbers were attacked by the one who is called the Lord of Life and Death. In addition, they managed to smell the scent of the attacker's clan. Despite the disappointing news, the master of the blood cult was not upset. He believed that there was nothing wrong with encouraging fighting between clans and petty bands of bandits. This was to his advantage, because the more angry the robbers were, the sooner their time would come for military action. Anticipating the moment to attack Kanho, the man began to laugh maliciously. After rest, Gonshan returned to his worries. Having completed many important tasks, he was so tired that he lay down straight on the table. He's been inside this village for a month now. Thanks to his students, it was not that difficult. The moment he remembered his followers, Dachin appeared in front of him. Gonshan asked why his student was behaving so disgracefully, reminding him that in childhood he was a completely calm guy. Dachin replied that his activity was due to an urgent matter. As it turned out, he received an order to convene a large punitive event for criminals in the Murim Alliance. Hearing this news, Gongchen asked the student to tell him more about it. The guy replied that according to rumors, even the military elite will be present at this event. He was also told that an army of more than 50,000 personnel, which included both ordinary soldiers and a small number of elite fighters, had moved there. Hearing this, Dong Chan thought about it. It seemed strange to him that the military began to move to this event in order to deal with the robbers. But despite this, the Murim Alliance was never able to intervene. Rising from the table, the guy suggested moving forward and asked the student to warn Vikva. The young master did not really like this whole situation, because he believed that this was the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the alliance members continued to fight the robbers, who had become more active recently. The next lair was destroyed. The master who defeated the strongest enemy leaned against his sword. It was a tough fight. He held his own, but could not avoid being wounded. The robber lying on the ground was defeated. In the end, he asked the name of the young man who was able to defeat him. Having risen to his feet, the guy asked the defeated killer to go to the other world, where he should name the name of his conqueror as Moonju from Mersong Moon. The robber lying on the ground was infuriated by the young man's insolence, saying that such a runt like him should not be so impudent. Not wanting to listen to the nonsense of his defeated enemy, the master saved him from suffering. Looking at his opponent for the last time, he said that they said about him that he was a strong fighter. He did not expect that a man who was just a bandit leader would be so skillful in battle. Despite the fact that he tried not to make mistakes, he could not avoid being injured. Placing his palm on his wounded shoulder, the guy decided to first treat his internal organs that were wounded by enemy techniques. He did not expect that magic would spread even among the robbers. His father turned out to be right. Despite the power of the robbers, the fighting skill of Moonju of Musong Moon exceeded all enemy expectations. The next morning, the young master set off on the road. He was confused as to why everyone went with him. He believed that it was not at all necessary to go together, so he said that they could go separately. Dochin objected, saying that if a fight breaks out on the way, he won't be able to handle it alone. Folding his hands in front of him, Gonshan replied that this was being told to him by the one who literally crushed his opponent to smithereens. Wisely raising his finger up, the guy calmly replied that he was not the only good warrior here, noting that combat tactics were intensively practiced in the temple. Looking at his student, the young master sighed and thought that Doshin had suddenly become so secretive, even though he had been very meticulous and serious as a child. After that, he decided to inquire about the boy who, upon reaching 6 years old, Dachin would bring to them in Janam. He wondered if that guy had any talent for martial arts. The student replied that it was still difficult for him to answer this question, since the candidate was still too young. Despite this, the family already has high hopes for him in the future. Hearing this answer, Gongchan concluded that in any case, if the boy did not become strong enough, then their hopes would be unjustified. The guy agreed with the words of his teacher, adding that it would be enough for his nephew to reach at least the level of a master. But if he could not, then disaster would await their family again. Gongchan didn't understand why Dachin was talking about this in such a sad tone. Thinking that the situation had worsened, he said that they could always count on his help. Placing his hand on his student's shoulder, he admitted that he saw that something was happening with them. He asked him not to worry and to be frank if they needed his help. Taking his hand away from his comrade, He confidently said that they were one family in which there should be no room for secrets. After these words, Gongchan went forward. Looking at her older brother, the observant Viva was puzzled. The determination in Doshin's eyes was clear. He was ready to face problems personally without outside help. Soon the guys reached their destination. Teacher Chun Jin and his comrades were discussing the fighting in Kanho. On their table, there was a huge map with marks on the location of enemy forces. It's hard to say what they were talking about, but it seems they had some kind of solution to this situation. Taking the words of his comrades into account, Teacher Chun Jin began to think about how the Cheonam clan should act in this case. After discussing the plan of action, the man went out to meet with those clan warriors who arrived to them after receiving the letters. Addressing his fighters, Chun Jin stated that their clan could not calmly watch how the royal troops dealt with the affairs of Shaanxi province. He believed that they themselves should deal with the robbers. It was their duty, as the strongest organization in their province. His words found support among those present. The anger that he had accumulated over the recent period of observing the impunity of enemy units was clearly visible on Gongchan's face. Having set off on the road, the guy could not help but ask his teacher a question about how he made such a decision. Gathering his courage together, he said that it was a matter of pride among their clansmen. His words slightly disappointed the student who was standing behind, but this dialogue could not be avoided. He still tried to stop his uncle, but the nervous guy replied that there was nothing good about going to the slaughterhouse in such a crowd. He was confident that the emperor's troops could cope without their help. Stopping and looking at his rowdy student, Teacher Chun Jin asked why he continued to object. The guy replied that he did not understand their motive because the royal troops had already moved to the scene, so they should not interfere. The man replied that his student did not understand the situation. For him, the hike is a great opportunity to show everyone the seriousness of their intentions. In addition, he did not like the fact that Gongchan dared to resist the instructions of a person standing above him. The guy, a little confused, began to justify himself, saying that he did not object to his idea, but simply urged his teacher to think more rationally. Surprised by the impudence of the young master, the teacher asked in bewilderment since when he began to argue. He believed that he should help those in need and follow orders, but as it turned out, the guy only got some kind of stupidity into his head. A little offended by the above words, Gongchan thought that he had always been like this. The master of life and death, not wanting to agree with the teacher, simply looked away. Looking at the student, the puzzled Chun Jin could not understand what was happening, believing that Gongchan was obedient as a child, but over time he turned into a real rebel. Having thought about the situation, he decided that he should somehow choose a day to teach his impudent student a good lesson. The Cheonam clan were not the only ones who went to eliminate the bandits in this province. Representatives of the volcanic clan were also on their way to the same goal, led by an elder named Chon Hoja. Turning to his follower, he asked how far the Cheonam clan had gone. A martial artist named Mu Hyunja replied that according to rumors, the Cheonam crossed the outpost 6 days ago, which means that in about 10 days they will reach the security point. The elder replied that based on such information, he would reach the goal faster than their competitors. He believed that this was their chance to tell the people of Kanho about the power of their clan. In the near future, they planned to spend the night in the village, postponing the offensive until the next day. They were going to fight a fair fight so as not to ruin their reputation. Mu Hyunja took the elder's words into account and agreed to the plan of action. Chong Hoja's determination was that despite the losses, he was not going to give up position to the Cheonam clan. He believed that they had a great opportunity to restore the former glory of the volcanic clan. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Cheonam sect stopped to discuss rumors and further plans of action. Thanks to intelligence information, they have an important map. They were not sure of its reliability, so one of the important tasks was to verify the information. The fighters named Gohu and Kondo were the ones that Master Chun Jin was willing to entrust with a task of high importance. He asked them to take 3 clan students each to go on reconnaissance to check the area with the map. Turning to an experienced young tactician, the teacher counted on Gonsung. He asked what his actions would be if this map turned out to be reliable. Looking thoughtfully at the map, the guy began to think about his approach to this situation. Considering the description, he said that the road described on the mountain was too narrow and steep. He was interested in spending a little time building a new, safer road. Surprised by the answer, Chun Jin asked if he really wanted to bother himself with such actions. Gonson confidently replied that they had no other option. He asked several people to cut down trees to make a different path. The commander-in-chief of the action was interested in the young man's decision, so he inquired in which direction their new path would go. Taking another look at the map, Gonson replied that it was worth choosing the side part, justifying this by the fact that in this case, the enemies would not have time to defend themselves when attacking. Gongchan was infinitely surprised by his brother's knowledge, noting that he was an excellent tactician. After discussing all the details, preparations were completed, and the commander-in-chief announced that they would begin tomorrow. He asked his soldiers not to kill those robbers who would surrender, after which he wished everyone good luck in the battle. The next morning, the fighters woke up thinking about how to cope with their enemies and defend the honor of the Chanam clan. Despite this, Gong Chan was not at all worried about the battle. He was more concerned about how his student was doing, with whom he was forced to separate for the first time in a long time. With his hands behind his head, he thought about how strong he would have to become in order to gain freedom from such circumstances. He suggested that he should rise to a status even higher than a master, believing that he needed to achieve some previously unprecedented level of martial arts. Gong Chan thought that if he had not known other martial arts during that attack, he would have forever lost his precious student, who turned out to be defenseless in the face of the enemy when the barrier technique dissipated. In addition to combat skills, it was important to listen to the environment and help those around him, although he realized that it was impossible to protect everyone. The hermit held his head because he could no longer tolerate all these thoughts about responsibility for his comrades. Resolutely placing his hand on his sword, he decided not to bother himself with nonsense anymore, having decided to go on a mission. After these words, the guy headed out. Together with his comrades, he went to prepare the site for the battle. Using his sword as an axe, the guy deftly chopped down the trees that were in his way. He helped his boys make a new road, which would give them a tactical advantage over enemy bandits. But at one moment, the guy felt an enemy presence. Dozens of enemy arrows began to fly in their direction. This sudden attack took them by surprise, but was not a real threat to such an experienced master. Despite the pathetic attempt of the robbers, the road to the security point was successfully completed. Commander-in-Chief Chun Jin stepped forward to warn his enemies of the siege. He informed them that Janam would spare everyone who surrendered, while the rest would face certain death. After these words, the fighters rushed to attack. In order to limit their maneuverability, the robbers had previously built a fortification from sharpened sticks. Their plan was quite good, but among the vanguard fighters, there were those who mastered the Janam sword techniques at a high level. Thus, the fortifications slowing down the army were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Despite the rapid advance, the commander-in-chief was wary of the strange behavior of the enemy army. The lord of the robber fortress was looking forward to the battle. He was glad to meet the warriors of the Janam clan, considering them incompetent weaklings. The area around the fortress began to fill with evil energy. At that moment, even Gong Chan was excited. He began to recognize the nature of this technique. As it turned out, it was a spell to protect the walls, one of those practiced by the Dark Kanho organizations. Despite the danger of the enemy force, Gong Chan was interested in their approach and believed that he should also learn something similar. In order to find out where this sinister technique comes from, the guy began to use the power of yin-yang. His senses began to sharpen, and the master began to move closer to the enemy fortress. Having made his way inside, he saw several strong fighters defending a mysterious man in long clothes. It was obvious that he was the same spellcaster. Having found out all the necessary information, the guy began to think about what he could do with the magical fog, which limited their visibility for attack and made them vulnerable to enemy arrows. Still, it didn't take him much time to think, because the decision was made to engage in real madness. Having quite good techniques in reserve, he began to create a small vortex right in his palm with the help of Ki. Having accelerated the technique to the limit, the guy raised his hand and started a real tornado, because of which even his allies began to lose their balance. With a triumphant shout, he further strengthened his technique in order to get rid of the enemy caster's power. After the guys recovered from the unexpected madness on the part of their younger brother, they noticed that the fog had disappeared. The old toothless spellcaster could not believe that among the ridiculous Janam fighters, there was one who could resist his long-proven defensive technique. Despite the failure, he was glad to see such resistance. For him, the battle began to seem less boring than he expected. He clearly saw the performer of the recent tornado. Since he was able to destroy his protective spell, he admitted that Gongchan is not as simple as it seems. Having stopped maintaining his technique, the Master of Life and Death was surprised that his opponent believed that the Masters of the Janam clan were simpletons who could be fooled. In order not to be verbose, he decided to prove the opposite and, using a jump and instant acceleration, went inside the enemy fortress, bypassing the fence. While in flight, the determined Hermit shouted that he would destroy the self-confident caster before he could lift a finger. Despite his enormous speed, the old man was able to stop Gongchen using only one hand. He began to smile as he was looking forward to an interesting battle with the daring young man. Gongchen realized that everything would not be as simple as he thought. In order not to waste such a wonderful chance, Teacher Chun Jin gave the order to his students to immediately go on the attack. Brave warriors rushed to the aid of their energetic younger brother, who had already found himself inside the enemy fortress. Several powerful fighters from the robber fortress had already rushed to meet them. A guy with long hair and a huge muscular body was arrogantly surprised that he would have so many toys that they came to try the power of his act. Analyzing the power of the enemy, Teacher Chun Jin was able to determine that among the bandits, there were 3 masters of magic and martial arts. In addition, he saw how defensive dark magic greatly increased their strength. Drawing his sword, he addressed the enemies and said that on this day, Janam would put an end to them. After saying these words, he used the power of his sword and made a long-range attack. As expected, the magic-fortified bandits were able to cope with this attack. In fact, they began to mock him, saying that it was too easy for them. After this, many enemy fighters found themselves behind the Janam army's offensive commander-in-chief. Chun Jin was shocked because he had not previously noticed the presence of 8 more masters of the bandit squad. While the main forces were trying to get inside the fortress, Gongchan was already starting a duel with the enemy spellcaster, which caused them the most trouble. First of all, he emphasized that the jokes were over, after which he asked how many masters they had among the robbers. The old charmer was once again surprised by the daring young man's powers of observation, admitting that it was supposed to be a surprise. Despite the spoiled surprise, Gongchan honestly answered that he did not expect so many dangerous criminals. With an admiring look, the caster asked the master how, among ordinary Chanam warriors, someone like him turned out to be. He described the immortal master's face as being half dragon-like, and his interest in the youth's personality continued to grow. Gongchan asked again, since he did not understand the mysterious speech of his opponent. The old man replied that the young man would not become the hero of this attack, since he would remain just a brave madman who was unlikely to live until dawn. Not wanting to listen to nonsense, the guy replied that he was too busy to listen to his chatter, so he suggested moving this conversation to the moment when they met in the next world. After these words, he rushed to the attack. Anticipating a quick victory, the arrogant caster began to release a huge amount of dark energy in order to use one of his techniques. The enormous power that was collected by the toothless grandfather headed towards the immortal master. An explosion of enormous power raised a huge wall of dust, causing visibility to deteriorate greatly. But when the ardor began to fall, instead of seeing the enemy's lying body, the caster was unable to detect a single trace. Looking up, he realized that the young master was much faster. Gongchan switched to close combat, throwing away his sword. He relied only on the brute strength of his fists and the use of techniques that required energy. His opponent really liked this decision. The caster was ready for such an outcome, having golden gloves on his hands. He admitted that the perky young man knows how to surprise. Being ready for any event, Gongchan said that he is always ready for such battles. Recognizing the power of his opponent, the old man began to release ominous energy, directing it towards the Janam student. The old man began to use a dark spell, a technique that creates very dangerous magical hands, contact with which should be avoided. Understanding the maneuverability and convenience of this tactic, the young master decided not to avoid a collision and prepared to fight back. Gathering energy into a fist, he shouted the name of the technique under the name Orvikshonen. His guess turned out to be correct, and this skill proved to be powerful enough to compete with the enemy's spell. The tension began to increase, and the guy released an even greater amount of energy, and, having destroyed the enemy's magical hands, went on a counterattack. The old man did not have time to react and, having taken this blow, admitted that Jeonnam School has a good base with which it is difficult to compete. Without saying a word, the enemy caster began to use another technique, during which ominous shadows began to form that stretched towards the young master. Due to his carelessness, Gongshan was caught by one of these shadows. Despite this, he believed that it was not enough to stop him. To free himself, Gongshan began to use lightning magic, which began to compete with the shadow. Releasing even more energy, the guy reused Orveshinin, sending an incredible amount of force towards his opponent. Such a powerful technique acquired incredible dimensions in the form of a raging dragon. The powerful electric shock was unable to reach the old man caster. Despite Gongshan's attempts to finish this fight with a series of powerful blows, his opponent managed to escape. Although the young master was unable to get rid of such an inconvenient enemy, he temporarily knocked him out of the fight, which had a positive effect on the course of the fight, so without wasting time, he rushed to help his comrades. The battle between the robbers and the Jeonnam students was in full swing. Magic-enhanced fighters were a serious threat. Commander-in-Chief Chun Jin was forced to take on 4 enemy fighters at the same time. He barely had time to fend off all the heavy blows of these ferocious warriors. Pressure from the enemy did not give him freedom of action. He could only hope that everything would be okay with his comrades. Due to an enemy attack outside the fortress, the main tactician of this offensive found himself in a difficult situation. His enemies outnumbered him, so they tried to cope with his incredible skill. But despite the fact that the robbers had an advantage, the tide of the battle suddenly changed. Looking around, the commander-in-chief realized what had influenced the behavior of the enemies. The appearance of Gongshan demonstrated the success of Jeonnam inside the enemy fortress. Having completed his task, the Hermit began to fight on the main battlefield. Noticing a huge danger in it, the remnants of the enemy troops simultaneously rushed to attack. But numerical superiority was never a problem for the young master. Stretching out his hand towards the enemy troops, the guy began to release energy for a powerful blow in a radius. Even after the battle with the old cultivator, his strength was enough to deal with them without any problems. Having gotten rid of a dozen robbers at the same time, Gongshan made it clear to them that the outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion. The guy's behavior increased the morale of the Jeonnam squad and instilled fear in the souls of their enemies. With his epic appearance turning all attention on the young master, the battle began to grind to a halt. Having demonstrated his incredible strength, the guy declared that Jeonnam would spare everyone who refused to fight. Seeing the incredible power of the young master, the robbers began to doubt that they had a chance of victory. As it turned out, only one master was truly able to change the course of the entire battle. One after another, the enemy fighters began to refuse to continue the battle, admitting their defeat. Suho Palace fell in battle against the Jeonnam clan, and the world learned about all the atrocities that were committed there. Despite the positive reaction from the whole world, for the masters of the Jeonnam clan, this was not just a victory. This battle had special meaning for them. Thanks to this siege, they were able to see with their own eyes the strength of their young hermit master, which they only knew about through rumors. The success of the Jeonnam clan fueled the interest of other martial arts sects, and some of them began to take decisive action. However, one of the enemy fortresses, the Decent Palace, turned out to be not a place where it was easy to gain glory. The troops of the Kanho members were defeated without a single chance of victory, which rather led to logical consequences. In the main building of the Volcano clan, this news raised many questions. The head of the organization named Sean Doja was beside himself with anger. According to survivors, out of 150 masters of their troops, only 3 were able to survive the clash. Reporting on recent events, the advisor asked his master to remain calm, saying that they were continuing to reconnaissance of the situation through the poor people and the Hao clan. He wanted to get more accurate data. Despite the calmness of the advisor, the head was beside himself with anger, as he could not come to terms with the fact that there were robbers who could withstand the power of their clan techniques. Nervously hitting the table with his fist, he ordered that those responsible for their failure be found. The pupils of their clan died, and they, as defenders of their pride, could not let this pass from the hands of their enemies. Filled with rage, Shan Doja was more determined than ever. He was going to make his enemies taste the real wrath of the legendary volcanic clan. Upon returning to the Jeonnam clan fortress, Gongqin began studying his brain. He was interested in the higher core of energy, which is responsible for the brain itself. He knew what only a few knew, the truth about what actually happens to the absorbed energy. Gongqian examined every part of Chen Jin and found that the brains of strong people with any ability were noticeably different from ordinary martial artists. Thanks to access to the best libraries of Kanho, the young master was able to acquire knowledge of the secret scriptures of wisdom, fast mind techniques, and techniques for physical strengthening and summoning the inner spirit. All of these martial arts were hidden in the Imperial Vault. They were intended to enhance the owner's mental abilities. Of all of them, Gong Chan chose the technique of physical brain enhancement. He began training in which he sends his energy impulses to the brain with extreme caution so as not to use too much force, which could lead to dangerous consequences. In this way, Gong Chan improves his brain with his own energy, similar to training in the real world. He was distracted from training by the worried Vikva. Looking at the teacher, it seemed to her that he had fallen asleep. Having come to his senses, the guy replied that he was actually busy strengthening the higher core. The girl replied that she did not want to bother him, but wanted to share exciting rumors that the Hwasun clan with 5,000 of its followers were preparing to invade Dizing Temple. Sighing, Gong Chen satirically called this great news. To explain his position to the student, he replied that this gave them valuable time. He believed that this time they would be able to invest more in their own training or learning new martial arts, instead of wasting time in fighting. The Hwasun clan's actions actually gave them more free time, and we began to understand what was going on. She was puzzled by the passage of time and what it gave them. She suggested that since they couldn't stop time, that meant they had to make the most of it. But on the other hand, she did not understand whether she was managing her time correctly or not. The teacher replied that she should not worry about it, since in fact there are no truly right things in this world. He invited her to determine for herself what is important and what is not, because everything is directly related to the passage of time. The mentor's wise words forced the girl to adopt a new attitude towards life. In order to relax her overly tense brain a little, the guy suggested seeing how much she had improved her skills. The time has come to demonstrate the results of the travels and hard training of the young student of the famous master of life and death. Looking at his student, the guy was proud that she was developing so rapidly. Let's return to the disturbing events within the Hwasun clan. A charismatic man in heavy armor and a long sword loudly burst into the inner palace of the fortress. This daring guy is an army general named Ji Seong. He ordered his soldiers to immediately prepare for a raid. The loyal fighters, wearing the same heavy defense, respected his order and began to carry it out. According to the general, they planned to move out the next day after sunrise, so he demanded that all other fighters be ready by then. The decisiveness of his behavior was probably related to the recent failure, which greatly affected their status. Together with the master of the martial arts clan, they were ready to do everything possible to take revenge on the daring offenders. They couldn't just come to terms with what some robbers did to their fighters. Despite what seemed like the right decision on the part of the gentleman did not say anything to him. But it was clear that he was also dissatisfied with the state of affairs. Their discontent was due to the increased activity of the clans that would follow Taoism. They had already begun the battle with the robbers in full force, and dark cults followed. Despite their incredible brute strength, the skill of their opponents put incredible pressure on them. The enemies fell one by one and the robbers' chances of victory disappeared. This was the work of one of the masters of the Jeonnam clan. As a representative of the path of Dao, she could not miss such an opportunity to bring justice within her region. The thugs with their bodies altered by the influence of dark magic could not resist her skill. It was Sister Gonin. Her light movements did not give any chance to her enemies. The Jeonnam clan's techniques in her hands were what changed the course of the battle. Cutting blows at a huge distance did not allow the robbers to approach her even for a short distance. The enemy fighters were easily defeated despite their body enhancements. Looking at one of the defeated enemies, the girl was surprised because it was obvious that he was controlled by evil energy, which is more similar to the Key of Sinners. The fact of the presence of such energy made her nervous, because it was not known where such power came from in the hands of ordinary forest robbers. Having dealt with the remnants of the enemy unit, she heard the cry of her allies. As a result of the difficult battle, many fighters were wounded, but they were still able to stand on their own. A Jeonnam clan Taoist named Gangbyom was the one in charge of this night operation. Despite their well-thought-out tactics, their strongest sister's strength was already at its limit. In addition, the rest of the fighters were also on the verge. Almost all of them were wounded, but they managed to avoid death. Ganbyom made the right decision to leave this place. He could not risk his squad, so he ordered Sister Gonin to bring his comrades in order. Next to them, there was a small town where they were going to have a short rest. Despite such important actions on Jeonnam's part, Gongchang was not involved in the battle. While the followers of the Path of Tao were operating with small groups of occultists, representatives of the volcanic clan set up a military camp not far from the Dizan Palace. The army general and his advisors discussed the state of affairs and their future plans. Jianxiang was very serious. He ordered his soldiers to strengthen their defense with constant vigils. He wanted to ensure that not a single one of their soldiers suffered at the hands of the enemy that night. The order was accepted and the soldiers went to their positions. An insidious smile finally appeared on the face of the commander-in-chief of the offensive. He believed that he would soon destroy the enemy forces. The intelligence of the robbers did not sleep. So soon news about the preparation of their opponents reached the Dazan Palace. The man sitting on the throne was the new master of this fortress. An advisor was already standing in front of him, who had come with a report. The power of this big man spoke for itself. His weapon was a huge axe, which an ordinary person would hardly be able to handle. A follower of Manhwa, a student of Jilno, shared rumors that representatives of the Hwasan clan had set up a camp not far from their fortress. The head of the palace, named Kim Dazan, was looking forward to the meeting. He was ready for this and was just waiting for the opportunity to demonstrate his strength. Despite the master's already utmost confidence, Jilno believed that they should not worry since they were well prepared, and the enemies would not be able to pass through their magical barrier. Kim Dazan agreed with his words. He asked not to relax underestimating the enemy army. As it turned out, his plans included the experimental use of their new weapon. It was a Chinese zombie that they managed to get during negotiations with one of the secret organizations. Since they were not affected by the magic field, he was sure that with their help, they would be able to gain some time. After that, he was going to use 800 followers of the Dazan Palace, which would presumably be enough to deal with the huge army of the Vulcan clan. The gentleman's words aroused the admiration of his follower, who declared that if it came to that, then he was ready to propose another wonderful plan. He mentions that most of their soldiers are outside the fortress. The fact is that they are all former mercenaries, who, due to personal problems, joined the robbers. He introduced to changing the tactics to having fun with the enemy's supplies instead of killing. Jilno's cunning plan made Mr. Desang smile with satisfaction. He admitted that it sounded simple but was very effective. The gentleman's positive reaction made it clear that this plan should be implemented in the near future. For the sake of the future of their clan, these guys were ready to take any action. Meanwhile, the army of the volcanic clan began to gather for a campaign. They encountered the magical barrier that the robbers were talking about. One of the fighters told the general that it was dangerous to go further, since this fog hides the true intentions of their occult opponents. The troubled man was so interested in the battle that he did not want to retreat, so he ordered to hold his ground and be on guard. Within a moment, the bandits showed their plan. Driving the Hwasan army into a place with poor visibility, they began to shoot with long-range weapons. Despite the powerful armor, it was not enough to withstand a hail of arrows. The general realized that they had been ambushed by the enemy. Not to leave this unanswered, he ordered his archers to prepare to return fire. Using fire arrows, the archers aimed their arrows in the direction from which they were attacked. The wooded areas of the higher ground began to burn. The general believed that this way they could scare away the enemy forces for a short time, which would give them time to maneuver. Drawing the soldiers' attention to himself, he ordered them to go around the prepared path. The soldiers went on the offensive. Despite being on the road for a long time, the fog did not dissipate. Moreover, they began to hear some strange, bewitching ringing of bells that was coming from the mountains. A moment after this sound, huge creatures with blue skin that had seals on their pale faces began to appear in front of them. The monsters, filled with evil energy, rushed to attack, and the Wasan army went on defense. These zombies turned out to be so durable that conventional weapons were of no use. The situation began to change against the Hwasan fighters. Each of the mysterious monsters was a real threat that only a master with high-level energy could deal with. Besides, there were too many of these zombies. Ordinary followers of the volcanic clan could not resist such power, so they could only flee. The news of the appearance of strange warriors from the forces of robbers also reached the commander-in-chief of the offensive. The fighters immediately recognized this technique, calling these warriors their Chinese zombies. General Ge Aseong could not believe that, despite their intelligence, they were still unable to obtain information about such a force at the disposal of the local bandits of Dayasan Fortress. Not wanting to avoid battle, the man took responsibility and ordered to hold formation in order to gain time to prepare for the fight with the enemy. His plan began to fall apart from the very beginning. In addition to the magical barrier in the form of fog, another headache in the face of Chinese zombies began to delay their arrival at the enemy fortress. Although the general underestimated the strength of the robbers, he was not going to retreat. While local clans tried to defend their honor with rash actions, Gongchen continued to improve. This time, he arrived at the request of his teacher to familiarize himself with new material. Chun Jin prepared a book about the world of yin and yang for his student. He said that it contains all the most important knowledge that the Shanam clan possesses. Gongchen was simply shocked. He suggested that in this book, one could even find the secrets that the elders carefully hide. His assumption turned out to be correct. The teacher stated that in this book, one can find information about what their martial arts clan once lost. Understanding the importance of such a thing, Gongchen asked if they had a copy. The teacher replied that there was no need to worry about it, because they could not afford to lose the real property of Janam. Realizing how old this work was, the guy tensed a little, realizing that reading it would not be easy. Despite his reaction, Chun Jin said that he did not doubt the abilities of the master of life and death. They had high hopes for the guy. The elders believed that he would help develop their clan by analyzing the information in this book. Despite the mutual benefit, Gongchen began to show off and ask for something in return, mentioning that his teacher had a fairly thick wallet. In order not to be provoked, Chun Jin answered with a question and asked why Gongchen did not study the martial arts of their clan, but preferred the arts of enemies and competitors. The guy replied that in his opinion, Janam knowledge is not enough, since from it he cannot learn to either climb walls or dig the ground, so he believes that he should not limit himself to only them. The teacher was dissatisfied with this answer and stated that Gongchen was wasting his time learning useless techniques during the time when Janam was not a place for fun. Despite the teacher's dissatisfaction, the guy asked not to worry about his training, saying that all his training gave incredible results. Taking the book provided, he promised that he would learn everything that was written in it. Looking at the text, the guy decided to spend his time productively. The long-lost knowledge was not at all easy to study, but having free time, Gongchen was ready to devote himself entirely to the development of the clan, to which he owed his life. The battle inside the forest near the Daesan fortress led to the first consequences. Entire units of the Hwasan army were ambushed by the enemy and destroyed by archery fire. The commander-in-chief was beside himself with anger, so he did not spare the things around him and destroyed the tactical table with a blow of his fist. Turning to his ward, he nervously asked how it happened that in such a short time they lost 2,000 warriors. The worried man did not know the exact answer, but said that their enemies were able to do something incredible because their supplies disappeared somewhere and the soldiers began to starve, which is why their morale dropped greatly. The supplies were initially well guarded, and such news led the commander-in-chief to even greater anger. He did not understand why the imperial soldiers could not stop the gang of thieves that got their hands on their property. A follower of the volcanic clan explained this by saying that, as it turned out, the robbers possessed mysterious dark magic, which they had never heard of before. Despite their heavy armor, enemy arrows easily reached the bodies of the fighters. Those arrows were imbued with evil energy, so ordinary soldiers were unable to block this attack. Plus, the Chinese zombies gave them a troublesome ambush, suddenly attacking them from the fog. In addition, the fog never cleared. Many exhausted and hungry warriors got lost in it and remained in the forests. The difficult situation made Ji Ancion think about how to change the plan. Despite the failures, life had taught him nothing, so he decided not to retreat and gave the order to gather those who could still stand on their feet in order to continue the offensive. Filled with anger, the man was still confident in his abilities. He was ready to tear the enemy leader to shreds. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice that said that the general was unlikely to succeed. Taking a huge spear in his hands, he shouted to the stranger that he should show himself, instead of cowardly hiding among the camp. The powerful cutting blow never reached the enemy's body. The destruction did not produce any result. In response to this, the mysterious voice said that he did not want to get acquainted because he did not see the point in it. Using a mysterious technique, the stranger said that he still wouldn't mind giving his victim a hint about who would be his killer. The general, tense from the battle, stared at the technique unknown to him, suggesting that this was one of the dark illusions in the villain's disposition. His assumption caused laughter from the stranger. He replied that evil and fair things are completely different concepts. Stretching out his hand towards the general, the stranger said that his end had come. Many hands began to restrict Ji Ancian's movements, and the panicked man could not understand what was happening. Having caught and completely immobilized the leader of the troops of the volcanic clan, the stranger decided to give his name. The face of the technique introduced itself as Samano. He stated that the dead man did not deserve to hear more. Immobilized and helpless, General Ji Anciang became a victim of his own ambitions. His cry filled the forest and meant the defeat of the Wasan army, consisting of 5,000 well-equipped followers of the volcanic clan. While events at the Daesan fortress were going completely according to the plan of the robbers, the young master's diligent training continued within the Chatham clan. Being close to the teacher, Wifwa devoted herself entirely, honing quick movements and gradually learning about her own energy. Her teacher sat in the lotus position, honing the fusion of his own yin and yang. This process was far from simple. The guy did not understand what he was doing. Scratching the back of his head, he admitted that the book was written by real geniuses, but their cryptic explanations of concepts were incomprehensible to him. Having completed the unsuccessful attempt, he distracted his student and suggested that they go eat to restore the strength spent on training. Overflowing with energy, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the difficulties in his own training, for the master of life and death, the success of his student was the best reward. Heading out for lunch, Gongchan and the student joined most of the Janam followers for their meal. The hard training had noticeably exhausted the boys, and they ate the food as if they had been traveling through the forest all day. The girl perfectly understood the importance of food, so she tried to keep up with her mentor. Rather, another disciple of the immortal master also joined them. He was a little unhappy that his dear teacher did not warn about his intentions to eat and went to lunch without him. Gongchan replied that he was not going to report on his every step, explaining his decision by saying that he wanted to eat in peace, like an ordinary person. The teacher's rudeness greatly offended his student. Surprised by the answer, the master of life and death said that his younger brother should serve his master instead of always following his older brother. As it turns out, the young fighter's master is busy training. As it turned out, after he became so strong, his mentor awakened the spirit of competition, and therefore he returned to hard training. After finishing the meal, the guy thanked the students for the company. Getting up from the table, Gongchan asked the young student if she would like fruit for dessert. With a smile on her face, the girl did not refuse sweets. The younger brother got angry and said that he was also not against fruit, but Gongchan, putting his hands on his side, replied that big boys can eat food themselves. An argument about food started a real conflict, and Gongsen declared that his teacher's behavior was inappropriate. Gongchen replied that his success is due to the fact that he is not picky about food and will never leave himself hungry. Putting his hand on the student's shoulder, he asked him to take such things more simply, because it would be easier to gain experience. Their awkward dialogue was interrupted by the appearance of a noisy student. The excited guy interrupted the master of life and death and said that he had received an order from above. The elders wanted him to return to the battlefield. Not wanting to break away from training, Gongchan asked if they had a good reason for this. The guy replied that during the recent offensive operations, the Allied troops were destroyed. The defeat of an army of 5,000 people was unexpected news that shocked the brothers. This event forced the leader of the Janam sect to gather the elders together to discuss the actions of their organization in relation to the problem in the region. From the available information, they managed to find out that the emperor was beside himself with rage, since more than 5,000 soldiers were lost during the recent operation. But that wasn't the main problem. This information only made them understand that among the enemies, there was one who could cope even with such a numerical advantage. The threat from the Diazan fortress meant only one thing. The Chanam clan was forced to face real monsters. Based on information from the Heo clan, it became known that the leader of the Daesan palace was able to subjugate Guanhel. They also received a message that the assistant to the head of the fortress, his second hand, is a student of Jiel, no, a follower of the teachings of dark magic. Hearing this name, teacher Chun Jin was beside himself with anger. He could not believe that this cruel occultist was still alive. Recent reports have also mentioned that Samino also participated in the recent defense of the fortress. The situation was extremely difficult, and it was time to make a decision. The clan leader calmly listened to the proposals of the elders, but could not hear anything that would resolve the situation without much risk. Gongchan also joined the heated discussion of the situation. He wanted to express his opinion, since it seemed to him that he understood the enemy's tactics. All attention was directed to the talented young man who had repeatedly proven his skills. In order not to waste time, Teacher Jin suggested listening to the student's opinion. Before speaking, Gongchan mentioned the words of one of the famous sages. He said that to win, you need to know both yourself and your enemy, and based on this logic, he would like to study his enemies better, since it was obvious that they were not ordinary robbers. Gathering information was always a good idea, but the elders found it difficult to answer who exactly would be involved in this matter. One of the meeting participants objected, saying that a good idea is not enough. He believed that they needed a truly strong person with incredibly powerful techniques in order to resist all the tricks of the vile robbers. His words were obviously true. The discussion again went into a dead end. Hearing the words of one of the elders, Gongchan decided to offer himself as a candidate for that very strong person who could withstand the unusual enemy forces. The elder's reaction turned out to be too ambiguous, and, under the pressure of the gaze, the young master began to feel insecure. Teacher Chun Jin valued the young, talented student very much, so he said that it was better to send someone else. Despite the teacher's dissatisfaction, the master of life and death declared that he considered himself the strongest among those present. As it turned out, the elders agreed with his bold statement, but feared that if everything did not go according to plan, then their clan would be doomed. Leader Janam put an end to the discussion. He decided to listen to the opinion of the youngest participant in the meeting and decided to send him. Still, he couldn't miss the words of the other members, so he said that sending him alone was too much of a risk. He decided to ask for help from the Begara sect, asking them for a person who had achieved great heights in martial arts. Hearing about this, the views of the elders changed dramatically. They did not expect that their leader would decide to take such a step. In addition to Gongchan, he also proposed sending Masters Ganyan and Ganxian. The elders were shocked by this decision and unanimously declared that sending the three strongest fighters of the clan was too dangerous. Despite their dissatisfaction, the leader was not going to explain his decision and turned to the immortal master. Looking at the talented master, he declared that his adventure in Kanho was not over yet. He wished him to choose the truly right path. Filled with pride for such trust, the guy promised that he would cope with all the difficulties. The disturbing news that worried the Kanho clans turned out to be very good for the resident evil. Looking at the map with a sweet smile, the gentleman analyzed the situation around Daesan Palace and found the events interesting for their future plans. Turning to his subordinate, he admitted that he could not even imagine that the demonic cult would increase its influence throughout the world so much. Despite this, the man standing opposite him believed that this seemingly successful operation would come to an end. Hearing such a sharp answer, the gentleman assumed that they had managed to find a terrifying monster, and he was right. It was about a girl with whose help they could open an endless source of dragon blood to create Chinese zombies. Despite this tactical success, he asked his follower not to rush things and suggested continuing to observe the actions of the demonic cult, as he believed it would be fun. Anticipating the continuation of interesting events around the Daosin fortress, the leader of the blood cult began to laugh maliciously. Meanwhile, Gonshin and Ganson met their third squad member. A beaten guy in tattered clothes introduced himself with a sweet smile and said that he came to them on the orders of his master. Surprised by the small stature of this funny master, Gongchan said that he did not even think that there were such young fighters in the beggar sect, after which he invited him to become his student. This disrespectful greeting from his younger brother did not sit well with his older sister, so she gave him an instructive slap on the back of the head. The educational moment frightened the masters. In his defense, Gonshin said that such a nice guy was simply obliged to become a new follower of the Master of Life and Death. A follower of the Begara sect, Hu Yushong, admitted that it was a great honor for him to work together with his comrades from Chunam, after which he declared that he was ready for any adventure with them. This guy is also known as the Poor Dragon, and there is a special reason why this child is the successor of his sect. In fact, he is a little genius, an incredibly talented fighter, because it is believed that people like him are born once every 1,000 years. He was able to master all the techniques of the beggar sect in just 10 years, and in 2 of them, he became a true professional who has no equal. That is why special attention is paid to his personality. The diligent guy inspires confidence, and, as it seems, in the future he will definitely inherit the will and leadership of his organization. The Junam team thanked him for his trust. Ganson personally addressed the Hu warrior and respectfully asked for forgiveness for the ill-mannered behavior of his comrades. In order not to delay the operation, the squad tactician immediately asked if there was any new information about the Decent Palace. The young fighter replied that he knew that more than half of those who went there never returned, but those who were able to get out were no longer similar to their former selves. From his words, it was logical to assume that they were faced with something very dangerous. On the other hand, Sister Gonyon shared rumors that more than 4,000 Taoists from the Hwasan clan had already gone to the fortress. A fighter of the Begara sect explained that this was due to the fact that the pride of the volcanic clan was hurt by the actions of the robbers. They took such a risk in order to regain their former honor. Words about pride caused misunderstanding among the immortal warrior. He called the fighters of the Hwasan clan fools and suggested returning to their original goal. Setting off on the journey, Hu Yushong offered to talk about this along the way. He still knew a lot about the magic circles of the Daezang Palace, which rumors had not yet spread among the Kanho clans. Gonshin agreed with the proposal and set off on the road in pleasant company. The squad of 4 masters began their mission. Approaching the outskirts of Daezan Fortress, the guys saw something that caused problems for the Hwasan clan. After looking around, Gongchan found out that the fog was caused by the caster's technique, after which he admitted that there was nothing worse than looking for a way in such conditions. Despite some concerns, he suggested not stopping. While the detachment continued to reconnoiter actions in the surrounding area, they were already being followed by fighters from the Daosin fortress. Thanks to his incredible experience, Gongchan could not miss such surveillance. Using his excellent sense of energy, he was able to track the enemy spy who was in one of the trees. Without stopping, he warned his comrades that one of the enemies was 100 steps away from them on the left side of the road. To deal with the unfriendly spy, Ganson began using a sword technique called the floating blade. The robber noticed this and began to worry, since no one had previously noticed anything suspicious from visitors to the vicinity of their fortress. Within a moment, he saw a floating blade begin to fly towards him at incredible speed. The frightened man realized that he had been figured out, despite the fact that he managed to notice the blade flying towards him. After seeing the result of his older brother's work, Gongchan admitted that this technique was simply incredible, and confirmation of its effectiveness was that he no longer felt the presence of enemy energy. Freed from surveillance, the young master returned the floating blade to its sheath. The guys continued moving towards their goal. Continuing his movement, thanks to his control of space, Gongchan was able to track down the presence of the remaining spies without much trouble. Despite their attentiveness, the spies themselves turned out to be objects of surveillance. The elder brother's attacks were quite sudden. These 2 robbers turned out to be more experienced and were able to master the floating blade technique. But despite this, they were distracted by the first attack and did not notice how Sister Gonin was behind them. The coordinated work of the four masters was so effective that the enemies did not have time to see their opponents. Having barely noticed the loss of his comrade, the fighter, frightened by the recent attack, rushed to the attack. Because of such a hurry, he did not notice how Gongqian got close and dealt him a crushing blow. To have a little fun, the immortal guy said that his older sister has weak points, which is why she constantly needs support. The dissatisfied girl replied that she could cope just fine without the help of her stupid younger brother, after which she asked him not to turn up his nose. Their older and smarter brother returned his blade to its sheath, while a fellow member of the Beggar sect began to draw something. The results of the exploration were displayed on a drawn map. Was satisfied with his drawing. Addressing his comrades, he suggested looking at the map. It turned out to be so accurate that the masters could not contain their pleasant surprise. The elder brother praised the warrior He for the beautiful map. The shy guy replied that he was just doing his job. At the end of the successful operation, Hu Yuzhong decided to turn to his idol. With pleasure on his face, he declared that within 7 days he had been able to enjoy with his own eyes amazing abilities, to which he would like to express his respect. Gongqian was grateful for such unexpected praise, after which he noticed the successes of his comrade from the allied clan, saying that with his help they had an excellent map of the area. Having finished the tenderness, the guys decided to return to the Junam clan while their young and talented comrade once again thanked them for working together and decided to return to the Beggar sect. So they said goodbye, after which they went in different directions. Gongqian was already tired of returning home, so he asked his older brother to hurry up, saying that he was already bored while taking a shower. Holding her head, the older sister said that their little brother was acting like a child, noting that this was not the right time for him to whine. Offended by the words of their younger brother, the warriors of the Janam clan went forward without him. The reconnaissance operation in the surrounding area was officially completed. The map of the Diasang Palace area ended up in the hands of the Beggar sect. Also, with the help of the Beggar sect, this map was transferred to the leaders of the remaining clans in the region, including the Wasan clan, which recently suffered a crushing defeat during its second campaign against the bandits. The acquisition of new information forced the Vulcan clan to rethink the offensive once again. Discussing information over a cup of tea, the elders of the organization were informed that the Junam clan had offered to join the main forces to jointly deal with the threat to Diasang Palace. One of the elders stated that he did not like the idea of working together with the Junam clan, but admitted that since this concerned Daesang, they would need any help. On the other hand, there was an opinion that if there were too many people, then the Hwasang clan would not be able to shine. The greed of one of the elders displeased the more reasonable man. He replied that they had suffered enough due to the loss of their fortress, and besides, he believed that they were not strong enough to act alone. The loud discussion of failures was stopped by a blow on the table of the acting gentleman. He was beside himself with anger. Seeing his facial expressions, all the participants in the discussion fell silent. He clenched his teeth nervously, as he could not allow the already difficult situation to worsen. Meanwhile, Gongqian returned to the Janam clan. Despite having a relaxing shower, he was a little furious as he was worried about the current issue. The guy did not understand whether he really no longer had any point in studying other martial arts. He began to think about stopping to just study the techniques of the Janam clan, but it seemed too easy. While he was thinking about what to do with his training, his older brother approached him. Gongqian immediately shared his progress and stated that he planned to study the Silver Water Spirit Celestial technique. His elder brother was surprised, because previously the Immortal Master had not paid attention to the special techniques of his own clan. In response, the guy started laughing, saying that this is normal because he is a true follower of his clan. Looking at the young master's strange behavior as always, Ganson sighed heavily. Having explained his plans, the guy decided to ask his older brother why he visited him. The senior master replied that they had received information that the Hwasan clan had decided to deal with the Diasang Palace without the participation of Janam. With his hands folded in front of him, the worried immortal master came to the conclusion that the volcanic clan was too self-confident. As it turned out, the head of the clan personally decided to take part in this offensive. The Janam clan feared that their pride could lead to an unexpected and tragic result. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Gongqian became seriously enraged, believing that Hosang had decided to simply sacrifice precious human lives. Meanwhile, the chief cultivator of the Dizan Palace continued to monitor the surroundings of the fortress. Thanks to his fog technique, he could clearly see everyone who came within the area of its spread. Seeing the Hosan clan fighters, he decided that these fools were making a big mistake. After this, he called one of his servants. A master named Ubangu, who masters illusion techniques, found himself inside the room a moment later. The caster asked the leader for news that the Hwasun clan had arrived in their domain. Having given an order to one of the fighters, he called on a second warrior named Jabang, who literally appeared in front of him out of thin air. Anticipating interesting events, he asked his comrade to send a message to the magician Samano to inform him of the arrival of the leader of the Hwasun sect. Both warriors began to carry out the order. After that, they literally evaporated before our eyes with the help of some kind of spatial technique. Taking another look at the events within the mist technique, Jeal No called his enemies fools, saying out loud that they would soon have to face the endless hell technique that he had recently managed to learn from his mentor. The malevolent smile of the caster spoke only of one thing. Without the necessary preparation, Hwasang was doomed to failure. Events were becoming more and more tense, and the Hwasun clan was already camped on the outskirts of the palace. Inside one of the tents, they began discussing a plan for further military action. To begin with, they tried to summarize the information they had obtained and analyze how much time they needed to get to the enemy palace. However, at that moment, the palace's surroundings were covered in thick fog, so they could only rely on their old reconnaissance data. Using information on the terrain and the location of enemy defenses, they concluded that it would take them approximately 2 hours to reach the palace. Filled with hatred, the man said they would destroy the Dizan Palace within 1 day. They planned to act with lightning speed and determination to give the enemy no chance to use demonic tricks. The Hwasun clan soldiers set out on the road, while they were already being closely watched. Of course, the experienced commander-in-chief could not help but feel the enemy's presence. A moment later, he stopped and became alert to a suspicious whistle. It was the familiar whistle of arrows flying in his direction, so he stopped his soldiers and asked them to prepare for the attack. The enemy arrows failed to reach their target, and using ki energy, the soldiers skillfully defended themselves against the threat. Addressing the enemies, the man said that they were mistaken if they thought that such a small attack could somehow slow down the Hwasun clan's advance. However, he underestimated the enemy and relaxed too soon. The arrows were just a deceptive maneuver, and were not really their main attack. The enemies had prepared for the arrival of the Hwasun clan fighters in advance. It was a real ambush. A surprise air attack and huge boulders stopped the brave commander-in-chief's advance. Realizing the complexity of the situation, he turned to Mohyunja and entrusted him with 50 students to deal with the enemies rolling the giant stones into the gorge. The young fighters, led by an experienced master, set out to demonstrate the anger of their clan. The enemy attack did not stop the Hwasun fighters for long. The Dizan Palace was close by and the brave warriors went forward. They didn't know what else to expect from the demonic occultists, but they went forward driven by anger and a thirst for revenge. The news of the rapid movement of the Hwasun soldiers had already reached the palace of Dizan. Despite all their attempts, the occultists failed to stop the clan's advance. The commander-in-chief of the demonic sect asked his ward if he had finished preparations for the meeting of the guests. The man answered his master that he had done everything possible to meet the enemy attack with dignity. Rising from his throne, the owner of the palace, Dizan, smiled in anticipation of fun events. Everything went according to his plan. He took down his huge two-handed axe from the wall and filled it with his sinister ki energy. Looking at his servant, he said that in this case he would personally come out to greet the head of the Hwasun clan. Meanwhile, the clan, together with its fighters, approached the gates of the palace and gave the order to break through. Surprisingly, no one stopped them from approaching the main gate. Without much difficulty, they managed to break through. But the moment they got inside the Dizan Palace, they had to stop. Confusion appeared on the faces of the inexperienced students of Hwasun School. Even their head, one of the strongest fighters of the clan, stood with cold sweat on his face and could not understand what was happening. As it turned out, the palace was completely empty. They were unable to find their enemies inside. Only the warriors of the Hwasun clan were present here. Within a moment, they heard a malicious laugh. The experienced fighters felt how powerful and evil energy began to overwhelm the entire Decent Palace. This pressure did not in any way affect the steadfastness of the commander-in-chief of the Hwasang clan. In response, he nervously asked the stranger not to be a coward and show himself. The mysterious voice introduced himself as Jil No and stated that he was glad to welcome the head of the hostile clan. The commander-in-chief recognized this name and asked if he was Jil, but who belongs to the madmen of the bloody path. In response to such a daring question, the well-mannered man said that this was true, but politely asked not to say such rude things when meeting with their leader. The arrogance of the fighter leader Hwasong knew no bounds, so he dared to suggest that the demonic cult was doing very badly if some mountain robber could achieve the rank of leader of the bloody path. His statement seemed funny to the mysterious voice, but he decided not to dwell on insults and offered the guests entertainment in the form of a game of hide-and-seek. Just such a statement immediately caused panic on the faces of the inexperienced guys. The rules of this exciting game were simple. The mysterious Jil No declared that if the fighters of the Hwasun clan could find the so-called madman from the bloody path, then they would win, otherwise they would all end. After familiarizing the guests with the rules, the man began a game on which the outcome of the battle might depend. Suddenly, for everyone, the palace began to burn. At the same moment, the head realized that they had fallen into a trap, so he gave the order to his soldiers to immediately leave the place. After some time, arrows began to fly in their direction. Such sudden attacks began to cause panic in the experienced fighter. Fighting off the arrows, he shouted to his students to escape the ambush. Suddenly, in addition to fire and arrows, mysterious and ominous spheres also began to appear inside the palace. The Hwasun clan fighters did not even have time to react to them before these spheres began to explode and spread their contents. There was poisonous gas inside them. Along with fire and arrows, the occultists managed to get rid of some of their enemies without engaging in a duel with them at close range. But such tactics were not at all to the liking of the master of the Decent Palace. The man holding a huge, two-handed axe slowly approached his main target. At that moment, his mysterious power was incredibly terrifying. With a powerful blow of the axe handle to the ground, he announced his presence. The head of the Hwasun clan did not yet know who he would fight with, so he asked the stranger to introduce himself. The man with the brutal look simply clenched his teeth and smiled evilly. He did not want to answer the question. Because of such a disrespectful act, the head of the Hwasang clan's eyes filled with rage. Without thinking twice, he went on the attack, saying that a simple bandit would regret that he dared to behave so arrogantly. In fact, at that moment he was mistaken because true arrogance is characteristic of masters from prestigious clans. Arrogance always followed the leader of the Hwasang clan, causing him to consider himself superior and stronger than everyone else. Because of such self-confidence this time, Jung Doja also did not think that he could meet someone more capable than himself. Without further ado, the lord of the palace struck with a lightning-fast and powerful blow with a heavy axe. The man had no choice but to go on the defensive. Such a powerful attack threw him back. He could not withstand the pressure of the incredible energy and brute physical strength of the enemy. Personal acquaintance with Kim Desang brought cold sweat to the face of the leader of the Hwasong clan. Due to his immense pride, he had not encountered such powerful opponents for a long time. Confident Kim Desang replied that his palace would become the grave for the leader of the Hwasong clan. These words provoked the man, mad with rage. He shouted that Kim would regret that he still dared to look down on their clan. In order to demonstrate his determination, Zhang Doja discarded petty techniques and immediately moved on to his trump card, the Scarlet Sunset Spiritual Technique, pointing the sword towards his opponent. The leader of the Hwasang clan is truly an incredible master. But all his experience could be neutralized only by the brute force and terrifying power of his internal energy, which he began to involuntarily release outward. His sinister energy covered his entire body and finally reached the axe blade. Like a real wild animal, he growled before charging at his prey. Raising his axe with one hand, he created a similar-shaped weapon from his ki. The fighters, filled with hatred for each other, rushed into battle. As expected, the arrogant leader of the Hwasang clan was unable to withstand the pressure of the enemy's energy. After his energy weakened, his sword was destroyed. Perhaps he would have had a chance of winning or escaping from the battlefield if he had not been provoked by his opponent, but the fact remains that Kim Dasan achieved his goal and thoroughly enjoyed such a short duel. The failure of the Hwasang clan did not interest Gongchan at all. He did not even know about it, and, as usual, continued to train hard. During this training, he emphasized developing the yin and yang spiritual palm technique. He still couldn't fully understand how this technique was supposed to work. Although he was stressed by the mere thought that performing this technique separately seemed quite strange, he still did not give up and continued to work on himself. Combining the two techniques requires not only large reserves of key energy, but also mastery in controlling this energy. Using full concentration on this power, he decided that the most opportune time to implement this idea would be the moment of exit from the previous technique. Instead of abruptly ending his use of the yin and yang palm, he smoothly transitioned into the next technique and began using the Thunder Sword. This theory turned out to be working, and after using the Thunder Sword, he used the Thunder spiritual field without much difficulty. As it turned out, a smooth transition from one technique to another does not necessarily have to be of the same key nature, because the next in line was the successfully applied technique of poisonous dragon water. But at one point, he decided to stop and think. It seemed strange to him that he was constantly thinking about finding a way to combine different martial arts. The young master had long known that the nature of yin and yang energies were closely related and also infinite. In addition, the techniques of the Janam clan were created on the basis of these two energies. After some thought, he decided he should try something different. But his moment of joy was interrupted by one of his students. Gongchen asked his student why he was in such a hurry to get to him, and even interrupted his training. The guy was a little excited and said that the teacher should go to a meeting with the sect leader. Gongchen was not happy with this news, but he could not refuse the old man and agreed to take a break from training. The look of the leader of the Janam sect was calm as usual, and the old man himself could not start a conversation for a long time. Such a tense atmosphere haunted Gongchen. He had a premonition of something bad. This premonition did not let the guy down. In a calm and serious tone, the leader of Chonam told him that the Hwasang clan was completely destroyed during the attack on the Daosin occult palace. The young guy's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't believe that 3,000 people of the Hwasang clan were destroyed so easily. Naturally, these events could not bypass the Chonam school, because the clan of occultists had become a real threat to all of China. Gongchen expressed his desire to completely surrender to the master's instructions. The man brought him up to date and said that after such events, the Daosin groups were not going to sit still waiting for the first step from the alliance. Now the role of containing the enemy forces has fallen on the shoulders of their sect. They will have to take over the enemy until the main Murim forces arrive. Having confidence in the incredible young and talented guy, the old man appointed him responsible for this important mission. Besides him, the main support in this operation will also be the disciple Gonsan and the beautiful sister Gonen. They will be joined by 20 people from the 4th generation of the Chonam school, and together they will restrain the enemy from taking further steps. Taking full responsibility for the mission, Gongchen promised the sect leader that he would do everything necessary to successfully complete the mission. Having great hopes for his student, the old man extended his hand in his direction with instructions to show the whole world his true pure strength and declare the name of the Janam clan to the whole world. The young master's gaze changed. Now he had no time for jokes. The leaders of the future operation to support enemy forces wasted no time in meeting to discuss the plan. Disciple Gonsan was already quite familiar with the recent situation. He had heard that the size of the Blood Madness squad was 800 people, and he was also reported about 300 coffins within the palace, meaning they must also take into account the presence of risks from using the powers of using occultist blood magic. His information made Sister Gonen think a little about the fact that there were many more opponents than they thought. Some indecisiveness of the sister and the character of the young monk led to the decision to appoint the disciple Gonsan as captain. He turned to his comrade and made sure that Gongchen really preferred to fight alone. This greatly changed their plan. In this case, he decided to offer to make the young master the vanguard in the battle and transfer to him control of the team on the battlefield. Gongchan did not mind fighting in the front ranks, but did not fully understand why his brother was giving him the role of leader within the battle. The guy replied that this time Gongchan will not just fight alone, but will also take care of his subordinates, and this role will be convenient for him. The young monk immediately realized that this was most likely not his brother's initiative, but a decree of the Janam elders. Having figured out the role of the young master, Gonin turned to his sister and announced that they would go to meet the demonic cult. The demonic cult group has already left the castle, and their task will be to stop the enemy forces. The tactical training leader stated that he was going to use fast attack and retreat tactics. He believes the opportunity is real as long as they have the eyes of the beggar sect and the Hao clan people in the vicinity of CMCO Castle. There was little time, since any information at that time was delivered with delays. Gonson suggested immediately going to meet the enemy. The Dizan group was moving along the road at that moment, so they decided to use horses. The hot-blooded young guy decided to end the discussion of the plan with motivating words and said that if the tigers came down from the mountain, then this is the best time to catch them. The journey did not take very long, and soon the guys began to implement the plan. The serious faces of the occultists suddenly changed and took on a look of confusion from the awkward situation that they saw. A lone master in blue clothes stood in front of a huge crowd of fighters. He crossed his arms in front of him and looked as if he did not want to let them pass any further. In the hands of the young master was a sword that was previously unfamiliar to us. He sighed heavily, realizing that his rest was ending at this moment. Remembering the preparations closer to the battle line, the guy understood that he would really be the vanguard of their forces, but he did not expect that everything would be so sad. Breaking the silence while spying on the enemy, he asked why the three of them could not go on reconnaissance. Disciple Gonson and Sister Gonin exchanged nervous glances, as they did not expect that the guy would begin to suggest changing the plan. However, the tactical training leader quickly figured out a good answer and asked his brother if he had heard of Master Janbi from the Three Kingdoms period. Considering this a well-known story, the guy asked that he didn't understand where he was leading. Continuing to manipulate the interlocutor, Gonson asked if in this case Gongchan also knew about the battle of the Jonpang clan. The guy waved his hand and replied that this was also a well-known event. It was a battle in which the legendary master Janbi single-handedly blocked the bridge and fought against an entire army of opponents. The guys again slyly looked at each other. The sister realized that this insidious plan would probably work on the naive brother Gongchan. With a sly smile, they looked at the guy, hinting that he was able to repeat this legendary feat, while they themselves probably just wanted to retire outside of his presence. This background story led the guy to the situation he is in at the moment. Grimacing, he admitted that fighting alone against hundreds of people was really not a good idea. While the rank-and-file fighters of the Dazang group did not know what to do in such an incomprehensible situation, the one who could take on this problem was rapidly moving forward. Kim Dazan, the lord of the palace with a huge and powerful body, holding his axe, shouted towards the guy that the young student of the Chonam school probably did not know how to manage his life. Although he thought that this guy was just a self-confident boy, he still asked who he was. Self-confidently crossing his arms in front of him, with a sly grin, Gongchan introduced himself and said that it was obvious that this huge and loud man was the boss of this entire company of losers. Hitting the handle of the axe on the ground, the man laughed and said that he did not expect to meet the most famous disciple of the 3RD generation of the Janam sect in such a place. It seems that after the battle with the leader of the Huasang clan, the master of the Diasong Palace became too arrogant, so he decided not to get his hands dirty and ordered his ward to deal with the enemy. The mysterious man with a long beard immediately got down to business. Sinister energy began to surround his body. The blood mage filled the mysterious bells with it and began to use his technique. The young monk watched the enemy from a distance. He was extremely cautious and already had his hand on his sword. He did not know what to expect from this occultist with bells. A moment later, everyone heard a crash from the direction of the Desang group's cargo. Thanks to the magic of blood, the zombies began to come to their senses. Their brute physical strength was enough to break through the wooden box in which they were located. Lifeless bodies began to move towards the young master. Their bodies looked extremely muscular. during their lifetime, these warriors were probably among the best in their sect. These guys immediately identified their target and attacked the guy together. Gongchen took a fighting stance to give a worthy rebuff to the enemy. Although he did not know what to expect from these creatures of blood magic, he was confident in his abilities and threw aside his sword to fight only using his incredible control of internal energy. The opponent closest to him, demonstrating the hatred contained in his body, swung violently to deliver a strong blow. An evil and powerful energy began to surround his hand, but the young master with a calm face reacted to this direct attack and dodged it. It seems that he perfectly understood the properties of the enemy's body, so he decided not to disdain and grab the zombie's hand. Using only brute physical strength and wrestling skills, he caught his opponent and threw him to the ground. Realizing the enemy's advantage in numbers, the guy immediately threw the enemy's body towards the crowd to slow down the zombies a little. Those who were still on their feet did not stop and, moving only by instinct, rushed to attack. Gongchen was ready to continue. He felt confident and was still not going to show his best techniques, because to fight such a weak opponent, the usual skills of the Janam school were enough for him. Without surrounding himself with chi energy, he quickly threw his leg to the side and took a convenient position to parry the enemy attack. His cold mind was just the thing for such a difficult situation. The monk delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's body to prevent him from fighting at close range. This masterful counterattack once again sent another zombie flying, the enemy again flying into the crowd of other demonic fighters and slowing down their attack. In fact, Gongchen expected something more dangerous from the enemy, so he asked the enemy if they had something more serious, because he didn't even have to use internal energy to fight these fighters. At that moment, Kim Daesung realized that they had underestimated the enemy, and this young man truly had an incredible physical condition. He probably still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Although the man was nervous at first, his experience helped him maintain a cool mind. He turned to his servant and asked him to call off the zombies, because they had no chance against a master of this level, and it would simply be a waste of a valuable resource. Noticing the failure and agitation of the occultists, Gongchen decided to continue the moral pressure on the enemy and ask where they got so much courage to demonstrate such primitive skills to call themselves someone who follows an evil god. His provocation worked as it should. The students of the Daesung group began to worry, because the power of their army was restrained by only one young monk from far from the strongest sect in the world. Sighing mockingly, the guy continued his speech and asked why they were so self-confident. He believed that the god they believed in so much was just a random ghost. It seemed foolish to him that they would choose to worship such things, since such worship would ultimately lead them to hell. A well-thought-out speech worked as it should, and the guys, unprepared for such insolence, fell into a rage. They were ready to tear the body of the talented guy into pieces in order to sacrifice him as a tribute to their evil god. But Kim Daesung had a completely different level of training. He understood what his enemy was planning and stopped his angry guys with one powerful blow of the axe handle on the ground. This reaction of the powerful warrior stopped his students. A huge amount of released sinister energy began to fill the air of the battlefield. He decided not to waste the strength of his army in vain, so he turned to the daring young man and called him a brat and said that he would personally tear him to pieces. Gongchen was just waiting for this. He understood that first of all, it was worth hitting the leader of the Daesung group. The guy decided that it was time to get down to business seriously, so he defiantly extended his sword towards the enemy and with a calm voice suggested not to hesitate and start this battle. Although he was able to achieve a one-on-one battle, this did not make the problems any less. Looking at his opponent, he thought that Kim Daesung was a very experienced master, and most likely even a step higher than himself. Gongchen always tried to soberly assess his chances, and understood that if he was careless now, he would definitely lose. Kim Daesung clearly had the advantage of brute force, so the young monk decided that he would put tactics, rather than martial arts skills, first. Swinging his huge axe powerfully, Kim decided to make the first move. He rushed to the attack and made it clear to the young monk that he wanted to end this battle with one strong blow. The guy was calm. It was not the first time he found himself in a situation where the advantage was not on his side. The power of the enemy's axe, enhanced by the enemy's brute physical strength, significantly exceeded the strength that Gongchen could oppose. While the monk Chonam tried to analyze the enemy and choose battle tactics, Kim hurried and decided that victory was already in his pocket. But Gongchan did not act as he expected. He understood perfectly well that this man had no equal in raw power, so he dodged the enemy attack by only slightly throwing the axe to the side. Even such a formidable opponent did not make him tremble with fear. He understood that unnecessary emotions were useless. Inferior to the enemy in brute force, Gongchan decided to focus on his incredible speed and mobility, in which he clearly had no equal on this battlefield. During his maneuver in the air, he suddenly decided to strike. The experienced fighter tensely parried this blow with the handle of his axe. Despite the fact that Kim had time to react, Gongchan foresaw this outcome and prepared. He began to release his internal energy and poured some ki inside his sword. The energy strike passed close to the enemy's neck, but it was not possible to complete this battle with one attack. At least he was able to demonstrate his skills and show the enemy that he had taken credit for the victory too early. A pleasant and calm smile appeared on Gongchan's face from the realization that now the enemy would begin to take him seriously. Indeed, Kim was no longer so confident in his advantage and even began to feel pressure. In order not to lose the rhythm of the battle, the monk Chonam decided not to lose the initiative and moved on to the next step. The guy started showing his trump cards and used one of his basic skills, the 36 Galaxy Swords technique. Powerful and fast attacks were aimed at the enemy. He managed to take the enemy by surprise, and Mr. Daezang was momentarily at a loss, despite his incredible experience. But he turned out to be not so simple. His countermeasure was so unexpected that Gongchan began to feel angry. Afraid of being hit, Kim Daesang used the body of one of his zombies to protect himself from the monk's attack. Looking over the shoulder of the tortured body, he made it clear with his gaze that this was not the end. Having relaxed a little from such an unexpected and vile act on the part of the enemy, Gongchan lowered his sword and said that it was ugly to run away and such a battle was not at all interesting. To the surprise of the young master, in response to his words, Kim Daesang apologized for his action. Master Chonam did not expect to hear such words from the leader of a group of occultists, whose methods of fighting have nothing to do with honor and respect for the enemy. The man with a serious face continued his speech and said that he did not want to show such disrespect to the martial artist, but he had to, since he let his guard down for a moment. Now the master of the Daezang group got down to business more seriously. He took a fighting stance and began to release his powerful evil ki. His level of internal energy control was simply incredible, and he managed to fill his huge axe with power evenly and intensely. It was the first time Gongchan had seen a master with such skills. Considering the opponent's skill amazing, he even opened his mouth in surprise. Jumping high into the air, Kim Daesang swung powerfully at his opponent with a scream. By warning the enemy of his seriousness, he meant that this time he would not hesitate and would use the very technique with which he managed to defeat the leader of the Hwasang clan with just one blow. The powerful blow created a huge blast wave that could be seen and heard from any side of the forest. As expected, Gongchan managed to dodge the enemy attack. He was lucky that he had a significant advantage in speed. Despite the undeniable power of the enemy, the young monk Chonam was not at all excited and did not even stand in a fighting stance. Moreover, there was a sly and not at all hostile smile on his face. Such unshakable behavior of the guy got on the nerves of the leader of the occultist group. He could not read the emotions of the enemy and did not even know what this dangerous young man was up to. After the successful elimination of the Hwasang clan, Kim Daesang relaxed too much and adopted from his last enemy a completely unnecessary trait, namely arrogance, because of which he continued to underestimate Zhang Nam again and again. He probably knew that Gongchan would not have come on his own and would simply appear in front of them in order to delay them. At that moment, he realized his grave mistake. Their army fell into a trap, and huge boulders were already rolling towards their uncovered back. This tactic reminded the Daezang group's advisor of how they got rid of the Hwasang clan, who had a significant numerical advantage. Due to the fact that Mr. Daesang underestimated the enemy, he fell into a trap and found himself in a rather difficult situation tactically. While he was trying to comprehend the situation, the young monk's ki had already rained down on him. But such an attack was not a serious threat to such a powerful opponent. In fact, this was quite enough for Chonam. Gongchan decided not to continue the battle and, with a smile on his face, sheathed his sword and fled from the battlefield. Looking around at the fooled opponents, he invited Mr. Dazen to continue this battle another time and called their group fools for believing in a random ghost. One of the fighters was so furious that he decided to take control of the army and shouted that they should pursue the impudent monk who dared to defame the honor of their leader. The Dazen disciples went after the monk without any doubt. They could not come to terms with what had happened. But their master did not appreciate such self-will and, in response to their action, shouted at them to stop. The confused guys stopped reflexively and looked at their leader. The man turned out to be smarter than his students. He asked them not to take stupid, unauthorized actions, as in this case, they would again fall into a trap. He was not going to tolerate such mistakes anymore, so he ordered the occultists to awaken the zombies and remain on alert. Having underestimated the enemy, they lost the combat effectiveness of a significant number of their army. The advisor summed it up and suggested that their enemies would continue to arrange ambushes. In his opinion, the only right decision would be to protect the palace and get out as quickly as possible. Finally, feeling that his fighters were safe, Mr. Dazen gave vent to his emotions. He could not understand how they made such a mistake and who the young master Jeannem was that he could stop them with his own hands. The advisor himself could not sort out his feelings, but supported the leader and said that one day they would put the mysterious student in his place. While they were thinking about how cruelly the brave men from Jeannem would be punished, there were already ears everywhere in the forest around them. The three Jeannem fighters were pleased with the result. Gongchan's sly smile spoke only of one thing. He was pleased with the result of his meeting with the occultists, because he managed to make the enemy very nervous. Without showing all his power, he came out unscathed. When they moved away from the pleasant impressions of a successful raid, it was time to summarize the information they had obtained that they did not know before. The tactical leader of the operation stated that he considers demonic zombies to be a serious problem. It was obvious that after withstanding Gongchan's attack, their body was clearly stronger than metal, so they would not be able to fight them with just the sword key. His words were obviously true for everyone. Sister Gonin nervously bit her lip and lowered her eyes, while her younger brother began to strain his brains to find at least some solution. His experience in developing an understanding of martial arts played into his hands, and he was able to quickly find a good solution. The young monk suggested changing the shape of the key sword to a longer and thinner one, because this way they could hit a smaller area of the enemy's body with greater force, overcoming this incredible density of the zombie body. Disciple Gonson understood what was being said. Gongchan meant the so-called Jia sword. The guy was pleased that his comrade immediately understood his train of thought. In the area around the area where this operation was carried out, they were unable to find anything denser than a huge boulder. But this was quite enough to test the previously mentioned theory. The most skilled master of this trio took it upon himself to try to put this guess into practice, and began to change his usual form of a sword saturated with internal energy. He not only increased the length of his sword, but even made a kind of sharp whip out of his energy, the trajectory of which was free and could hit a large area, which reduced the enemy's chance of dodging such an attack. With one blow, he managed to hit a huge area of the boulder. It was something similar to narrow cuts, but due to the large amount of this damage, the effect was simply incredible. Their guesses turned out to be true, and the young monk proved that, in this way, they would be able to neutralize the advantage of the enemy in a dense body that had previously seemed invulnerable. Having applied the theory in practice, Gongchen was very pleased, and even noticed that even if the zombies' bodies are stronger than iron, then if they make the key sword thinner, then they will definitely be able to effectively fight against them. True, his comrades were not so satisfied with the result. Although the theory turned out to be true, their knowledge and skills were not at the same level as that of their younger, talented brother. They also knew about the Dao sword, but they were still just learning how to use the previously mentioned Jia sword. Sighing defiantly, looking at the school student, he said that in this case, he could help him achieve such a level of energy mastery. His words caused the same reaction on the faces of both brother and sister, because they were a little confused by such a proposal, since they were not in the most suitable place for training. Gonshan's usual smile said everything for him. The guys began to improve their skills in mastering internal energy under the guidance of the best possible teacher. After some time, the time came to demonstrate the result of their work. Still cautious, but as self-confident as before, the occultists continued on their way without waiting to meet the Shunnam students. It was quite sudden, but they managed to notice the appearance of the enemy's presence even before they showed up. A few seconds later, the main guest of this day appeared in front of this entire crowd. Gongxian quickly reduced the distance between them, deftly moving between the trees of the forest that surrounded the path. This time, he already knew what he would have to face, so he immediately took out his sword and mentally prepared for battle. The members of the Diazang group also did not waste time and came up with several developments in order to contain the incredible disciple of the enemy sect. The master's advisor raised his zombies to their feet and ordered them to form a wall that would stop the enemy's first attack. It seemed that this plan was as reliable as a Swiss watch, but they did not know what conclusion Gongxian had come to after their last meeting. The man who controlled the zombie army calmed his fighters and said that none of the Junam students were able to break through the wall of their zombies with only a sword. But the young monk's sly smile always hinted to them that they underestimated him. He had everything under control and immediately began to test his theory in practice. Without taking any risks, he used his Jia sword technique at a safe distance. The silence of the forest before the start of the battle was interrupted by the sound of zombie bodies cutting clothes. The razor-sharp threads began to destroy the enemy's trump card, as if it were something quite ordinary. Fear appeared in the eyes of the warriors, but the advisor knew how to work with denial and, without panicking, motivated the fighters by the fact that there was only one guy against them who would be easy to defeat in numbers. This mysterious man once showed an incredible result. It was the moment when with just one tactic he destroyed the entire Huasang clan, which had more than 3,000 followers. But the sweet taste of a past victory gave him the opportunity to relax and become arrogant. He made another tactical mistake and lost a number of fighters. He decided to ignore such a terrible mistake and shouted to the remaining forces that they should continue in this spirit, saying that they had almost cornered their prey. After that, he turned to Master Chunam and said that going out alone against an entire army is an undertaking worthy of a real fool. Based on the results of the beginning of the battle, this manipulation had absolutely no result, and after a moment, the master's advisor regretted that he had used so many resources so recklessly. As it turned out, at that moment Gongxian was not acting alone. His comrades joined him. Not only were they attacked from two sides, but there were two more Junam disciples on the battlefield who were capable of using such an amazing fighting technique. They easily managed to get rid of the enemy's significant advantage. Gongxian really did a great job and made his job much easier when he taught his sister and brother such an important technique for fighting such an opponent. Forming threads from internal energy, they fought as if they were using not a sword, but a whip, which an ordinary fighter of their group was unable to stop. After a moment of anger, the loser began to be overwhelmed with panic, and he turned to his master for help. Putting aside his pride, he realized that the enemy's tactic was to gradually wear down their troops. So he said that the Junam disciples would soon retreat and their group had little time left before this happened. He did not want to lose the opportunity to deal with the three strongest fighters of this squad at once. Kim Dizan understood what was going on. He was the only one who had the strength not only to repel these masters, but also had a chance to completely deal with them. The leader of the group rushed into battle. His advisor decided to take on two fighters still unfamiliar to him. In fact, the leader of the occultists himself wanted to go into battle. Inside him, only anger grew towards the young master for the fact that their last battle ended so unsuccessfully for his army. So he shouted that this place would become the grave for the disciples in Jana. Gongxian knew that this would happen, yet among the enemy army, Kim Dizan was the only real threat. Unexpectedly for the enemy, his tactics again turned out to be vile, but effective, because he gave the order to his soldiers to retreat. As it turned out, this was unexpected for his sister and brother. Whether Gongxian had planned this before or not will remain a mystery to us. But Gongsun and Gonin had not heard of such a plan before and looked at each other in surprise in response to their younger brother's words. Although Mr. Dazan heard the order of the leader of the enemy squad, he still continued the pursuit. His anger and pride did not allow him to stop. Nevertheless, the words of the angry and offended man reached the guy's heart, and he generously stopped and looked towards the enemy. But Mr. Dazan was no longer the same. His traumatized psyche told him that most likely the young Taoist of the Shawnam sect was again going to use his cowardly tricks instead of a brutal male duel. He turned out to be right. At that moment, instead of starting to cover himself with oil, Gongchen simply unsheathed his sword and again used the technique of many sharp whips from Qi energy. Returning to the idea of fighting was very brave of him. With one blow of the Jia sword, he formed a cage that looked like he was going to use it as a defense. The leader of the occultist group was furious that instead of attacking, Gongchen gave preference to giving the first blow to him. Nevertheless, he accepted such an act of his opponent and decided that he should punish him for such insolence. The man tensed his muscles and released enough of his powerful Qi energy to form a spiritual aura for the axe. The technique of the young student of Chanam created a whole curtain of dust, but Dazang did not stop and launched a powerful blow forward, realizing that covering a huge area he would definitely be able to damage the enemy's fragile body. But when the ardor dissipated, another disappointment awaited him because there was no one in front of him. No, he did not destroy the guy with one blow. The fact is that the vile Gongchen again played with his feelings as a warrior and in the end cowardly and tactically retreated. The realization of the end of a battle that had barely begun sent him into a mad rage. Although there was no real battle, Dizang lost because his heart was wounded and he began to scream in rage. It seemed that his disappointment had reached its limit, but the advisor decided to prove the opposite and, respectfully addressing the master, stated that the other Kanam students also ran away from the battlefield without even crossing swords with him. Having told this sad news, he stated that if they continue the pursuit, they will most likely lose half of their soldiers and zombies. But Kim Daezang believed that they should not be afraid of this. The man, filled with anger, suggested taking this risk and continuing to move forward, believing that they could no longer allow the students to gradually drain their strength. The advisor could not go against the will of his master, but he was afraid to think rashly. It turned out that some insidious plan had already come into his head and, in his opinion, probably a working plan. So he mysteriously replied that thanks to his wise approach, this time the Jeonnam students would not be able to escape with impunity. Despite the words of the master's advisor, the fighters of the Chanam clan were able to break away from their opponents. So far, we don't know whether they broke away on their own or whether Kim Daezeon and his ward specifically allowed them to leave, but after a while, the guys were safe. Sister Gonin sat relaxed on a stone and minded her business. Over the past few days, she has greatly improved her internal energy management skills. The girl, without the use of excessive persistence, could already independently use the Jia sword technique. In such a short period of time, she had reached such a level of skill that she could easily cut a leaf falling from a tree into many even pieces, using only a zanpakuto and without even using special combat equipment. She was really pleased with the result. Her progress with her little brother always was incredibly fast. She was distracted from the joy of achieving new heights in martial arts by a noise behind her. It turned out that it was the sound of water splashing from a bucket, so Gongchen took a shower in the field, tempering his strong young body. It was a hard day. Recently, he had only exhausted his body like this during training, but certainly not in a fight with a serious opponent such as Mr. Kim Daezang. This shower, after a difficult encounter with an enemy, was the only thing that could bring him back to normal. While the guy was getting himself in order, his older sister Gonin became carried away and stared at his strong male body. Her face turned red. Gongchen noticed this ardent look and thought that she was waiting until he finished to ask something. Confused and frightened by surprise, the girl turned away and said that she didn't need anything from him at all. Gongchen didn't understand what was going on, when suddenly his sister turned around and yelled at him for walking around naked in broad daylight. The guy probably thought again that another pretty and sweet lady had some kind of strange fever. Not understanding the hints, he demonstrated the state of his clothes and said that because of the last battle he could no longer wear such a tattered kimono. He also added that this time Mr. Daezang drove him as if it was the end of the world. All the young monk's words were aimed at explaining his behavior, so Sister Gonin stopped worrying about the fact that the handsome young monk suspected her of liking him. The third talented student Chanam also joined this difficult dialogue. He was a little confused by the behavior of his brother and sister, but dissatisfiedly crossing his arms in front of him. He thought of something to say and asked Gongchan not to fight like this again and not to risk his life. In battle with such formidable opponents without any support, the student said this clearly not out of envy of his brother's success. He admired his strength with all his heart and considered him an incredible fighter. At the same time, he admitted that the leader of the enemy group, Kim Daesun, is also not easy. He is a truly strong master. Even though the enemy leader looked like a real monster, capable of destroying entire armies single-handedly, Gongchan still stood up to him like it was nothing. The same thoughts haunted his sister. She also admired her brother's strength and wondered if she could become stronger if she trained like him. Instructively raising his index finger in the air, Gongchan's teacher said that if she wanted to follow in his footsteps, she would also have to train her intellect. Sister Gonan took this too personally and thought that he doubted her mental abilities, but barely containing her anger replied that she understood that we were talking about the ability to assess the enemy and analyze the situation. Although she had her own worries at the time of her brother's battle, she still noticed that the reason why he was not inferior to the enemy leader was not only because he was faster, but also because he read his opponent's movements faster. This assumption turned out to be correct, and therefore she stated that in this case, she would try to reach the heights of her younger brother. But in response to her words, not a proud smile appeared on the guy's face, but a confused shock, because he believed that this was impossible, since they think completely differently. Defiantly placing her hand on her side, the girl said that she did not see any problem and would simply do it. Still confused, the guy decided to agree with her and said that he was sure that she would do an excellent job in this task. He really liked his older sister's confidence and tenacity, so he said that in that case, he would help her with training after they finished their operation to contain the enemy group's forces. At home on the Jeonnam school grounds, I just had a couple of books, but he was also ready to teach it on his own. His words of support were pleasant for Gonan, and she thanked him for such a huge service. But Gongchan believed that this was how it should be, because they are students of the same sect should support each other in any situation. After they planned general training for the future, Sister Gonan suggested that they proceed with the continuation of the operation, since at that time their brother had already completed all the preparations. The young monk was filled with energy to continue the battle with such a monster as Kim Dae-sang. In the evening of the same day, the whole team gathered in the forest at the site of the operation. Concealing the spread of their energy, they secretly monitored enemy fighters from a safe distance. This time, Gongchan suspected something was wrong and asked his brother if they should work the same way this time as before. The young master thought about his brother's words and said that, in his opinion, the formation of enemies looked rather strange. It seemed to him that the enemies had set traps and were simply waiting for the Jeonnam students to brazenly show up to visit them once again. They could not retreat, and Gongchan understood this very well, so he said that he would go first alone. These words greatly surprised the leader of the tactical preparation of the operation, since this time he was not sure that they would be able to support their strongest warrior. Warming up before the battle, the guy said that it would be better for him to fall into an enemy trap alone than with all his comrades. In addition, he was sure that even if he got caught, he was unlikely to suffer much, unlike the less trained clan fighters. Although the young monk was very confident in his abilities, the cold mind of his comrade could not come to terms with this, and he tried to dissuade the fighter from such a rash act. But Gongchan did not want to listen to him further because he understood that this was the only option in which they could start the battle without endangering the entire team. The impudent behavior of the young and world-famous Hermit master put his older brother in an awkward position. Sister Gonan said that he should reprimand the young master after the battle was over. The approach of a guy in a new blue kimono was noticed, and the furious fighters of the occult clan prepared to give a worthy rebuff. Gongchan decided to act according to his old and proven tactics. He knew what he would have to face, and therefore, taking the sword out of its sheath, he immediately began to use the spiritual sword technique. One quick and powerful blow from the young master threw all the fighters that stood in his way into the air. Gongchan sighed and shook off the remaining blood of his defeated opponents from his sword. As it turned out, it was blood that was the basis of the Dae-sang group's trap, counting on the lightning-fast attack of the strongest student of Jeonnam. The master's advisor left a number of his guys in one place so that Gongchan would take the blow. Without any preliminary signs, key energy began to rise around the guy, mixed with the blood of the fighters lying on the ground. Of course, this was the work of the group's advisor, and he, using blood magic, made magical power from the blood that connected into a magic circle. The young monk did not expect such a trick from the enemy. He thought that they simply wanted to make an ambush in order to defeat him with numbers. But this time, the enemy decided to avoid all risks and simply created a barrier around the strongest student, Janam. In fact, Gongchan was even a little upset that this technique simply limited his mobility, but at first glance did not threaten him at all. The enemy's plan was not to separate Gongchan from the rest of his team. The angry master of the occultist group wanted to end this competition once and for all, so that this time he would not have to leave the battlefield empty-handed. The barrier technique was created specifically to create ideal conditions for a fair fight between two incredible masters. The man, with key energy boiling around him, menacingly declared that from now on, the games are over. Our hero saw no problem in the fact that he no longer had any escape routes. Perhaps he could have escaped the barrier and avoided a fight with the strongest enemy. But the enemy's self-confidence told him that this fight should not be missed. There was no end to his provocative phrases. Crossing his arms in front of him, he mockingly noticed that Mr. Kim looked angry and nervous, as if he doubted his abilities. The man, surrounded by his own powerful energy, extended his heavy axe towards the guy and said that he did not consider the student of Junam Colon a real martial arts master, since for him, he was not skilled enough in a fight. He let out his anger and shouted his intention to destroy the young guy and take revenge on him for insulting his subordinates and outrage the honor of the Daesang group. His emotional words really hurt the monk. He replied that Kim does not follow what he says at all, and that he has no right to behave in this way with his subordinates, since he defiles their existence. For the first time since their meeting, Gongqin gave free rein to his emotions and was filled with anger, all because of the hypocrisy of an enemy who had previously killed thousands of innocent people. A hot fire began to burn around him, which characterized his internal state at that moment. The determined master turned to his enemy and said that after this fight, he would no longer have the opportunity to hypocritically talk about the value of lives, since all his life he had killed people in order to achieve the skill with which he now threatens the entire world. The fight was moments before it began. For the first time, both fighters were ready to tear each other to pieces, their hatred burning. Mr. Kim Deezen no longer wanted to continue the conversation. There was no point in it. Before his attack, he simply looked at his opponent with a brutal gaze, anticipating a great fight. Having made the first move, he asked the young guy not to become arrogant, believing that he was not experienced enough to fight with such a warrior as him. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the guy began to analyze his enemy. He understood that Kim Desun was a first-class master who studied the martial art of the mountain-destroying axe. The fire in his eyes said that he would not allow the enemy to leave this place alive. Mr. Daesang landed the first blow, but despite its power, the young master decided to block it instead of dodging it. He managed to stay on his feet. He did the right thing, since by taking this blow he did not allow the enemy to destroy part of the small area for their battle. Still, the main advantage of the enemy's fighting style was its incredible destructive power, so it would be too dangerous for him to defend himself in this way for a long time. The enemy was confident in his superiority, believing that Gongchan's advantage was only in speed. But in such a limited space, he would be like a fly in a jar. He delivered his next blow with a spiritual axe technique from a distance. It was noticeable that Gongchan barely had time to dodge. The pace of the battle continued to increase. The acceleration of the frequency of strikes by the leader of the occultist group did not allow the young monk to fully realize the enemy's weaknesses. The fierce, muscular man gave the monk no time to counterattack and use all the tricks he hated so much. Gongchen just kept dodging and keeping his distance. He acted as carefully as possible, since the battle was too dangerous until his opponent demonstrated the remaining 10% of his hidden abilities. The beginning of the battle was without any success on both sides. Such a fight was not to Mr. Daesang's liking, and he clutched the handle of the axe with his hand even more nervously and furiously. He said that he knew about Gongchan's plans and perfectly saw how the young master avoided a collision and only parried his attacks, naively believing that if he could study his opponent enough, he would be able to do something. Kim Daesang considered this a waste of time and suggested that the guy simply give up, promising that his death would be quick. But the arrogant speech did not hurt the guy at all, but rather only made him laugh. He replied that he had known for a long time that the muscular gorilla would not defeat him. The monk's words added fuel to the fire and brought a smile to the man's face. Unexpectedly for the guy, he simply threw his axe to the ground. Gongchan didn't know how to react to this, because he didn't understand what was happening. Kim Daesang crossed his muscular arms in front of him and began to release huge reserves of internal energy. Even without an axe in his hands, this skilled craftsman was able to create huge dual spiritual axes of incredible power. Gongchan's body was succumbing to intense pressure due to the presence of a powerful force that he had not seen before. The guy decided that these twin axes were the last 10% of the potential that his opponent had been hiding for so long. Rage consumed his mind, and it was clear that his personal technique was beginning to affect his body as well. The man turned to the young monk with a brutal cry and said that this time he would not be able to evade. Within a moment, he made a brilliant throw, and an ordinary person at that moment could only see a cross-shaped bright flash. But the young guy's reflexes were on a completely different level. His calmness gave him the opportunity to avoid injury and dodge an enemy attack. The enemy was unlikely to be ready to repeat something like that, so Gongyan decided that this was the perfect moment for a counterattack. While Mr. Dazen managed to recreate only one spiritual axe, the sharpest whips of the spiritual sword Jaya were already aimed at him. The leader of the bandits shouted to the young master that he was in vain using such small tricks that they would not have any effect against him. Indeed, he was on a completely different level compared to his zombie army. But as it turned out, this attack turned out to be a successful trap. Gongchan wanted to shorten the distance personally for the first time in the fight, so he distracted the enemy with a technique that had long been known to him. At that moment, Kim Daesang was driven into a corner. There was anger towards the enemy on the young guy's face. At point-blank range, he decided to use the 36 Galaxy Swords technique. One of the strongest opponents in the entire life of the legendary Hermit student of the Janam school could not avoid this attack. On the other side of the barrier were our hero's excited comrades. The elder brother tried to find out if there were any weak points in this barrier created by blood magic. He came to the conclusion that this demonic technique was very strong, so he was not sure that even Gongchan could destroy the barrier from the inside. The guys began to get nervous. This was bad news, since they could not allow their older brother to remain in danger alone with a real savage with terrifying power. But Sister Gonen turned out to be the smartest of all those present. She had already seen a person who was capable of creating such a barrier, so she suggested finding the creator of the technique in the enemy camp. This idea was no less dangerous, but they had no choice. Gong San ordered his brother Seongjin to lead the rest of the fighters into battle. The leader of the operation turned to his soldiers and offered to find the person responsible for this magic circle. Their new goal was to eliminate the enemies around and destroy the students of Jeil No. The guys went into battle in search of someone who dared to perform such a cruel technique for which they had to sacrifice their own fighters. The culprit of their troubles already realized that if he did not do anything, he would be in danger. With the number of followers of the Mad Blood group and zombies, he had no chance to resist the fighters of the Janam sect. He was within a special ritual circle, and if he left it, then the demonic barrier would disappear. He admitted that this time he had miscalculated. His only hope was the Lord who would come to his rescue if he could deal with the monk who had mysterious potential. They really underestimated their opponent, and because of this, they began to lose their advantage. But Gongchan was never in a hurry. Even at the moment when it seemed that the enemy was defeated, he was still carefully in his stance to protect himself from an unexpected but unlikely counterattack. Then the guy discovered what the result of this well-thought-out attack actually was. The demon blood technique user was able to defend himself. Kim Daesang looked menacing. He managed to survive thanks to his defense and the incredible amount of internal energy expended on defense. Considering the young monk naive, he repeated that such petty tricks had never worked on him. But Gongchan was happy with this outcome, because they both understood why he carried out such an attack. Even knowing that such a formidable opponent would survive, he still used these techniques, believing that this would give him an advantage in the future, since righteous martial arts are more convenient than demonic ones when it comes to maintaining the stability of internal strength for a long time. Moreover, He was proud to claim that the Jeonnam clan's martial arts were the best in the business, something he continued to demonstrate with every encounter with the arrogant occult master. Drawing attention to the results of his successful attacks, he stated that Jeonnam students were already close to becoming the strongest masters in the world. Mr. Dason did not want to listen to this. He was already well aware that the enemy's plan was very good. Nervously clenching his fist, he admitted to himself that he had made a mistake and lost all the reserves of ki that he had in this battle. The angry man began to scream out of control. Squeezing out the last drops of internal energy from himself, he shouted that only a small rat could fight like that, but he was sure that he would have time to tear the enemy into pieces, since he guessed that Gongshan's energy reserves were also running out. After these words, he showed all that he had left. It was still a huge amount of ki with a very powerful aura. The young monk was surprised and thought that he was not mistaken when he called his opponent an incredible master. To his surprise, the time was coming to an end, as a completely serious opponent was already flying towards him to launch an attack that could give him an advantage to destroy the Taoist's plan. He decided to use all the remnants of his energy irrationally and began to throw countless spiritual axes towards the enemy. The young master had difficulty blocking all these attacks. The affected area was so dense that the guy had no way to evade. The axes kept flying towards him, and he had to block them all. His sword could not withstand even one of them, so this was already a battle to deplete the energy of one of the fighters. Outside the magic ball that held the heads of both sides, there was another battlefield. Sister Gonin also fought with the enemy. Following her younger brother's example, she used the Jia sword and easily destroyed the enemy army despite her numerical advantage. The rest of the students were less skilled, but without their help in such a situation, it would have been much more difficult. Gonson was in control of the situation. He was looking for the enemy spellcaster and realized that they should move faster towards his camp to help their strongest fighter. True, the enemies quickly found the most dangerous students and approached their surroundings with preparation. Even 3 zombies were not enough to incapacitate the tactical training leader, as he had also learned the Jia sword. Their younger brother took on a small number of profound energy masters to attack the Mad Blood Warriors camp from the rear. The skill of the Jeonnam fighters helped them not only survive, but also neutralize the numerical advantage of their enemies. The Dazen clan was on the verge of losing, and ordinary fighters realized this. One of them burst into the caster's tent in panic and warned him that the enemies had broken into their camp. Time was running out. His master was still fighting. Jeil No gave orders to his soldiers to hold off the enemies as best they could. Things were simply terrible for the occultists. Only Kim Dazen could save them. Although he had very little internal energy left, it would be enough to cope with the rest of the Jeonnam fighters. The proud warrior still stood on his feet, even despite the intense pace of the battle. His axe attack didn't work. As it turned out, the young master still had tricks up his sleeve and formed a protective barrier around himself. It also turned out to be difficult for him. Mr. Kim Daesen decided to go with his plan to the end, hoping that his opponent's ki would run out much earlier. His tactics were the same as before, to exhaust the enemy. The occultist's body was at its limit, but he could not give up and continued his series of attacks. Gongshan had no other choice and activated the Jia spiritual sword technique again. The battle has evolved from using tricks and surprise attacks to a clash where the most energy will win. Their forces turned out to be equal, and the power of attacks was in balance. Although Gongshan looked confident, he did not expect such a situation. Despite exhaustion, the experienced fighter tried to the end to crush the young monk with his incredible power. To get out of this situation, the guy decided that he should combine several techniques. He understood that he would not be able to block the enemy's attacks for a long time, so he had only one option left, only to break the clan's band by using the sword technique called Dark Zhongwang. Kim Daesen had never seen such a technique from his enemy before, so he did not have time to react in time, and only after the first missed attack did he reach for one of his spiritual axes. The enraged man was already coughing up blood. His body was on edge, but he had no intention of surrendering to an opponent like Gongshan. He had no more trump cards up his sleeve, so he relied only on superiority and strength. But at the moment when his energy was running out, this advantage was neutralized. The student continued to hit the axes. His defense seemed excellent. Out of despair, The exhausted Kim Dae-sun screamed loudly. His beastly cry was a harbinger of the end of this battle because his ki energy had run out, so the spiritual X technique had dissipated. The second time the Dark Zhongwan Zampakut was used, it completely achieved its target as the occultist leader could no longer protect his back. The young master was able to defeat his experienced enemy, even though he was playing by his opponent's rules. Kim Dae-sang's internal energy ended, filled with hatred for his pathetic opponent. The Taoist of the Jeonnam clan again used the secret technique of his sect. His opponent could no longer defend himself, and therefore took the entire attack with his body. The enemy leader was defeated before the main forces of the Murim alliance arrived. Victory was for the young monk. He admitted that this battle was not easy, but the enemy was not as strong as he expected. The guy was sure that he would have won, even if the enemy had not run out of internal energy at that moment. Having destroyed the enemy, he remembered another problem. He had never encountered enemy barriers before, so he was not sure that he would be able to leave without help. The news of the defeat of the occultist leader also reached the Dae-sun camp. His advisor was able to sense the disappearance of his boss's ki inside the barrier. He could not believe that the master had lost. Previously, it seemed obvious to him that Kim Dae-sang's level was much higher than that of the Taoist of the Jeonnam clan. He was filled with anger because he did not believe what had happened. When suddenly he heard the sounds of battle already next to him. Disciples of the Jeonnam sect broke into their camp. They were not only able to hold back the occultists, but also destroy their troops. The man realized that he was being tracked. He could no longer rely on the warriors, since they were inferior in skill to the disciples of the Jeonnam sect. Understanding the complexity of the situation, he had nothing to lose, so he put all the zombies he had left to defend his camp. The Jeonnam clan fighters were ready to break through further, with Jia Gonin and Gonsong trained in the Zampakut standing in front. Although they looked like they were being used for the first time, the tactical training leader was already aware of the number of fighters in the enemy's reserves. He warned his fighters that no more than 30 zombies remained under the control of the students of the Jil No teachings, and said that most likely these are the last dead that separate them from the caster. Sister Gonin understood that only they would have to fight these guys, since the other students were not trained in techniques capable of wounding such a strong zombie defense. The leader suggested they try since they had no choice and couldn't leave Gongchan inside the barrier. 2 students of our young monk went into battle in order to get him out of captivity. All the zombies jumped into the air at the same time to make them harder to stop. Both spiritual swords of the Jia masters of Jeonnam were used. Their skills were already more than enough to stop most opponents at once, but the enemy's superiority in numbers haunted them. One of the zombies was able to sneak behind Gonen's sister and deliver a powerful blow. She could not dodge or expose the sword, so the only option for defense was to strengthen the defense, which had recently begun to be studied at their school. Applying this knowledge in practice turned out to be not so easy, especially against such incredible brute physical strength of the enemy. Student Gonson was shocked that he missed one of the zombies. In addition, he had 3 enemies behind him, so he could not be distracted by his sister. Continuing to defend himself, he asked her not to move and to hold out until he freed himself and came to the rescue. Although his skill was slightly higher than his sister's, he also could not easily hold off so many enemies at once. In the battle against the zombie technique of the Crazy Blood group, even student Gonson went on the defensive. Their situation was difficult, and besides, they were the only students capable of resisting these monsters. The younger student watched this fight nervously. He couldn't believe that he was just standing there and watching his comrades fight inactively. He was sure that it was too difficult for 2 masters to fight against enemies of this level with a numerical advantage. Not understanding what to do, he decided to imagine what his teacher would do in such a situation. A crazy idea came into his head. Since he couldn't fight the zombies because he didn't have powerful enough techniques, he decided to break through them and go in search of the caster. To do this, he will need one of the techniques that Master Gunshan taught him. Using the acceleration technique, he was able to break through the crowd of zombies held by his older comrades with minimal expenditure of chi. A camp appeared in front of him, and he immediately noticed where the most ominous ki was coming from. Without any doubt, he burst inside and, seeing the caster, began to draw his sword. The enemy did not expect that anyone would bypass his zombies. believing that besides Gongchan, Junam had no more worthy fighters. The brave guy was ready to defeat the weakened spellcaster alone to end this battle. His appearance forced the elderly master to leave the circle, and the escape from the camp stopped the barrier technique. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Gongchan was experimenting on how to break out of this confinement. Even after the fight, he had enough energy left to deliver powerful blows to the walls of the magic circle. He believed that sooner or later this technique would be destroyed, since it was unlikely to be able to withstand the pressure that he was applying for a long time. He wanted to invest an incredible amount of key reserves into the next blow in order to finally free himself. However, his comrade was already inside the camp, and Gil fled, thereby stopping the maintenance of the magic circle. Having not used a technique that took a lot of time and concentration, Gongchan became a little upset. He did not understand what was happening, when suddenly he heard the familiar voice of one of the sect's disciples. Their fighters finished the battle with the main enemy forces, winning. The guy sighed with relief, since everything was already over. Without losing his pride, he approached Gonson and said that they should not bother fighting, since he could do everything himself. The sister reacted very impudently and asked him to stop behaving like that. The Janam students began to celebrate their victory. Not far from them, the leader of the occultists, the defeated Mr. Kim Dezen. However, in the meantime, the spellcaster Gil was still alive. The occultist was in the forest nearby and tried with all his might to escape. It was not easy to hold the barrier and keep the zombies fighting, but even with such efforts, he could not win. The leader of his group died, and the members of the Mad Blood were defeated. He was angry. He could not believe that in such a short time the Junam clan managed to become so strong that only 23 of their fighters were able to destroy an entire army of occultists along with dozens of zombies. His strength was not enough for revenge, so he went to his allies in order to warn them about the possible danger and tell them how the members of the Mad Blood group were destroyed. Over time, this news spread on its own and shocked the whole of Kanho. No one could believe that the students of the Chonam clan personally got rid of the occultist leader Mr. Kim Dezen, who single-handedly defeated Sean Doja, the leader of the Hossan clan. Although the Special Forces fighters missed the Jilno cultivator, but the destruction of all the members of the Mad Blood and hundreds of zombies was a huge achievement, which further glorified the martial arts sect. Including Gongchan, 4 disciples of the Janam clan received new names, becoming famous throughout the world. Disciple Gongsun, who was responsible for the tactical preparation of the operation, received the name of the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. The younger brother Sungjin received the name of the Dragon Spearblade. Sister Gonan was the only female master in the sect that had such a high level, so she received the nickname of the Only Flower of Janam. To everyone's surprise, it turned out that Sungjin had reached the age of 20, while Gonyang hadn't even reached 30 yet. Because of this, rumors spread that the Janam clan had found a hidden path to becoming a master, shocking the entire world. The Janam clan remained silent, but this speculation was indeed true. The theory of knowledge that Gongchan created developed more effectively through numerous studies of the sect's scientific center. And on top of this, Gongchan personally taught new martial arts to all the students of the Janam clan. First of all, he wanted everyone to take care of their own safety and succeed in defense, since the use of the celestial iron technique at that time gave an advantage over most opponents. Releasing his energy, he began to show the results of his training. The guy seriously addressed the students and said that if they mastered this technique, then wounds that could lead to death would become nothing more than insignificant for them. In addition, he also spread his knowledge about the internal technique of yin and yang poison. Thanks to such protection, most poisons could not cause significant harm to a master with such skill. The next was the technique of heavenly perception of ki, which made the user's perception much sharper, thereby making it easier to control ki during battle, giving an advantage in the rational use of energy. In addition, he invited the students to learn the techniques of various magics in order to use them to protect their allies. The 2 guys began to panic. It seemed to them that all these techniques were something insignificant, and it was unlikely that their teacher gained his fame thanks to such skills. The attentive master could not miss this dissatisfaction and turned to his distrustful students. He explained the need to learn these skills by saying that it would be very rational. Since they use the yin and yang life technique as the basis, they will be able to become a master in a short time, and learning those so-called minor martial arts will allow them to react more flexibly in various situations. After a short presentation of his new program, he invited the students to begin learning. The guys got to work. Gonshan watched their progress. He was pleased with his work, because after their recent success, the Jeonnam clan's numbers began to increase very quickly. Rumors continued to spread further and further, and clans all over the world began to think about how to steal the secret of the Jeonnam clan's success. Inside the fortifications of the Murim Alliance, the leader of the organization and his military advisor went for a walk to discuss events in the world. Sword King Namgung Muja asked his comrade if he really believed that the Jeonnam clan had found a way to raise many great masters in such a short time. Military advisor Jegal Jongmun confirmed the rumors and said that he was more than confident that it was true. He was sure that it was Gongchen who was able to find a new way to achieve the heights of martial arts. The Sword King began to worry, realizing that this was a problem and that the balance of power in the world would soon change dramatically. They understood that all the people in this world would be eager to get their secret, and if the Jeonnam acted rashly, then the reputation of their clan would fall to the ground and they would end up fighting with themselves. The leader of the organization stopped and asked his advisor if he knew what they should do in such a difficult situation. This was a very difficult question. It was hard to imagine how the rest of the dark martial arts clans would act now. Although he was not entirely sure that his idea was good, he still proposed forming a detachment. This proposal surprised Namgung Muja. He understood that this would not be difficult to accomplish, since the Jeonnam clan was located next to the Moan family, whose power was their serious weapon. The warlord continued his speech and said that his Jegal clan, along with the Moan family, could lend a helping hand to their comrades. Namgung Muja guessed what his comrade was not saying. He realized that Jegal Zhongmun was offering to get the secret technique of the Jeonnam clan in order to prevent unrest. He really didn't like the idea, but once again they found themselves in a situation where they had no other options. Without hesitation, he approved this plan and ordered his advisor to begin execution. It was still a mystery to them how the righteous Jeonnam clan could suddenly take the lead in terms of the strength of its fighters without resorting to the dark arts. The dark clans also began to receive information about recent events. This disappointing news began to confuse their plans. It became obvious to the leader of the organization that a mysterious person had appeared in the ranks of the Jeonnam sect, which once again ruined their plan. He understood that there were many ways to quickly become a master in demonic martial arts, but he did not understand what knowledge his enemies used. However, their techniques also had a downside. Moreover, his Devil Scarlet Blood technique was no exception. The growing power of the Jeonnam clan could ruin their plans, so they had no choice but to take care of this matter first. Looking at his advisor, he nervously shouted that they would destroy the Jeonnam clan. Other occultists agreed with his opinion. Conducting a secret ritual, they prepared for the future battle. The man at the head of these cultivators previously could not imagine that the members of the Mad Blood group would be disbanded just like that. But the possession of blood magic was widespread in all corners of the country, so they did not worry about the loss of knowledge of their comrades. Using force, he summarized that the disciple Jil No had done what he had to do. Together with his charges, the caster began to use a secret cursed technique. Powerful ki began to gather in one place. It seems he had a very insidious plan, so he began to laugh in anticipation of entertainment. A huge butterfly composed of his cultivator's ki appeared in the air. The leader of the occultist group gave the order to begin executing the plan. The huge equipment began to split into small parts, and these magical insects flew towards the moonlight, leaving the lair of the occultists. A mysterious man with a scar on his right eye ominously announced the beginning of Samanu's revenge. His expectations were so great that when he looked at his illusion technique, he began to laugh madly, since there are not many masters in the world who are able to withstand this power. While the whole world was shocked by recent events, the Jeonnam clan began to return to normal life. The field kitchen greatly exhausted the young hermit, who loves to eat delicious food. Now the students could enjoy the food from their canteen to their fullest. Tactical training leader Gonson decided to sum up the results of the recent operation. He was happy to announce that they had dealt with the Dizang Palace, which was a great honor for their sect. In addition to this, they began to train in new martial arts developed by their younger brother, thereby increasing Janam's strength daily. This praise was deserved, but the shy guy was still not used to this amount of attention from his friends. All the success was dedicated to the Janam clan. Master Gonsong wanted their martial arts sect to become one of the greatest in the world, and believed that this day was just the beginning of their long journey to the top. At the table with delicious food, everyone was enjoying the recent victory. Sungjin was among those who were admired by all the disciples of the clan. Sister Gonin took a place out of sight of the fans in order to enjoy the wonderful food that they did not have during the trip. Mountains of delicious food attracted all the fighters, since such food was different from what they ate every day. Among the students, a small girl was especially distinguished. Her appetite was so incredible that she ate various delicacies with several hands. It looked as if she had comprehended the Ashura technique. Only one person distracted her from eating. Master Gongchan didn't look as happy as the others. It seemed to the young student that her teacher was worried about something. Indeed, the young monk silently rose from the table and left the banquet. The behavior of the protagonist of the recent operation worried her to such an extent that she completely forgot about the yummy food. Gongchan found his peace under one of the trees near the wall of Janam's school. The events that he had recently experienced could not leave his head. Even though they had a reason to fight, the young master still could not accept the cruelty he felt back then. He had to kill again, and again he had no choice. After some time spent remembering the horrors, the guy was distracted by the girl's voice. He recognized her immediately, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Wei Wei directly asked why her teacher didn't look happy, and an awkward pause began. Gongchan noticed this confusion on his part and decided to break the silence with laughter, after which he said that he should no longer train in acting. The girl found this teacher's behavior extremely strange. He shared his thoughts similar to the recent situation and said that he just did what he had to do. But it's not that he's actually unhappy that he had to do that. Looking into the eyes of the inexperienced student, he said that there are many things that people have to do, even if they don't want to. It was too difficult, so Vikva was confused and looked at the teacher with misunderstanding. To distract her from such heavy words, the guy simply put his palm on her head. He was surprised that she understood everything, but he didn't want her to think about that at that age. He explained to her that her teacher had killed many people, but added that he still did not feel any remorse or regret about this, since they were all their enemies and it had nothing to do with the fact that he wants to do. In reality, he's just unhappy with the fact that too many people have died at his hands. But Vikva could not withstand such pressure and said that it was too difficult for her. The guy was surprised, but reassured her by saying that she would understand when she got older, so she would have to grow up faster. In order not to let her go just like that, he offered to check how productive her training was during his absence. The results of the change in approach to training fighters gave incredible progress. Wei Wei is still a child, but her results have already surpassed some masters who have studied martial arts for more than 10 years. Gongchan was pleased to see the results of his work. Meanwhile, the end of one conflict opened the door for others to begin. A fight took place in the Gongseongche fortress, which the walls of the building could hardly withstand. The occultists were defeated. They lay unarmed and unconscious on the ground. A respected man stood on one of the walls and looked into the forest, which was different from the fortress in its calmness. An advisor approached him and informed his master about the end of the battle. The man was pleased with the result and thanked his soldiers for their work. He asked if there was anyone among the enemies who resisted. The ward replied that there were several brave souls, but they all studied devilish techniques. This was bad news because there were losses associated with it. The master asked his ward to bind the occultists and send them to the Murim Union. The young man objected. He was against transferring their prisoners to the Union. The leader, unknown to us, knew in advance that this guy would be against such a decision. He justified this decision by saying that everything was done for their own good. He wanted their organization to be recognized, because this would allow them to stand on top of the world. The excited guy could not go against the order of his master, so he respectfully replied that he would follow his decision. The man's gaze seemed kind and fair. His name is Majek, and he is the leader of the Shiden clan. Although Majek has little power, he is known as a man of righteous views, so there are always people with power who are ready to support him. He has 5 strong students with high skill levels. In addition, it is known that Majek himself is a great master with extensive experience in battles. He is one of the 8 great masters who call themselves Paljir. For the raid on Nokrum, Majek hired thousands of martial artists, trained them. As a result, such an army was more than enough, and they simply marched through the fortress and thereby won a victory. Majek always acts in the name of justice. No one has yet found a reason to suspect such an honest man of bad deeds. However, he is actually a spy for a demonic cult that has been serving the Murim Alliance for decades. He needs such cover in order to prepare for when the huge sword of the demonic cult falls on the world called Kanho. This is the true nature of this pleasant master. Everything was stable within the Jeonnam clan. Gongchan returned to his training again. His goal was the natural level of possessing internal energy. The natural level is associated with the ability to control ki at will, and this means that it allows you to control energy only with the power of thought. Just by thinking, you can compress the energy and strengthen your ki. Just like the movement of your arms and legs, the energy core moves quickly, so the energy of the core can be controlled like a living organism. In comparison, the transcendental level controls ki physically. It takes time for the ki to travel through the meridians and reach the hands, and the sword ki released through the hands is still controllable. True, Gongchan believes that if he can reach the natural level, then he will definitely be able to flexibly use the energy of his core. In the last fight, he noticed that Kim Daezang had indeed reached a natural level, but he used the energy too frivolously. Because of this, he was unable to properly use his potential and was defeated. Gongchan was willing to experiment even though he didn't know if Daesang had encountered a problem or if this was the limit of nature's level. To begin with, he decided to try only what he was confident in. He exhaled and began to concentrate on the flow of his internal energy. The basic martial art that the Jeonnam clan studies was used. During this training, a truth dawned on him that would help him in the future to leave battles without regret, since the guy decided that fist technique was indeed better than wielding a sword. The sword is effective against many opponents, but in one-on-one combat he decided that it would be better to use the fist technique. After the fist technique, the next in the combination will be the palm technique, with which he will throw the enemy to a safe distance for him and deliver a powerful blow. This way, he would be able to protect himself from a counterattack, but this was not the only idea for using energy in combat without a sword. The next combination still began with the revelation of the basic martial art of the Jeonnam clan. What happened next was much more serious, so he concentrated even more. The second step was to apply the Jeonnam palm technique. He got the idea to try to strengthen this attack. Unfortunately, he was disappointed as the 2 palm techniques did not combine. His tenacity could be envied as he decided to repeat this technique. The guy started again as before. The second step was again the second movement of the Jeonnam palm technique. A powerful shockwave of ki was sent forward from the master. On the second attempt, he still managed to implement his planned combination. The guy screamed with joy and decided not to stop there and try other techniques. One of the students watching the teacher's training asked his friend what Gongchan was doing, but the guy was just as confused and didn't know what to answer. They had not yet reached his level of skill to understand such things, but they understood that teacher Gongchan was a very special person. When it was quiet and calm in the fortress of the Jeonnam clan, chaos began again in different parts of China. The warriors of the next clan were defeated. Apparently, it was the work of occultists. Information about these events has already reached Sashan Palace. At a small round table, 4 influential men were discussing recent news. According to the intelligence report, Deng Songhai from the Sashan Dang family died, and this time the death was caused by a heart attack. This was not the first time they had seen this handwriting in recent times. Clan leader Hyo Hengo Salang was extremely worried that the transcendental level practitioners from the 3 greatest families of Sashan Palace who took part in the raid on Nokrim ended up failing and dying under strange circumstances. The Cheongsong clan and the Ami clan lost their strongest representatives. And this time, Dang Songyai, who was called the Poisonous Dragon Killer, also died. He could not believe that a master of the art of poisons could die from poisoning. The leader had a hard time comprehending everything that had happened. He had no idea how they made such a mistake, which endangered their safety. But it was obvious that this problem would not be solved if the families of this palace continued to compete. The representative of the Zhonghan clan agreed with the wise woman from the Ami clan. They had lost too much to continue this useless competition. The Heohoan clan arrived at Sashon Palace to help the local clans. They believed that it was not necessary for them to fight Nokrim. A gray-haired man with long hair summed up that no matter how things turned out, they should stop this operation. The battle with Nokrim had proved too difficult. They could no longer afford to suffer any more casualties. Losing a significant number of troops would put their clans in jeopardy, so the Cheongsong clan representative agreed with his colleague's idea. The leader of the meeting had the last word. Heohengo Salang announced a temporary stop to all their actions towards Nokrim. The Murim Union was also extremely concerned about recent events. Local carp attracted attention but could not relax the tense situation. The alliance's military advisor was more serious than ever, trying to understand at what point things got so bad. The Imperial Palace and the Murim Alliance, the Dark Faction, and the Demonic Cult. He did not understand what his Jegal family should do between these two fires. He felt that now he was becoming a real warrior, because difficult times create strong people. But still, he would like his father to be next to him and give him wise advice. The wisdom of the Jegal clan was entrusted with enormous responsibility. Alliance leader Namgung distracted his military advisor and asked if he had made a decision on how to deal with the situation. Chunmun cryptically replied that he saw no other options. It turned out that they had already discussed this problem and came to a solution that they would like to apply only as a last resort. The main problem was the threat of fooling people with occult illusions. The military advisor analyzed all the information from the intelligence and came to the conclusion that masters who have reached the natural level are not affected by illusion, while masters of the transcendental level find it difficult to fight against them. They did not yet know what illusion their enemy was using, but it was clear that if they left everything as it was, then they would soon have big problems. The Sword King understood that they were in a hurry, and at this moment they should forget about Nokrim. Chunmun Jegal supported his idea, justifying this by the fact that the Dark Faction and the main forces suffered unpredictably large losses. Sword King Namgung understood that all of Kanho was under the influence of illusion, and therefore asked the advisor to think twice about his decision, since the result of their alliance would depend on it. The man replied that they actually had no choice but to request more people from the Mosin clan and those who were talented in illusion techniques. The leader of the alliance did not think that they would have to turn to the Mazin clan. He was looking forward to their cooperation. The Murim Union finally weighed all the risks and made a response move. Meanwhile, the Janam clan, despite its success in training masters, was also concerned about what was happening in the world, so it was decided to hold a gathering of elders, among whom Gongchan was. The sect leader asked the main question of these gatherings, whether they could remain safe in such conditions. The teacher was the first to express his opinion. He was bold to say that he considered their clan to be sufficiently prepared so that the devil's illusions could not penetrate their territory. But one couldn't help but remember that 15 transcendental level masters had died because of this illusion. The results of the recent attacks on Nikrim were summed up by his comrade on the left. The elder was afraid that if things really were as they were told, then even the large clans could be in danger, and this was a very serious threat to the balance of power. Janam was forced to develop its own plan of action. The leader asked if they had the necessary resources to help the Murim Union. The master replied that only 3, including himself, are familiar with devilish techniques, and this number is still not enough to send help to the alliance and remain safe themselves. They had to make decisions carefully, because they had to be ready before the threat reached their clan. Our monk's teacher believed that the only thing they were sure of was that the devil's illusion did not work in a place prepared with magic circles. In addition, all the killed masters were outside such circles, which meant that their masters would be in danger as soon as they left the boundaries of Shanam. In a calm tone, the teacher stated that they had no choice, and teaching students inside the fortress was the only wise decision. But one of the elders responded to these words with objections. The leader noticed that the discussion was about to reach a dead end and turn into conflict, so he stopped the discussion and took this responsibility upon himself. He gave instructions and asked from now on to begin researching the devilish technique while not forgetting about training students. The elders agreed with his opinion. Gongchan was calm and concentrated because, as always, he had a huge responsibility. After the meeting, the elders continued to discuss the results. Gongchan and the teacher stood separately. The young master was concerned and wanted to discuss this personally with his teacher. He told him of his desire to study the technique of illusions. This was unexpected, so he added that he had previously planned to learn this skill from Uncle Chongsul. Without hesitation, the man supported him and offered to do as he had previously planned. The support of a respected person greatly improved the guy's mood, and he thanked his teacher for the kind words. Still, Gongchan was the ray of light that the Junum clan had been missing for so long. The guy went to the building with one of the greatest masters of their sect. First of all, he greeted the students who were cleaning inside the palace. The guys asked what their younger brother was doing in such a place. The young guy replied that he was looking for Uncle Chongsul. This question was unexpected, so Gongchan added that he was wondering if he could learn from such an experienced mentor. In order not to waste time on guessing, he said that he was going to learn the technique of illusion. Of course, such power was unusual for the Shana masters, so one of the men asked why the respected young monk needed this. This question took him by surprise, so he made the excuse that he didn't know much about illusion techniques and was simply driven by the fact that new knowledge is always an advantage. The school students did not pay attention to their younger brother's awkward behavior, but agreed with his words, since Gongchan's theories really work, and Jeonnam owes him for improving the education system. The elder brother went away to inform the master about the arrival of the young monk and asked the guy to wait a little. Turning away from the talented guy, his emotions changed dramatically. It was not easy for him to realize that his younger brother Gongchan is considered the forerunner of martial arts, which is surprising at such a young age. In addition, now he has gone even further and is trying to study even the technique of illusions, which only 3 people in the entire clan master. Inside the building that belonged to Master Shongsul, there were a lot of ritual paraphernalia. The man was ready to listen to the conversation of his younger comrade. Taoist Gongchan introduced himself with incredible respect as usual, and said that he was honored to welcome his dear uncle. The respected master replied that he had heard a lot about such a student, after which he invited him to sit down. It was an honor for the monk, and he sat down at the same table with the master. A serious conversation awaited them ahead, so the master closed his book so as not to be distracted. First of all, he asked why the young master should study the technique of illusions. The guy replied that he lacked this knowledge in order to complete his martial art. The man did not understand what he was talking about, and how this technique could be related to such a task. The answer turned out to be mysterious. The guy said that he believed that he could find the missing detail that he could not track down along the long journey. Studying illusions is the shortest path to becoming stronger. In addition, he believed that thanks to this technique one could quickly achieve the natural level of mastery of internal energy. He was sure that there was a shortest path that everyone could follow. Uncle Chongsul thought about it. He was interested in hearing that theory of the brilliant student, which he had not yet told the other prefects about. After the student's words, he paused for a moment, which made Gongchan worry about the teacher's future decision. Still, he had no reason to refuse, so he announced the beginning of their classes and asked them to prepare properly. The negotiations went much easier than Gongchan expected. He thanked the master for agreeing to become his mentor and said goodbye. Meetings with our monk always give people something to think about. Uncle Chongsul was no exception. He realized that Gongchan is truly a unique guy, and the rumors about him are not an exaggeration. Remembering his uncle, he thought that it would be good if he were entrusted with looking after such an interesting and talented young man. The next day, Gongchan went to his first class in the illusion technique class at Jeonnam School. He had to start with theory, so first he studied the materials that were available in their martial arts library. Before he could get involved in the process, he was interrupted by the stormy appearance of his nieces. The guy was surprised to see them and asked when they managed to arrive. His words hurt the feelings of the ladies. The older sister lowered her gaze and sighed heavily, while the younger one, as usual, started the conflict and first of all reminded that they contacted him a week ago and clarified the date of their arrival. Gongchan began to wave his hand, trying to calm down the young lady's ardor, and said that he forgot about it because he was too busy training. The daughters of the Moen family were already fed up with this excuse. The hot-tempered girl nervously hit the guy on the table, and he almost fell out of his chair from fright. This was a common thing, because all their conversations looked something like this. But this time, they stopped in time to discuss really important things. The girls were worried about rumors that the Jeonnam clan had acquired a secret technique. This information shocked the whole world and set organizations in motion. All the Kanho clans wanted to take possession of the secret technique for quickly achieving the transcendental level. This knowledge could, in a short period, bring any organization to the pinnacle of power in the world. Gongchan understood what they were leading to and assumed that they had arrived to receive secret equipment as representatives of the allied Moen clan. Such a frank assumption hurt the feelings of the youngest niece, and she burned with resentment towards her uncle. But the younger sister turned out to be more rational, so she simply confirmed this information without further ado. At her sister's words, Ren's younger niece simply became inflamed. She didn't want to say it so directly, but Ren knew very well that it was better to be honest with their uncle, especially when it comes to the relationship between the Moen clan and Jeonnam. The eldest sister admitted that their family really sent them in order to acquire such valuable knowledge, which other families began to hunt for, but admitted that this request was too difficult for them, and they were ready to accept a refusal. It was about knowledge that, due to proliferation, they could completely change the balance of power in the world. Gongchan looked at the girls and began to think about what to do, because the future of many families associated with martial arts would depend on his decision. First, he turned to his older sister and said that he would like to convey something serious to them. He would like the Moyon family to declare the Jeonnam clan as their allies forever, after which the Jeonnam clan will consider their offer to share the secret method of training transcendent-level masters. From such a shocking answer, the sisters froze in place. Scratching his ear, he relaxed and replied that he had already thought about it and just wanted to talk to the clan leader about this possibility. It was strange. The girls asked why he wanted to do this. They themselves understood that the knowledge of the Jeonnam clan could change the entire world of martial arts. The guy decided to explain to them why he made such an unexpected and seemingly risky decision. It was obvious that if the Moen clan mastered the method of quickly training students, their clan would become the best in Kanho within a few years. Then both the Moyon family and the Jeonnam clan will be on the same side, and if they transfer the equipment to a couple more clans, it will be possible to create a larger group. If they can do this, then Kanho won't be able to interfere in their affairs so easily. This was the reason for his action. He had already scheduled a meeting with the elders to discuss the details. The guy asked the girls to simply send a letter on behalf of the family if they made a decision. Since the issue was resolved, he suggested that they go to rest or mind their own business, since they distracted him from learning a new skill. Although they had reached a mutually beneficial solution, Ren was still unhappy. She didn't like her uncle's cold treatment, so she asked if there was anything else he wanted to tell them. Gongchan couldn't understand what they were talking about, so the younger sister suggested that he ask how they were doing and say how much more beautiful they had become since their last meeting. It seemed that he understood what was going on, so he closed his book and concentrated all his respect on the girls. He addressed his youngest niece in a calm and confident tone. The girl began twirling her hair on her finger in anticipation. But such a romantic moment was disrupted by the master's speech. He asked them to train instead of such strange thoughts, and also suggested not to bother their heads with such useless things. Yang calmly withstood her uncle's attitude, but her younger sister was inflamed with anger. She nervously shouted that he should forget about this conversation, since she was just a fool for expecting more from him. After these words, she left the building, violently opening the door with a kick. The older sister apologized for her hot-tempered sister's behavior and then left the building. A few seconds later, Gongchan heard a scream from the street. Probably the entire Jeonnam fortress heard Ren's indignation. Gongchan was shocked, because a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and he still did not understand why they were reacting to him this way. After learning the theory, the young monk went into the forest to practice these skills. He made the seal and began to concentrate on the flow of his energy. By changing the seals, he gradually began to release some of the chi that was easiest for him to control. This knowledge gave him the opportunity to understand the natural level of energy possession. His entire nervous system was involved in this process. He had never felt anything like this before. The sensations during this workout were very different from all previous ones. Having completed the exercise, he gradually relaxed his concentration and exhaled with relief. He was pleased because this time he had taken a huge step forward. After the training, the guy went to his mentor to share the results. They were talking about the energy of the upper core, which he had been developing for a long time. While studying illusion techniques, he noticed that they were somehow interconnected with the energy of the upper core. He was very interested in this process. In fact, in his conversation, he simply chose to use the term upper core instead of brainwaves, hoping that this would be enough for Zhang Sul. The man was shocked by the student's assumption, but decided not to show it and said that using the energy of the upper core is probably one of Gongchan's theories. Based on this assumption, he asked whether there had been any progress in confirming this theory. The young monk replied that after realizing the influence of the energy of the upper core, he began to learn new things much faster. Thus, he managed to learn flame magic, fields of vision, and even disappearing illusion. At this moment, he knows 5 spells. For the teacher, this was an incredible result, since not even a month had passed since the start of training. The guy agreed with these words, but admitted that given the fact that this is something completely new to him, he will need more time to study other techniques. Zhang Sul felt that he had nothing to support his such a talented student, so he reminded him that in order to learn spells more effectively, he needed to constantly repeat them. Gongchan thanked his uncle for his support and advice and left the building. It was already evening outside, and the guy was getting ready to return home after such a busy day. But on his way home, he saw a strange thing that made him stop and freeze in place. This was a battle between 2 girls, which he did not expect to see, since all the training was already over. As it turned out, it was a fight between Wifwei and big sister Yun, while Ren didn't interfere and just watched. The young girl still lacked the physical strength to fight on equal terms with the experienced fighter of the Moen clan. The elder sister looked very cold. To make up for the age difference, Wifwa jumped into the air to deliver a surprise and powerful attack. But Ren's experience was enough to predict such a move. The girl from the Moen family was able to dodge Vikva's powerful blow without much difficulty. After that, she began her counterattack. But punching a child was not so easy. Fear appeared on the young girl's face. She realized that she would not be able to defend herself. In reality, this fight was just some friendly training, so the fight ended lightly and with a funny feeling in the back of the head. While Wifwa was trying to comprehend how she made such an obvious mistake, Big Sister Yun praised her for her excellent skills and noted that she had definitely become stronger. Ren was delighted with this fight and therefore offered to fight the second one with her. Vihua was very happy to compete with another beautiful older sister from the Moen clan. Gongchan didn't understand what was happening and sullenly asked his nieces why they were still in Janam. To attract attention, he shouted in a nervous tone that they should not behave like that in his yard. Vikva was the first to notice her teacher and immediately ran to meet him. Sighing heavily, the cunning Ren replied that the girl simply had older sisters who were not indifferent to her success in training, unlike her teacher, so they simply decided to help her. The girl began to feel embarrassed and laughed awkwardly, while Gongchan was a little confused by the words he heard. Still, the guy was not in the mood, so he simply answered irritably that it was their personal choice, and he was going to learn spells, so now he was not interested. Ren decided to finish him off, so she provocatively asked the nervous guy to teach this technique to her and her sisters. Gongchan could not stand it, and replied that it would be easier for him to throw them out of his yard. But the calm and insolent Ren replied that he could do that, but there was no point in it, since they were going to leave anyway, albeit a little later. Because of such obsession, he wanted at least a little peace in order to advance in the field of illusions, so he nervously asked them to just leave so as not to disturb him. The next morning, the young master's court received guests. His sisters came to visit to study the basics of the new art, while Gongchan continued to familiarize himself with the theory. The young master's mind was filled with thoughts of how to fully master the natural level with the help of his nervous system. In fact, he was not discouraged, because his progress was so significant that no master in history could compare with him in the speed of learning. The girls continued their training. Their movements were so masterful that leaves flew away from the air currents. The elder sister suggested stopping and resting. She was afraid that Vioa would hardly be able to keep up with their pace, but the girl with a smile on her face replied that she could still continue. Vikva's answer greatly inspired the sisters, so they, with sincere smiles on their faces, suggested not to stop and continue training even more diligently. Such dedication on the part of the girls greatly pleased their teacher, since he thought that they would only distract him. Independent nieces did not interfere with his work, so he concentrated and continued to learn illusion techniques and his inner energy. Gongchan and his students continued to train, and winter came. Ren had already begun to see Weiwei as a worthy adversary and began to take her more seriously. Their teacher also did not stand still, and it seems that he significantly improved his understanding of the natural level of energy. Time passed and spring began. At that important moment for their lives, early cherry blossoms had already bloomed, and the Moen sisters wove a beautiful wreath for their little sister. Their communication was beneficial for the girl's development as a master. Their teacher's possession of natural energy became more and more advanced. The guy was very concentrated and worked on his consciousness and control of his nervous system. Little by little, he began to release and use his internal energy with just one seal and the power of thought. His drawn little man was no longer just lying on the table moving. Ganshan was able to suddenly lift him to his feet. This was just the beginning, since such an exercise is aimed at controlling energy, but he will still have to learn to influence the external environment with even greater force. Still, he was very happy because this success would allow him to develop even faster. There were also some changes within the Janam sect. Teacher Chun Jin finally received some mysterious scroll that he had been waiting for a long time. It seems he received the information he had been waiting for a long time. Gongchan and his students gathered together to relax after productive training. As usual, the master used his ice magic skills and made fruit ice for the girls. This dessert was a common treat for the protagonist in his past life, but during the heyday of martial arts, it did not yet exist, so the sisters begged him to make even more delicious and cold popsicles. Gongchan refused, believing that Ren and En were already capable of using ice magic on their own to create sweet ice. He moved away from this mundane question and asked if Nokrim had been calm lately. Yan replied that after stopping the raids on the occultist slayer, they did nothing more. This was good news, but Gongchan was sure that Nokrim was still walking around Kanho calmly. The impunity of the enemy masters was obvious, and the elder sister agreed with her teacher. The guy was busy training, but he was infuriated by the fact that despite the fact that Nokrim was out of control, Kanho still ignored this problem. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of one of the students. He respectfully addressed Gongchan and said that he had an important request. It turned out that Master Chun Jin asked to find his talented and independent student. Most likely, this was due to the scroll he received earlier. Without wasting time, Gongchan arrived to his teacher and immediately drew attention to the letter, which, according to the teacher, arrived from the Murim Union. The Chaunams were informed that the Union was gathering people who were good at spells, and of course, in this case, Gongchan was the first to whom it was decided to offer to take part in this. The guy was incredibly happy about this offer, since he had already mastered several new spells that he had not yet used in practice. The student's answer satisfied Zongjin, but he warned Gongchen that he should find a few more people in order to create a group of fighters that would represent the whole of Jiannam. This proposal became a problem, since the young master was accustomed to relying only on his own strength without endangering the rest of the fighters. The next day, Gongchan and his group set out outside Jiannam Fortress. He was unhappy that his team seemed problematic beforehand. His guess was correct. His nieces and older sister were sent along with him. These wayward girls never gave him peace, and this time they all gathered together. First of all, he turned to the Moen sisters and asked why they were going to Murim along with the Shahnam detachment. The girls replied that this would be part of their training under the mentorship of their uncle. The guy was a little infuriated by this answer, since he believed that such a serious matter was not suitable for the role of training, but in Ren's opinion, they were strong enough for their uncle to stop looking down on them too much. On the whole, she was right, and the guy agreed with her and reduced his anger a little. But on the other hand, he was also worried that his older sister also decided to go on such a dangerous task. The girl sighed heavily and replied that she was going to protect her younger brother. The guy understood that he was younger, but it seemed strange to him that someone like him was going to protect him. He boldly replied that he did not fully understand who else would protect whom. These words hurt the feelings of the elder sister, who had previously taught a young talented master, who had recently become a mentor for many students. Instead of words, she chose the path of violence, and with a blow to the ribs demonstrated to the monk her dissatisfaction with his words. Gongchan fell to the ground and writhed in pain. His nieces stood aside and quietly laughed at him. The determined and confident elder sister suggested that they not delay and go on their way, since they planned to reach Jeonju from Hanam Palace by the next day. The angry guy began to shout displeasedly at her that she shouldn't behave like that with her former student, but he never heard an answer, because these words only brought a kind smile on the girl's face. After some time, they reached their goal. Jeonju and its Hanam Palace began to be visible on the horizon. The city was located near the river, and therefore trade developed well here. This place was unusual for the joint detachment of Jeonnam fighters and the Moen family, so there was a pleasant smile and admiration on the faces of the fighters. Without wasting any time, they went to the area of one of the branches of the Jeonju clan, namely the representatives of the Jeonbul clan. They were met by a kind and pleasant monk, who respectfully greeted the world-famous Taoist of the Jeonnam clan. This was the leader of the Jeonbul clan named Bulsong, and for Gongchan this meeting was long awaited. The man admitted that he did not expect to meet the young Kanho star as their guest, but the young monk behaved modestly as usual and asked not to flatter him, since he is much younger. The modesty and politeness of the young, talented master caused the leader of the Jeonbul clan to laugh sincerely. He was glad to see such an amazing student of the prestigious clan. Without wasting any time, the guy introduced the girls who stood behind him, saying that his older sister and nieces from the Moen clan had arrived with him. The pretty girls joined the conversation, and the elder sister thanked the leader of the allied clan for the honor of meeting him. With his palms folded in front of him, he admitted that he had already heard about the Moen family flowers. He thought they were as beautiful as the rumors said. The acquaintance came to an end, and the leader of the Jeonbul clan asked the dear guests on what business they came to see him. Gongchan replied that they were on their way to the Mirim Alliance, since they were gathering people who were good at spells. Therefore, they wanted to ask if it was possible for them to make a small pass inside their fortress to spend the night before continuing the road. These words greatly surprised the master. He did not expect that he was also good at spells. Still, he was pleased to hear that such respected young masters had decided to stay with him as guests, and he happily allowed them to stay the night. He also admitted that he had actually wanted to build a relationship as the eldest and youngest of Kangho for a long time. In addition, the rooms were already ready, so the man invited the dear guests to rest. The guys thanked the great warrior Bulsun for such an honor and went to their rooms. The girls immediately went to bed, as they were quite tired from the journey. But Gongchan had long been accustomed to such movement, so he felt great and, lying on the bed, decided to practice his energy control. He couldn't sleep and was too bored to spend time just relaxing. Using ice magic, he cooled the tea to a pleasant temperature and poured it into a cup. This was a short break, since training inside his consciousness all night was comparable to hellish efforts for him. For the first time, he noted the slow pace of development, sighing heavily. He was even afraid to imagine when he would thus reach the next level with such success. It seemed to him that one day he would have to go to the Mosen clan to ask them for help. When suddenly, his keen senses noticed something was wrong. It was not the first time that the guy got into trouble during the trip. He didn't even want to guess what happened this time, but he had no choice to stand aside. The other monks of this fortress were not so skilled in controlling energy, so they still did not know what was happening. Gongchan climbed onto the roof of a tall building in this city to explore the surroundings. Despite the fact that not every master managed to sense the threat, it was hard not to notice it, since thick violet clouds visually appeared around the fortress. This was not the first time Gongchan had encountered such a feeling, and was sure that this was some kind of devilish spell. A moment later, a mysterious, huge red dragon appeared among these terrifying clouds. The monk standing on the roof of one of the buildings understood that he was here on time because this threat looked really serious. Pulling his hand under his kimono, he realized that this was a real hunt because of which many people had already died. He had no idea how the enemy managed to find him, but he did not want to waste time thinking and decided to start the battle. The guy took out those same paper men on which he trained his natural level of ki. He tossed them into the air before making his next move. The caster began to use dolls for the first time in his life and summoned spirits with energy between heaven and earth. His paper warriors scattered throughout the fortress to defend the local warriors. The local monks were shocked, as they had never seen such a spell before. By spreading his energy, he used his natural level of control to order the spirits to take control of his dolls. Within a moment, the dolls began to move. Controlling a spell of this magnitude required incredible ki control and vast reserves of internal energy. Gonshan was ready to demonstrate the results of his training and practice. With a serious and concentrated look, he said the name of this technique called escorcism. The huge technique of the enemy dragon was in an instant on the verge of colliding with the spell of the young student Janam, which was still unknown to the world. While the clan warriors' jaws dropped in surprise, the lord of the fortress ran out into the streets of the city and first of all asked to tell them about what was happening. The spectacle was terrifying. The enemy decided to act openly, and his presence was noticeable to the naked eye. Huge red clouds and a large dragon were here for only one purpose. They showed up with the desire to destroy the talented monk from Shonam. Even the legendary warrior Bolson was shocked by the amount of dark energy that surrounded his fortress. Gong Chen was in the vanguard, and he was serious about giving battle to the enemy. His first attack was not enough to deal with the enemy, but he did not worry, because otherwise it would not be interesting. While the guy was looking for the weaknesses of the enemy equipment, the dragon was already rushing towards him. But suddenly, he unexpectedly changed the trajectory of his flight. Now everything has become clear. Gonshan was wrong. It seems that he was not the main target of the enemy troops. Warrior Bolson was excited. He would have to join the battle. We still don't know what he's capable of, and besides, the enemy spell brought real horror to everyone present. Worried about the lord of the fortress, the Janam student immediately headed towards the city streets to defend the legendary warrior. The magical dragon has already begun to charge its first salvo, which will obviously be incredibly powerful. Such a powerful pressure of dark energy nearby had a huge impact on all the fighters of the Chonbo clan. The leader of the organization tried to resist. Gong Chen rushed to his defense. He immediately began to put a seal in order to cast another spell. Jumping towards the enemy dragon, he again turned to the spirits and uttered the words of the spell. His C became the second flash in the visibility zone of the clan fighters. Wasting no time, he asked the leader of the Chongbo clan to begin his prayer, asking the disciples to support their master. The man was clearly not ready for this battle. He did not know what to expect from such a terrifying technique, but still began his prayer. All his disciples also cast aside their fear of the enemy and continued to recite the prayer to Buddha along with their mentor. Rushing into battle, Gonshan again turned to his spirits and asked them to destroy evil and stop the atrocities of the enemy. It was an exorcism technique again, but this time he put a lot more ki into it, and it became much more powerful. The incredible power prevented the enemy spell from carrying out its attack. The sound of a powerful explosion spread throughout the entire area. The enemy equipment stopped. Heavy purple smoke hung in the air, and the excited fighters of the Chonbo clan looked in anticipation in the direction where the dragon was. The smoke began to clear, and it became clear that the young monk's second blow was not enough to destroy this dark spell. The legendary warrior began to get nervous and bit his lower lip. The surviving enemy vehicles attacked him to defeat him with brute force. He grimaced as if he was preparing for an awkward death in front of his subordinates. But as it turned out, Gonshan managed to stop the enemy spell and a doll of enemy technology ended up in his hands. The basis of the enemy attack was an ordinary, brutal snake. Gonshan was surprised by her self-confidence, because even after losing her energy boost, she continued to attack despite the lack of any prospect. By squeezing the snake's body in his hands, he prevented the enemy from renewing this technique. Unexpectedly for him, the health of the leader of the Chonbo clan deteriorated sharply. The legendary warrior fell to the ground unconscious, and Gongchan immediately ran to him to help. Raising the body of Mr. Bolson, he turned to the local soldiers and asked to urgently take the monk to their infirmary. The news of the unsuccessful attack had already reached the enemy camp, which was located among the forest and rocks. Despite the failure, the enemy leader simply began to laugh, which greatly excited his charges. Despite the occultist's concerns, the mysterious man asked them not to do anything stupid or make a fuss over such a minor setback. Before summing up, the man with the scar on his right eye sighed heavily. This was strange for him, since he did not expect that the weaklings from the Murim Alliance would be able to destroy the spell of the bloody dragon slayer on whom he had high hopes. He could not even imagine such an outcome, so he turned to his fighters and asked them to find out the reason why their rather powerful spell could not cope with the task. In addition, he also asked his wards if there was any news from Manhwa. One of the hooded occultists replied that they had a letter saying that chaos had broken out in the third world countries. It seems that this news was so pleasant that it distracted this gentleman from his recent failure and caused him to smile evilly. It was obvious that this was connected with the first step in the blood cult, which was unexpected for the Christian warriors. Still, he did not want to be distracted by the successes of other organizations and stated that they still have enough to do in the near future. Stretching his hand forward, he urged his fighters to hurry and prepare for the next step of their cult. He was very interested in what was happening in the world and looked forward with anticipation to new news regarding the activities of the blood cult. Morning came, and all night Gongchan remained next to the lord of this fortress. Doctors at the local hospital have already begun treating their commander-in-chief. It seems that this religious clan practiced needle healing. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead. This task was not easy for him. Gongchan asked what was happening and what the condition of the legendary warrior was. Summing up the state of his master, the doctor replied that in his opinion the main crisis was over, and Bolson could gradually restore his energy. Despite the weakness and severe trembling in his body, the legendary warrior was able to extend his hand towards the young disciple of the Janam clan and addressed him by name. Gongchan instantly rushed to his bed and asked the monk not to worry about recent events and invited him to restore his strength and peace. The man was a man of honor, so he thanked the incredible guy for his help and said that their Zhongbul clan now owes him a great debt. He also apologized for not being able to take their group on the road. The worried guy asked not to worry about it and suggested using his energy only for recovery. He was so delighted with the young cultivator's strength that he asked him, with hope in his eyes, to build a relationship between the senior and junior warrior from Kanho during their next meeting. These words brought a pleasant smile on the Taoist's face, since he could not refuse such an offer. He replied that he would look forward to this moment, because for him, it was a great honor to collaborate with the legendary warrior. Having dealt with the issues inside the Chonbul fortress, the guy gathered his squad of women to continue his journey. Having finished his business, he said that they were now ready to continue their journey to the Murim Union. Soon they reached the Union city of Murim. The road turned out to be calm and they met no more enemies. Inside the city, there was a completely different situation compared to the fortress of the Chonbul clan. Local beauties whispered about their affairs. It seemed that the situation in the world had passed them by. Such an amazingly calm atmosphere did not go unnoticed by Gongchan. With a smile on his face from the gaze of the beauties, he declared that even the air is different in the Murim Union, which greatly angered his companions, who probably liked him. Sister Gonen understood that these words were associated with a large number of free beauties, and therefore answered with a threatening look that he was talking nonsense, since a similar atmosphere now reigned in all the cities where they were. Such evil treatment made the guy tremble, and he awkwardly replied that he accidentally said it out loud. The disapproving glances of the nieces spoke for them. The elder sister said that Gongchan probably touched his head, but the guy again made excuses and said that most likely he was just too tired. But a passing beauty again changed his train of thought, and he said that a few cups of tea would certainly help him. Despite the beauty of his companions, he was fascinated by some passing girl. He got so engrossed that he completely forgot that he was not in this city himself. He was again distracted by Gonen. She noticed that his eyes looked too suspicious. Ren agreed with the words of the eldest sister from the Janam clan, and Yon simply stated that she was disappointed in her uncle. Three intimidating and condemning glances put the guy in such an awkward position that the promising master had to go on the defensive and make excuses. He decided to get out of this situation by changing the topic of conversation, so he suggested that the girls go to the guest room of the Jeonnam clan to get plenty of rest after the hard journey, since he believed that everyone was simply too tired. It seems his efforts did not change their opinion much, and therefore the girls unanimously answered that their teacher was an ordinary pervert. In search of at least someone less aggressive than his companions, Gong Chen came to his comrades who lived in the Jeonnam area. The guys were glad to see one of the most talented students of their sect and gladly invited Gong Chen and his team to go inside the building to relax. The guy asked if any of the elders were there. The guys responded with surprise that there was no one at the moment. The young master quickly changed the topic of conversation and hurriedly asked not to worry and just bring them tea. While talking, Sister Gonyung could not recall the recent incident inside the Zhongbul clan fortress. With a calm look, the master replied that it was a spell in the form of a red dragon, which had as much energy as after 600 years of practice. These words simply shocked Ren. The eldest of the nieces concluded that if that dragon really carried an amount of energy that was equal to 600 years of practice, then there is no doubt that such a technique is too complex for most of the strongest masters. Sister Gonan added that she was sure that it was incredibly difficult to handle such a challenge with Gongshan's level of spell proficiency. Sipping hot tea, the young Taoist agreed that he could not defeat such a terrifying spell with his own strength alone. His first step was to distribute all the lost spirits throughout the territory of the Zhongbul clan fortress. All the spirits went to the places where magic circles were installed in the clan. After that, he changed the existing protective circles to strengthening ones, and then used them on himself. In addition to all this, the prayer of the great warrior Bolsong and the disciples of the Zhongbul clan was added. Even though it was a high-level spell, it could not withstand such a noticeable numerical superiority. Ren could not hide her delight and asked her uncle how he came up with such an idea in a matter of moments. It was noticeable that Sister Gonan began to get nervous from such an incredible story. She believed that Gongchan was currently just a low-class spell user, but he managed to easily adapt to the situation and find a way out. The conversation was interrupted by one of the clan's students. He had business with teacher Gongchan. He said that representatives of the Murim Union wished to meet with him personally. It was a serious matter, so the guy immediately put down his cup of tea. Gongchan stood up decisively from the table and replied that he was ready for this meeting. The guy went to the meeting. He was received by the leader of the union himself. The king of the sword admitted that he had heard a lot about him. First of all, Namgung Muja inquired about a recent incident in which Gongchan himself also took part. He asked how he managed to break the incredibly powerful spell of the Red Dragon. The young Taoist of the Jeonnam clan told everything exactly as he told his group. The guy's cunning approach interested the elders, and one of them confidently stated that if they did the same as Taoist Jeonnam, then even if a person is not very strong in spells, they would still have a chance to repel the enemy's spell with a significant superiority in terms of power. The leader of the union decided that in this case they should collect energy from many people. He was sure that the illusion spell they had already seen was also made with the help of a large number of occultists. But everything was not as simple as it might seem. Sword King Namgung Muja pointed out that even if they had a way to stop the spell, it would not be enough because their enemies were always hiding, while the alliance was always open in plain sight. The last participant also joined the dialogue. With his coughing and thoughtful silence, he attracted the attention of the second headman and the leader of the union. Scratching his beard, the old man reminded that enemy spells of this kind only harmed 5 people a day, which means that enemy forces have a limit on the strength and distance of using such techniques. Gongchen understood what was going on. He was interested in the words of this man, since he knew very well that this was the former leader of the Mosin clan, from whom he really wanted to learn experience in using energy at the natural level of possession. The old man continued and said that to solve such a problem, they would have to spend a lot of resources. What he meant was that if they took well-made gold and a spell with them, then it would be enough to repel the enemy's techniques. The leader of the union took this advice seriously and replied that in that case, they would immediately begin preparations. He was very grateful for the old man's wisdom and stated that he hoped for his help in the future. The atmosphere of this meeting once again demonstrated the seriousness of the Union's attitude to what is happening in the world. Murim really makes such decisions very quickly. Stretching out his hand in front of him, Sword King Namgung Muja stated that from that moment on, they would begin to follow a plan to fight the spell called Murima Alliance. While the alliance of martial arts clans was making such important decisions, there was also some good news in the Jeonnam clan. Teacher Chun Jin arrived to meet with the sect leader. The master reported that after the battle with the Diasang Palace, they received all the rights of the destroyed Hwasun clan. To put it simply, we can now say that most of the clans of Samazo Palace are subordinate to the Jeonnam clan. Interesting news was also received from the allied Moan clan. Jeonnam and Moyon made a deal, and after that rumors began to emerge that Moyon began to increase their influence in Yongyang Palace. It was about that very secret training technique of Gongchen. In addition, Ren and En were sent to the master to continue joint training and exchange of experience for some time. Teacher Chun Jin believed that this was a difficult path for the two flowers of the Moan clan, so together with the elders, he decided to appoint Gonin as an accompanying master for their detachment, just in case. News of the recent incident in the Zhongbo clan has already reached the Jeonnam Palace. The sect leader admitted that he heard about a big deal that their most talented disciple had recently done. The world was once again shocked by the power of the Jeonnam clan. After all, Gongchan not only saved the leader of a powerful clan of a member of the Murim alliance, but also single-handedly managed to destroy enemy spells with the energy power of 600 years of spiritual practice. Let's return to our young monk. Evening had already come, and he was humming as he returned to his room. He was happy with how he spent his day, as he was able to learn a lot of interesting things just by talking to other spellcasters. It was a joy for him to learn something new completely free of charge, because this kind of opportunity does not come often. There was a smile on his face, and a sincere and friendly laugh emanated from him at the mere thought that the next day he would also be able to gain knowledge that was important to him. But suddenly he stopped and turned away from talking to himself. 3 masters, accompanied by 2 girls, walked nearby. They were vigorously discussing some rumors. One of them stopped as soon as he saw the Taoist of the Jeonnam clan. Gonshan was clearly not happy about such a meeting, but it was already too late to run away. The master stopped and respectfully greeted the young monk. It was the son of the Sword King. Gongchen awkwardly reciprocated his feelings. Despite the artificially forced smile on his face, he was very annoyed by this situation. One of Master Namgun's comrades asked who they were dealing with. It was the first time he had seen the son of the leader of the Union, Murim, say hello to someone first. This unfriendly man named Dang Mugi, nicknamed the Poisonous Dragon, with a dissatisfied face. He rudely asked the young master who he was and where he came from. Gonshan was unhappy that his wonderful evening was ruined by this company, but he calmly introduced himself anyway, hoping that they would quickly leave him alone. But the violent reaction to his name said otherwise. Everyone except Mr. Namgung was extremely surprised by such a meeting. Biting his lip nervously, the dragon blade named Peng Majin thought that it was extremely unexpected to see the one who had embarrassed his family in this place again. One of the ladies introduced herself in a calm tone as Sol Mian from the Ice Palace. She admitted that she had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The second lady from Master Namgun's company turned out to be less well-mannered. Her name is Hui Yan, and she is known around the world under the pseudonym Burning Flame. She didn't care about Gongchan's recent achievements because of rumors about the incredible strength of this master. She, without further ado, invited him to fight. Before Gongchan had time to answer, Dang Mugi intervened in the conversation and asked his sister not to disgrace her family by trying to fight with someone from the village clan. The arrogant behavior of these arrogant rich people got on the monk's nerves. The son of the leader of the Union, Murim, who once already suffered from his arrogance towards the Taoist from Jeonnam, showed himself most adequately. He invited his comrades to cool down and move on. He addressed Master Gongchan with respect and apologized for the behavior of his comrades. It seems that the conflict was resolved and the masters and rich clans moved on. But Gongchan saw this as an excellent opportunity and provocatively told them in the back that he would not fight until he was sure that he could make money from it. Hua Yung immediately noticed his words and stopped and asked him to repeat. Sighing defiantly, the guy realized that he had managed to interest the fire master from Namgung's company. He repeated his words that he does not fight for free, arguing that he is the only one who wastes time playing with masters of such a level as theirs. The guy's impudent words shocked the well-mannered lady of the Ice Palace, while Hua Young admiringly noticed that Gong Chan was an interesting and hot guy. She came closer to him in order to make him a tempting offer. Her proposal turned out to be quite unexpected. Considering herself a real beauty, she stated that if he wins in their fight, then she will allow him to go on a date together. Such a move was very bold, and from hearing the words, a sly smile appeared on Gongshan's face. He saw opportunities for negotiations. The guy calmly replied that he was not interested in her, but despite this, he was ready to fight if in exchange she could tell him the basic principles of the martial arts of her clan. It seems that his words really hurt the beauty's feelings, and she shouted in rage that this was an unfair proposal, because everyone was crazy about marrying her, while Gongshan only asked to know the basis of her martial arts, which sounded like sheer absurdity to her. While Hua Young was fussing, Dang Mugi took the initiative and suggested that Taoist Gongchan was probably so confident in himself for a reason, but he didn't like the fact that the guy talked so much without any manners. The young monk from Shanam replied that he did not bother with manners and was simply saying that he was not going to fight for the sake of ordinary interest. Seeing through the arrogant guys, he invited him to join the deal. He was ready to fight him if he could put something valuable on the battle. Gong Chan's communication skills were simply incredible. He made both representatives of the Fire Clan burn with rage. The situation continued to heat up, and the Taoists decided in time to leave the guys alone with their rage and disturbing thoughts. So he apologized and said that he was in a hurry and had to leave them. Dang Mugi was beside himself with anger. His body was filled with anger. The master's provocation turned out to be incredibly successful. They are unlikely to just forget about what happened. The next day, while waiting for a response to his recent proposal, the guy continued to improve his spellcasting skills. Despite his talent for studying magic, he experienced some difficulties in mastering new techniques, which was immediately noticed by one of the elders of the Union. Gongshan explained the essence of the problem by saying that he was unable to make a magic circle using the method that he knew. He looked so upset that the man decided to help and invited him to come closer. The old man believed that the young master was missing one detail. In such a case, he additionally used another seal. Having applied the second seal, he concentrated on it and began to release energy, making signs with his palms, which Gongshan was closely following. After a moment, he managed to realize a large magic circle within the radius where they were located. Gongchan was amazed by the incredible power of this spell after just one edit in execution. But he was still puzzled by how this method differed from what he himself had tried to accomplish. The old man laughed mysteriously in response to his question. With a smile on his face, he explained that the spell actually needed to be slightly modified depending on the time and place of its use. This is a common practice as the energy in that location is a bit unique compared to other locations, and because of this, he was forced to change the spell and paper specifically for that location. The confused Gongshan was surprised and replied that in this case, he should learn many more theoretical details regarding the execution of such techniques. The man agreed with him and said that this was normal, since the young Taoist Chanam had just begun his journey of comprehending martial arts. He really hoped for the young master's rapid development, realizing that they needed more magic circles to stop the devilish spell. On the way home, he said that he knew about the meeting of Gongshan and young masters from other famous clans. He was wondering why the world-famous Taoist Chanam decided to make such an offer to them. Seeing the guy's reaction, he realized that Gongshan was the only one in the entire Murim Union who had not heard about these rumors. It turned out that the situation was perceived ambiguously. Some masters from the clan were furious and said that they would not allow Gongshan to get away with this. Out of awkwardness, the young Taoist put his hand on the back of his head and, trying to relax the situation, replied that in his opinion, nothing serious had happened. Returning to the Junam area, he realized that he had underestimated the seriousness of the situation. Sitting at the meeting of elders, he felt that it would not be easy for him. The attention of all the participants in this meeting was aimed at the young monk, which created an uncomfortable problem for them. The situation was so tense that the hermit Gongchan began to worry greatly. He did not take into account the responsibility for his actions, and therefore all he could do was smile awkwardly. One of the elders complained that because of the Taoist performance, people started talking about the Jeonnam clan too often. Repeating the same mistake, he began to make excuses and said that they were the first to start. His lie was easy to recognize, so they all unanimously said that it was time for him to grow up. From these words, the guy drooped into himself. He did not yet know that due to a recent incident, the Seishan family challenged the Jeonnam clan to a duel. The guy was very surprised, although he expected that this would happen, but no one personally told him this news. Remembering those guys, he realized that the same daring guy named Songhai spoke on behalf of the Seishan family. The headman decided that Gongchan had set them all up by coming all the way to the Murim alliance just to create more problems. He ordered him to immediately apologize to the aforementioned clan and not make the problem even bigger. As an argument, they reminded him of his own wise words that the ability to restrain himself is equal to victory in battle. Unexpectedly for everyone, he demonstrated the seriousness of his intentions and firmly declared that he would accept the challenge to a duel. The elders were furious with the guy's self-will. They could not believe his arrogant and impudent answer. In his defense, Gongchan said that they were the first to disrespect the Jeonnam clan, and after that, he could not stand aside. He believes that it would be absolutely wrong for a Taoist from the Jeonnam clan. One of the disgruntled elders stated that the monk primarily came to the alliance to fight against devilish illusions with the help of his spell-casting skills and not to fight in conflict with other clans. Another argument was that they were worried about their strongest student. After these words, the young monk calmly asked the elders not to worry about him. With a self-confident smile, he replied that in any case, winning would be a piece of cake for him. The representative of the conflict clan is a poisonous dragon named Dang Mugi. He is the grandson of the poisonous king Dang Chong, former head of the Sashan Dang family. To make him the heir to take the place of the poisonous king, the Sashan Dang family fearlessly invested huge amounts of money in him. In return, Dang Mugi gained incredibly great strength from a young age by practicing with Kanho's best mentors. Therefore, he believed that he was the strongest of the 10 true Kanho dragons. This was the reason why Dang Mugi looked down on other masters. His arrogance was primarily due to his early acquisition of power. This arrogance collided with Gongchan's arrogance and created a spark. The martial arts duel between the Sashan Dang family and the Jeonnam clan has become a hotly debated issue in the Murim alliance. Gongchan didn't even care about the 10 true dragons of Kanho. That's how arrogant he really was. Marima Union, the center of Kanho, many stories happened in this place, and now all the people's attention was focused on the next story, the fight between Gongchan and Dang Mugi. Most of the city's craftsmen arrived for the rare spectacle. In the forefront was the company that Gongchan had recently encountered. The heroes of this celebration stood in the ring. Gongchan was unshakable and calmly stood in front of his opponent with his hands folded in front of him. With a straight face, he continued to provoke the enemy and arrogantly asked the dragon what he had prepared for him, recalling his words that he would not fight just for fun. The noble family member calmly replied that honor cannot be bought or sold. But still, he took Gongchan's words to heed and prepared a heavenly poison pill. The realization of this news immediately changed the guy's attitude towards the battle. He knew that this was the best of the best pills, which instantly gave internal energy equal to 30 years of practice. Satisfied with the enemy's response, the monk said that in this case he was ready to start the battle. Their judge was very surprised, but Dragon Dang said that before they began the fight, he would like to ask for one condition. Filled with rage, the guy shouted that he wanted to be allowed to kill the enemy in this battle. He believed that in order to fully utilize their family's martial arts, this was a necessary condition. The audience was shocked by this statement, and they began to discuss that Dang was actually planning to end everything with the poisonous technique of the Seishan Dang family. But this did not affect the equanimity of the arrogant Gongchan. No one knew about his incredible resistance to poisons, so he calmly replied that he did not object to such a condition of the duel. The judge did not like this calmness at all, but the guy assured him that there was no need to worry, because the heavenly poison pill was at stake, and for him, it was worth the risk. Gong Chan did not even doubt his words, which made the judge worry that everything was fine with his head. Still, he had no other choice, so he folded his hands in front of him and said that he hoped that the members would not do anything that was against the rules of Kanho. After these words, he announced the start of the fight, and the intrigued audience began chanting the names of their favorites. The poisonous dragon Sashandang, in anticipation of the fight, began to flex his fists. With an arrogant smile, he turned to the Taoist and said that if he asked for his life right now, he would pretend that nothing had happened between them. With a serious look, Gongchen offered to repeat these words again if he could win. After that, he began the fight and quickly rushed towards the enemy. The guy began to analyze the enemy's stance and at the same time strengthen his fist, releasing energy. The close combat began with parrying a blow. The guy who mastered poison techniques turned out to be difficult. He easily managed to block the first blow of the young monk. This was followed by a counterattack that took Gongchen by surprise. He instantly tried to retaliate using poison, but Gongchen dodged it. Without stopping there, the poisonous dragon continued its attack. The next claw strike never reached the body of the Junam student. Only after this did Gongchen realize that the enemy was using poison in his techniques. He decided not to counterattack and only dodged enemy attacks, gradually learning the characteristics of his fighting style. Unable to stop the enemy's series of unpunished attacks, he decided to move to a safer distance and jump back. Feeling superior, Sakshan Deng decided to cheer up his pathetic opponent and noticed that he reacted quite quickly to what was happening. Showing off his poison glove, he said that everyone knows that being injured by the Dang family's poison technicians is fatal, and Gongchen will not be able to avoid it. But such words did not excite the monk at all. He disrespectfully began to warm up in the middle of the battle, realizing that he was clearly not the one who should be wary of enemy poisons. With interest in his eyes, he said that he was going to beat up a self-confident and daring guy from a noble family, which was disrespectful to the Janam clan. His calmness provoked the enemy even more, and the poisonous dragon rushed at the monk in a rage. His reckless and emotional behavior weakened his vigilance, and he did not even notice how Gongchen easily dodged this attack and even ended up behind him. He found himself in no better position, since he no longer had the opportunity to dodge. The first blow of this fight was dealt by Gongchen. The blow was so strong that Dang flew several meters back and fell on his back. Gongchen's brute strength seemed to already guarantee him victory. But as it turned out, this was still not enough. The poisonous claws of his opponent's gauntlet dug into the ground with fury. Sachin Dang rose to his feet with a burning gaze. Despite such a heavy blow, he still wanted to continue the battle because his pride and the honor of the clan were at stake. His gaze was unshakable and said only one thing: he was not going to give up so easily. Gongchen was surprised by the enemy's behavior, so he turned to the young warrior and said that he should stop, because his tenacity alone was worthy of praise. His words only infuriated the young and ambitious guy. He screamed and reminded him of his words, that the fight would end only when one of them died. The Taoist of the Chanam clan, understanding the situation, simply agreed with the words of the future head of the Dang clan and said that from now on, he would fight seriously. Analyzing the abilities of the talented student Janam, Sachin Dang assumed that in the battle of speed, Gongchen could not be that much stronger than himself. He had only one trump card that he was counting on. Each of his blows was accompanied by the release of poison, but the dragon never managed to reach the body of the unarmed Taoist Chonam. With only one strike in mind as a tactic, he did not bother with more subtle techniques or strategy. His self-confidence once again allowed Gongchen to get within counterattack range. Sachin managed to notice the enemy's intentions and immediately jumped back to a safer distance. Without hesitation, he rushed into battle again to deliver a powerful, direct blow. Gongchen, without moving from his spot, responded with the same blow. Thanks to the released energy of both fighters, their fists literally hovered in the air a few millimeters away from each other. A smug grin appeared on the poisonous dragon's face. He believed that he was about to catch the enemy with his poisonous gloves. But he miscalculated again, and a moment before the end of the fight, with a calm look, Gongchen told him that this time he was really serious. Burning with rage, Seishin Dang asked not to talk nonsense, considering his victory an obvious outcome. But he was wrong. After a moment, he saw Gong Chan's internal energy that surrounded his fist and was able to destroy the poisonous glove. This was the last powerful blow that Gong Chan dealt. Dang Mugi was unable to stay on his feet for the second time. He flew several meters away and fell on his back again. With impeccable martial arts skills and years of internal energy practice, the young Taoist Janam once again demonstrated the superiority of their old school. The referee of this fight approached the fighter lying on the ground to check his condition. The man was shocked, and with a trembling voice, he announced the Taoist of the Janam clan as the winner. The audience clearly did not expect such a result of the fight, but the majority unanimously began chanting the name of the winner. The fiery woman bit her lip nervously. It was only at that moment that she realized that Gong Chan was an unusual master, since he defeated Dang Mugi with such ease. But Mr. Namgung had long seen the incredible potential of his former opponent in a friendly fight. The fight was over, and as promised, Gong Chan received his valuable prize, although he could not believe that he received such a precious thing in just one day. With a satisfied smile, he hoped that he would keep it and not have to give it to someone else. When suddenly he became distracted by the guy who stood in front of him and most likely wanted to talk. It was the young warrior Namgung, the son of the Sword King, and after the battle he couldn't help but meet Gong Chan in person. With his first word, he embarrassed the young master from Janam by saying that the fight was incredible. Gong Chan was very happy to hear such praise from his past opponent. But he obviously met with him not only for the sake of these words, and realizing this, Gong Chan said that if there is something that he can help with, then he will always be ready. Folding his hands and bowing, he replied that he would like to ask for a friendly duel. He also added that he not only wants to repeat their fight, but also start learning under his mentorship. The young master was surprised and asked the warrior whether his view had really changed so much. It was obvious from Namgung's look that this was the case, so Gong Chan replied with a friendly smile that since they had known each other for a long time, he did not need to give him anything for such a fight. He had to say this because he had previously demonstrated himself as a person for whom values are the only benefit from interacting with other masters. He asked where the young warrior would like to fight, and Namgung replied that he was ready to do it anytime and anywhere. Gong Chan did not want to start a battle at the moment of conversation, so he agreed to postpone the fight until the next day, since in any case they needed someone as a witness. After these words, they said goodbye and the son of the Sword King left. It was a mystery to the young master whether everything would go well. Perhaps he thought that Namgung wanted revenge for his defeat and the defeat of his close comrade. In fact, he was thinking about all the wrong problems that he needed to worry about in the near future. In the meeting room, there were a lot of negative emotions on the part of the elders. They were beside themselves with rage when they heard that their fighter had arranged another duel, and with a representative of one of the largest families, the great Namgung family. It seemed to them that the guy had specially arrived at the Miram Union to fight with others. Without having a word to answer, Gong Chan simply looked down dejectedly. Another intense conversation with the other prefects left him so exhausted that he decided to rest with his group, with whom he went on a mission. While talking to Moen's nieces, he said resentfully that the elders were too strict. Ren agreed with them in a way, and said that he was bad, as there were rumors that he received a heavenly poison pill as a reward for the fight. Another disappointment plunged the guy into a temporary deep depression. He thought that his nieces did not value the work of their teacher at all. It seemed to him that the attitude towards him after such an act should have been at the highest level, since he really worked productively and through honest labor obtained such a valuable and rare thing. To put some pressure on the sisters, he said offendedly that he was having a really difficult time, but they didn't even come to his aid. Ren replied that they tried, because it was impossible not to notice how he constantly complains about everything. Her uncle was extremely unhappy with this attitude. Gonan suddenly joined their conversation. She was surprised that the guys were arguing as usual. The most active participants in this dispute immediately began to point fingers at each other. But Sister Gonan didn't care who was to blame for this conflict. She, as a more reasonable and mature girl, asked them to stop this farce before no one saw it. Then she moved on to her question. She had already heard that her younger brother had a duel planned for the next day. Gong Chan said that he was really going to fight against the young warrior Namgung. As it turned out, she came with unexpected news. Their clan sent an order to Gong Chan's group to return home. This was quite logical for the young master, so he decided not to challenge this decision, since he had already taken part in the Miram Union meeting and had an excellent opportunity to learn a lot from other masters. He replied that he understood everything and agreed to return, but intended to collect his things just after the fight with his next opponent. The next morning, the time came for the battle, and Gongchan, as planned, met with the young warrior Namgung. Without further ado, they both charged with swords in their hands. In this fight, both sides looked like they were equal in strength. At some point, Gongchan even felt some superiority in strength on the part of the enemy. In fact, he even had to hit several times just to parry one of his blows. This time, the young warrior Namgung looked like a more serious opponent. The beginning of the battle was a battle of endurance. Despite the enemy's advantage in strength, Gongchan was able to parry each blow several times for a long time. The audience was fed up with the spectacle, as after Gongchan's recent fight with the Dang warrior, they were able to see Janam's sword skills. It was hard for them to believe that the sword could be so fast, but at the same time it was hard not to notice how powerful the attacks of the Namgung warrior were. Avoiding a pointless long battle, Gongchan jumped to a safer distance to analyze the enemy. Gongchan was satisfied with his opponent's abilities, while Namgung understood that this battle would not be easy for him. Pausing for a moment, the talented fighter of the Janam clan noticed that his opponent had progressed a lot since their last meeting. According to the warrior Namgung, he only made a little progress, but he also noticed that Gongchan had become stronger. They both seem to have noticed the progress they've made since their last fight. Gongchan suggested continuing and asked his opponent to show him everything he could do. The Sword King's son rushed to attack the opponent he truly admired. To him, Gongchan looked so strong that he couldn't even hope to defeat him. But for the sake of his goal, he was ready to give it his all, despite the result of the fight. The experience he would gain in this fight would be priceless, and everyone understood that. Gongchan couldn't believe that Namgung had become so much stronger, because the mere presence of his internal energy made everything around him collapse right before his eyes. Taoist Janam recognized the incredible fighting spirit of his opponent in the friendly duel. It was obvious how he was trying to suppress the surrounding area in order to prevent Gongchan from using some techniques. The shocked audience couldn't believe what they were watching. This was the technique of the Imperial Sword, and it was incredible that at his age, the young warrior had already achieved such skill. Gongchan was not familiar with the assortment of techniques of the great Namgang family, but after hearing whispers about the technique of the Imperial Sword, everything fell into place for him. He realized that the enemy was able to improve this sword incredibly, because now it was definitely different from what he had heard. Having created ideal conditions for the duel, the young warrior turned to Gongchan and warned him that he would now begin to attack. Gongchan replied that he was ready to continue the fight, and also asked the enemy to show everything he was capable of. After these words, he began to release his internal energy. The young warrior Namgung had already rushed to attack, when suddenly Gongchan's powerful technique was visualized on the battlefield, which took him by surprise. The spectators were shocked for the second time. In a friendly duel, they were able to see the legendary technique of the Janam clan, namely, the conquering sword of Zhongwan. The Sword King's son's plans changed dramatically. He didn't expect his opponent to resort to this technique so early. Now he had to change his own tactics and go on defense. Gongchan was much more experienced. Remembering his fight with the Lord of the Occultists, he decided to use his tactics and began a battle to attrition the enemy. An incredible number of blades flying towards the son of the leader of the Union did not allow him to relax. He had to fight off the endless attacks of the subduing sword Chanavan performed by Taoist Janam. Despite the young master's determination and tenacity, there was no end to the spiritual blades. Over time, it became harder and harder to resist. At one point, he was unable to stop the swords at a safe distance and therefore had to parry them at point-blank range. He understood that if he did nothing, then soon he would not be able to keep up with the attacks of his future mentor. It looks like Gongchan decided to teach his opponent a lesson, showing that even constant use of one technique can lead you to victory if you surpass your opponent in terms of endurance and speed. The audience began to scream in admiration before their eyes, the shape of the imperial sword of the warrior of the great Namgang clan began to disappear. The superiority of the Janam sect sword was hard to deny. The pressure from the young monk brought his opponent closer to the edge of the arena. Looking at the enemy, everything became obvious to the Namgung warrior. Gongchan's superiority was simply undeniable. The guy continued the battle without any tension. Within a moment, the imperial sword technique was exhausted. The young warrior Namgung could no longer continue to resist, so he decided to accept defeat. Gongchan breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he did not expect his opponent to be so persistent. The son of the Sword King respectfully folded his hands in front of him and thanked his comrade for this duel, saying that he managed to learn a lot. With a friendly smile, Gongchan replied that it was truly a great fight and he would look forward to doing it again in the future. Despite the incredible efforts of the young warrior Namgung, without even budging, Gongchan deservedly won this friendly duel. In the evening of the same day, Gongchan and his sisters had already packed their things and were ready to return home. But unexpected guests were waiting for them outside the door. The emotional Ren and Gongchan simply froze in place in surprise. In front of them was a huge crowd of new fans of the famous Taoist of the Shanam clan. They called him the Master of Life and Death, begged him to spend some time to talk, and even offered him marriage with his clan. Sister Gonan noticed that Gongchan's popularity was no longer some kind of joke. In response, the guy only laughed in confusion. The hermit monk probably regretted that, for the sake of his goals, he became such an attractive person, because now he had to deal with fans who had no end. Still, they managed to break away from the fans and Gongchan and his team went home to Janam Fortress on a cart. Returning home, the hermit monk admitted that it was very tiring for him to meet so many people, and his popularity also had its downsides. The eldest niece reassured her uncle by saying that this kind of thing was very important for the growth of their clan. The guy replied that he was aware of this approach, and therefore gave the best performance for such an influential audience from the entire Murim Union. Being the daughter of a large family, Yon advised him to refrain from such words. Otherwise, he might lose his face and other masters would treat him with caution. But the young master had a completely different attitude, so he said that when a warrior becomes strong enough, everyone begins to treat him just as well. But Yang did not agree with his words and replied that there is nothing more unsightly than a classless master. Her pride put the guy in an awkward position, and he answered offendedly that he expected such words from a descendant of the great Murong family. Such an impudent speech brought the girl to her senses, and with a serious look she asked her uncle to watch his words. This tension in the cart made everyone present feel uneasy. Gonen's more reasonable and mature sister asked her younger brother to immediately apologize to his niece. Remembering that sometimes it is worth being more polite, the guy diligently began to apologize to his niece for his thoughtless rudeness. The tense situation did not change much from this, and Ren joined the conversation, saying that before they returned to the Janam clan, they should defuse the situation and stop in some town to eat something delicious. Confused Gongchan saw hope in this proposal and asked where a suitable place might be. The younger sister suggested stopping in the Yangtze, where she saw a good restaurant. With a smile on his face in relief, the guy turned to the driver and asked him to change the route a little. After that, he turned to his depressed team and offered to go visit one of the great families to eat delicious food and cheer everyone up. It turned out that the Yangtze town was quite well developed in terms of trade. The streets were crowded with people. The youngest of the nieces noticed that this was a place where traders and locals stopped before leaving for Shaanxi. Originally, it was under the jurisdiction of Huazhen Gate, a division of the Mount Hua sect. Hearing this, Gongchan assumed that it should then be under the jurisdiction of their Janam clan, but things were not at all as simple as he expected. With her hands folded importantly in front of her, Gonan answered her brother that the Huazhen Gate had suffered a lot of damage, but despite this, it was still quite active. Therefore, they must be careful until the position of their sect is completely determined. The young monk began to scratch his head with understanding. The girl added that there should be nothing complicated in this, but it would be better if he was aware of this issue in advance before causing problems for the family. Gongchan decided not to dwell on the problems of the sect and returned to the question of where is the good place that Yang spoke about. Anticipating fun, the younger sister replied that she would immediately take them to that legendary place. Such boasting on the part of the hyperactive Yan caught the guy by surprise, and he began to doubt whether this was a good idea, but still did not change his plans and offered to go and see if they really should stop there. They went to the center of the trading town where there was a noticeable multi-story building. The place was crowded with visitors. Ren introduced the Huangpo Hotel as a famous restaurant. After these words, a polite waiter approached them and, greeting the guests with a smile on his face, asked what they would like to order. Overcome with emotion, Ren took the initiative and suggested trying a local dish called Yang Chungguan. Since Gongchan did not understand anything, the waiter introduced this dish as something like a sheep roll and added that it was prepared in the spring for an ancestral ritual, from which it got its name. The girl with an incredible appetite immediately asked for a larger portion and, in addition to it, some of their signature dishes. To relax the situation, she offered the team a drink, and even the cautious Gongchan was not against it. Hearing support from her comrades, Yon added 3 more bottles of liquor to her order, which goes very well with the recently mentioned sheep roll. Gongchan was surprised by such proactive behavior of his hyperactive niece and noticed that she really takes what she eats seriously. Recalling recent events and sighing heavily, Gongchan suggested that most likely they would no longer be drafted into the Miram Union, believing that it was such a pain when they had to constantly be on the road without the opportunity to devote time to their training. But Sister Gonin decided not to reassure him, but only confronted him with the fact that he would have to come to terms with this way of life, since now he is the face of their sect as one of the most talented young warriors of the era. Tired of too much attention, Gongchan repeated his words that he hated things of this kind. Ren joined the conversation again, dissatisfied with the behavior of her irresponsible mentor. The girl turned to her uncle and asked him to give himself at least a little dignity. The guy began to bow deeply for the second time that day, apologizing for his inappropriate behavior. After that, their order was brought to them. The rolls looked very appetizing, and everyone immediately pounced on the deliciousness. The most active members of the team immediately recognized the unsurpassed local dish. Ren started eating the delicious food and immediately realized that she had made the right choice. She was overwhelmed with feelings from such an incredible combination of lamb and aromatic vegetables. It seemed to her that the juice was exploding in her mouth and a real feast was beginning inside. She was truly glad that they stopped in the Yangtze. Her sister also calmed down and enjoyed the incredible delicacy. While everyone was enjoying a delicious lunch, Gongchan noticed something unexpected. His surprise was noticed by his youngest niece and immediately asked if everything was okay with him. It turned out that the guy felt the presence of powerful energy inside this establishment, which came from 3 strangers. It was definitely a dark energy, and the most gloating came from the old man who stood in the middle of an unfamiliar group of visitors. After analyzing his feelings, Gunshin realized that next to them was a master of the dark arts, and he, at least, was at the level of lightning, which was previously called the natural level of energy mastery. Gongchan asked his companions to be on guard, since that mysterious man was obviously not a simple spellcaster. Not wanting to create new problems for himself, the guy with a smile on his face called the waiter and asked for the bill for the meal. Leaving the hall, his team had to meet the gaze of strangers, whom they were not very happy with. Gongchang was worried that those people were obviously from the Huazhen Gate, and if a conflict arose, fighting them in this place could cause serious harm to all the visitors. As he passed by, he hoped that no attention would be paid to them and that a conflict would not arise. But the old wolf could not miss the feeling that arose from the presence of the young hermit monk. He turned around and looked at the backs of the Junam team, which caught his attention. Meanwhile, the same polite and smiling waiter approached them, saying that he had prepared their seats and was ready to take them to the table. But the master of the dark arts did not listen to him at all. He looked towards the exit, where Taoist Shawnam and his team were directed. His companions were concerned about the senior master's strange behavior, but the mysterious man asked them not to pay attention to it. But in reality, he was filled with anger. The dark caster mentally promised the Janam clan that this time he would not let them go. While in the carriage, Gongchan breathed a sigh of relief, believing that all the troubles were over, and they managed to avoid a collision with the mysterious spellcaster. He turned to his companions and said that he could not believe that he would meet a man who had trained his dark art to the level of enlightenment. He admitted that he was so nervous that it even made his stomach hurt. His words made Ren laugh, and she noticed that most likely he was not nervous, but simply scared. The proud warrior could not accept these words and immediately became indignant, after which another argument began. Upon returning to the Cheonam clan fortress, the young hermit monk could not stop thinking about that meeting in the Yangtze restaurant. Even with a fairly advanced intelligence network, they were still unable to find anything about the mysterious old man he had to face. He was also haunted by the fact that the stranger had a high level of internal energy, and more precisely, he was a master of the level of enlightenment. The even more frightening fact was that he had reached this level by practicing dark martial arts techniques. Such an enemy on the horizon caused real concern in the guy. With a serious expression on his face, he realized that he no longer had time to hesitate, because this was not a problem that he could solve on his own alone. Gong Chan came to the conclusion that he could only relax when their Cheonam clan became even stronger. This time, he would have to think carefully about how to make the clan even stronger this time. This was the stage when he would have to return to his memories from his past life, believing that that experience had helped him out more than once after rebirth. First of all, he went to meet his teacher, who, as always, pleasantly hosted him over a cup of tea. From that moment on, he understood that he would have to talk more responsibly and carefully, because the first phrase of his mentor was to mention the situation within the Miram Union, where Gonchan took quite risky actions for the sake of money. In his defense, the monk replied that he also remembers that obsession with money is a direct path to death. But on the other hand, he believes that their clan is already facing a crisis due to their own traditions. He was talking about the incredible waste of money after the fall of the Mount Hua sect. He was also concerned that the elixirs that were used to replenish each person's internal energy also put a lot of pressure on their finances, even though he knew that it would be of great benefit in the long run. But for him, all this seemed useless if they could not overcome the crisis that would overtake them in the near future. He believed that the moment this happened, the only people who would laugh would be the demonic cult and the devilish sect. Teacher Chun Jin agreed with his student's words, but clarified that there was something he was missing. He was worried about how Gongchan was going to make money and whether it would be harmful to the reputation of the entire sect. As it turned out, Gongchan was already thinking about how he could be useful. He believed that the big problem in this world is the issue of health, since this is what the needy and sick lack most. Therefore, he suggested that medicinal herbs are sometimes even more valuable than doctors, and after an already rare herb crosses the continent, it will be sold at a price that ordinary people will not even dream of. His idea was to take responsibility for all drug production and distribution networks. The monks stated that if they could grow it and sell it directly at a low price, then it would certainly help them solve their financial problem and, moreover, increase the influence of the A clan throughout Kanho. Teacher Chun Jin admitted that this idea looked good and it would be great if they could implement such a plan. Still, they could not make a decision so abruptly, since they still had many worries that would be worth setting aside free time for. Gonchon replied that he understood everything perfectly, but continued to pour out a bunch of his ideas on how to solve the financial crisis of the clan. His stream of thoughts out loud was greatly loaded by Chun Jin, and the man did not know when it would end. The young monk was so carried away by his dreams and ideas that he did not pay attention to the reaction of his mentor, and therefore the teacher was forced to stop him. Interrupting the story, with his head boiling, he asked the student to give him a little time to think about everything that had been said. Still, their dialogue was only a discussion of some ideas, and he could not decide on all these proposals on his own. Gongchan began to realize his mistake, because since he talked about the idea of selling martial arts training, his attitude towards him has deteriorated greatly, and now everyone believes that he only cares about money. Feeling awkward, the hermit monk thanked the teacher for his attention, but the man actually did not refuse everything that the talented master offered him. With a kind and sincere smile, he said that Gongchan should attend today's elders' meeting. A few hours later, the meeting began and the young master shared his ideas with the rest of the elders. After his story, a temporary silence began in the hall. It was difficult for the people of that time to so quickly accept the plan that Gongchan proposed. One of the elders, nevertheless, decided to answer and said that he shared the views of their young master. He believed that if this worked, then it could become a plan that would rewrite the history of the entire clan. But he was worried about the deadlines, because the lack of money was a very close and acute problem. Gonchan responded in his defense that he was focused primarily on the final goal. He, like no one else, knew that financial problems spare no one, and even despite the rich history of the clan, it could fall only because of money problems. The elders were puzzled by his words, so the guy decided to explain this in more detail. As an example, he said that he had a lot of first-class martial arts in his mind, and if they sold them on the black market, then everyone would earn at least thousands of gold taels. Everyone was shocked by the young master's intentions. He was going to refine the techniques and sell them to small and medium-sized martial arts sects. Analyzing the market, he decided that the exception would be devilish sects and demonic cults. Moreover, if they could exchange with other clans on a friendly basis, then they would even be able to enlist their support, including financial. One of the puzzled old men interrupted the young Taoist's speech, for fear that this might become an unbearable burden for the rest of the clans. Moreover, he was afraid that their customers would be hesitant knowing how openly they were selling martial arts. Rising from the table, Gongchan demonstrated that he had already thought of a solution to the problem of trust on the part of their future customers. He stated with a smile that while studying martial arts, he would visit his partner sect as part of the paid deal. In addition to the weight of his name, he believed that if they personally saw the martial arts power they could obtain, they would have no choice but to believe in the deal. Gongchan continued to press ideas on the prospects and began to talk about further cooperation, which would be based on mutual trust, but one of the more conservative elders of the sect stopped him with his accented cough. All attention turned to him. The old man agreed that the Junam clan followed the world's customs to a certain extent, and he also acknowledged that they had come this far by listening to the opinion of the young and talented Gongchan. But further raising his tone, he demonstrated his indignation at the sale of martial arts as if they were not a clan, but some kind of merchants. What was unacceptable for him was not so clear-cut for teacher Chun Jin. He reminded the elders that their clan was facing a crisis and they could set different standards to solve the problem. The martial artist was again indignant, believing that it made no sense for them to make such a compromise. Their discussion was interrupted by the clan leader. He believed that continuing the discussion would only lead to a quarrel, so he proposed to resolve the issue by a vote of the elders. Teacher Chun Jin politely invited the young master to leave the hall while the voting took place. The guy began to worry about what the result would be, but he understood that he had already done everything he could. As a result, Gongchan's idea was positively received by the majority of the elders. As they came up with a plan to deal with the coming financial crisis, the question remained of who would be responsible for execution. Still, none of those present decided to propose their candidacy. One of the positive-minded participants suggested providing a similar opportunity to the initiator of the plan. With smiles on their faces, the other members didn't mind, thinking that Gongchan was really good at financial matters. Believing that the intelligent young man could easily cope with this task, the elders trusted him in this matter. The decision was made. The clan leader appointed Gongchan as the head of the production and sale of medicines. Returning to his room, the young master began to develop a plan. First, he was going to clear the land and start hiring people to cultivate it, after which he planned to find some money to ensure the safety of trade routes. He expected that he would be able to make enough profit from the sale of martial arts. The next point was the construction of a building for doctors and other medical personnel. Gongchan was so busy making plans to overcome the financial crisis in the sect that he noticed the guests only at the last moment. These were his nieces from the Moen family. After their greetings, there was a slight silence. In fact, he was so busy that he was not at all ready to be distracted by visitors. Ren was immediately indignant, believing that he had too strange a reaction to the arrival of his cute nieces. Judging by Yuan's look, she was also dissatisfied with Gongchan's behavior, because he replied that he had no free time. The girls were sad that this time their uncle was busier than usual. But still, the eldest niece decided to say that they had already heard rumors that the Master of Life and Death was going to personally teach martial arts to other sects. The guy was surprised because he didn't think that this information would spread so quickly. As it turned out, the girls asked their father for a favor. Their great Murong family will buy the martial arts Master of Life and Death. 3 days after this news, Gong Chan went to work off the first money he earned for the clan while visiting the great Murong family. To demonstrate the technique, the guy brought with him a huge boulder. Before using his abilities, he explained the theory of how ki spreads inside the master's body and why it is so important to master the control of internal energy. He tried to explain to the guys that even for a simple blow, they should not weaken their control of energy. Surrounding himself with incredibly powerful chai, he warned his students that they would have to understand the principles and memorize the theory in order to recreate the techniques with their bodies. The public was simply shocked by the incredible strength of the young Taoist who volunteered as a mentor for buyers of martial arts teachings. Only when the flow of ki passed through the master's body did he strike with his fist that he was able to destroy the huge stone. He promised that as a result, all fighters would be able to properly utilize their potential. Having finished his marketing presentation, the mentor invited the students to begin to comprehend the flow of ki and practice controlling it. After addressing the students, he was distracted by a male voice. The military commander of this city, the father of Moen's nieces, turned to the monk and asked if he had some time to talk. Gong Chan has done quite a lot lately for the benefit of the Moen family, so they should finally talk. First of all, Moen Jin was worried whether his daughters were bothering him, but the guy answered with a smile that they were not, saying that they were so smart that he even had fun teaching them. Gong Chan thanked the military commander of Moen Fortress for training them and said that they insisted on helping their family this time too. With a mysterious smile, the man replied that for him, this was not like a simple relationship between students and master. He was very persistent and wanted to hear the young master's opinion about their relationship. The guy answered with a sincere smile that their communication was truly unusual, since he treated them like his younger sisters. This was clearly not the answer that Mr. Jin would like to hear, but still, he expected something more interesting from the young guy. Still, he had to notice that he himself thoroughly enjoyed the recent lesson among the clan warriors, and even took something for himself. As always, the humble Gong Chan decided to pay a compliment and said that this was only possible thanks to the great potential of the great Murong family. In addition, he heard that a happy event for their sect had recently happened. He congratulated Moen Jin on his incredible advancement. It turns out that the military commander has reached the stage of enlightenment. A pleasant conversation with the young master led him to the idea that the guy should be thanked in some additional way. With a smile on his face, he stated that it was thanks to the influence of the young hermit master that he was able to reach the stage of enlightenment, as the unique idea of the master of life and death made him realize something new that he had never thought about. Thanks to Gong Chan's help, Rich Dad was willing to thank him generously. While the master stood awkwardly in place and did not know how to answer, the man directly asked what he would like as a reward. The guy decisively replied that in this case, he had only one question, the answer to which he would like to hear personally from Moen Jin. This proposal brought a satisfied smile on the man's face, and he agreed to the condition. It turned out that Gong Chan wanted to ask for help in achieving the level of enlightenment. He was wondering what the key points were in achieving a level of enlightenment in the field of martial arts. While knowledge was being exchanged inside the Moen Fortress, a carrier pigeon flew to the headquarters of the demonic cult with information useful for the villains. The current leader of the cult, under the alias Demon Brain, received a letter from a secret agent from the Empire. It said that the Emperor's favorite daughter, Princess Yan Hua, was finally leaving the palace. The cult follower, who stood respectfully before the leader in a deep bow, decided that the time had finally come to act. The master ordered him to prepare fighters to track the movements of the Miram Union forces. This time, they decided not to attract unnecessary attention and act secretly and covertly. The guy thanked his master for his trust and promised that he would do everything possible to achieve his goal for the benefit of their cult. The leader was in anticipation of revenge, because 10 years had passed since their cult lay low, waiting for the right moment. They finally had the opportunity to hit the Emperor's weak spot. After a long wait, the time has finally come for them to meet the grown-up princess, who will soon leave her palace. Their cult was going to greet her in person. Returning to his room after teaching the students from the Moen family and talking with their master, Gong Chan decided to write down all the useful information that he managed to learn. As it turned out, Even such an experienced and advanced warrior as Moen Jin could not fully understand the true nature of the key to advancing to the stage of enlightenment. He believed that this must be somehow connected with the upper Dantian, which masters from the Chanam clan had previously told him about. The starting point in reaching this level is to train the consciousness, and then, when the master can surpass his limits, he will come closer to comprehending the natural level of energy possession. First of all, Gonshan set himself the goal of bringing consciousness to the limit of possibilities. It's been 10 days since he completely focused on work without rest or sleep. From fatigue, his head ached as if it was ready to explode at any moment. But it seemed to him that he was on the right path and the development of his consciousness was almost at its limit. His training turned out to be completing paperwork for a medical business. Let's return to the purpose of the demonic cult. Princess Yon Hua was born and immediately possessed everything she could want. The power of the sun and the favor of the emperor, incredible beauty and natural talent. She possessed an abnormal 300-year-old internal ki, thanks to rare medicines and pills. However, this was not too important to her. All she wanted was to be freed from the shackles of the imperial palace as much as possible. On one of her monotonous and tiring days, she saw something that completely changed her attitude towards life. After seeing one of Gongchan's fights, she was incredibly inspired. The energy of the young master lit a fire in her soul, and she firmly decided that she wanted to live just like him. At that moment, the princess dreamed of participating in real battles, meeting threats face to face. Her sincere desire was freedom, such as that of the mysterious master Hermit who continued to wander around the Union, living his best life. Late at night, looking at the moon, she remembered those feelings, realizing that she would never forget this decisive day in her life. She was ready to hit the road. In her hand, she already had a bag with food supplies for the coming days. Within a moment, she jumped out of the window for the freedom she had dreamed of for so long. Some mysterious kunoshi saw this. The news that the princess had left her fortress had already reached the Devil Blood faction. The leader of the Devil Blood faction, Salma Kenshun, ordered to find her and bring her back alive at any cost. His plan was to brainwash her using their secret dark arts. His advisor, who stood respectfully with a bow, agreed with the order. The master of the dark faction asked not to neglect her abilities, and therefore left these concerns to his 3 dragons of devilish blood. But the advisor told his lord that most likely this would not be enough. He respectfully asked to send 5 dark dragon swords, along with the 3 fighters. The leader was surprised by his advisor's fears, as he believed that she was not that strong. First of all, he thought that the old man was worried about what happened to their crazy blood squad after meeting with the young Taoist of the Chonam clan. In reality, the man's excuse was that he was simply trying to avoid the possibility of failure entirely. The gentleman decided to listen to his advisor's proposal and gave the order to also send 5 dark dragon swords, after which he declared that they would destroy anyone who dared to stand in their way. Salma Kenshun was confident in his abilities for a reason, because the 3 dragons of devilish blood are absolute masters secretly raised by a bloody cult. Each of them is a monster that has already reached the stage of enlightenment. At the same time, the 5 dark dragon swords were also a huge threat, because each of them is an elite spy that was carefully selected by the bloody cult. All of them achieved a level of transcendence, while at the same time developing incredible abilities for assassination and stealth. It was a truly overwhelming force that could wipe out 1 or 2 clans in just one night. This time, he had no fears in case Taoist Gongchan spoke out against them again. After all, now he will simply take this opportunity and get rid of it in order to avoid problems in the future. The demonic cult also knew about this operation and had already obtained the location of Princess Yon Hua. According to their information, the Devil Blood faction had begun to move, and this meant that their move should be next. With a smug laugh, he said that all they could do was wait for the Murim Union to respond. Meanwhile, with a plan in hand, his advisor stood in shock after learning how large an army his master had prepared for this campaign. He justified his decision by saying that he was not going to make another mistake by underestimating the strength of the alliance. Moreover, the Devilish Blood faction also resorted to using its best resources. For the sake of an advantage in the confrontation, Standing in front of the huge army, he was sure that with all these forces moving to meet the princess, they had nothing to worry about. While the whole world was on the verge of clashes between powerful armies of the forces of good and evil, Gong Chan and his student went to an expensive restaurant. Wefwa was worried about whether it was normal for them to visit such expensive restaurants, but the guy reassured her by saying that they had completed an important task and in order to celebrate their success, they should do it beautifully. He trusted that the head of finance could take care of everything else while he allowed himself a little break. After such comforting words, the already calm Vikva reached for the tasty treat. Gongchan showed special concern for her and asked if there was anything she would like to do in the near future. The young student followed him wherever he went, and so he decided this time to visit the place that she would like to visit. He asked her not to be shy, so Viwa thought seriously. Her voice began to tremble because it was hard for her to admit a desire that no one else knew about. In fact, she dreamed of meeting her mother. Gongshan understood her sadness like no one else, and therefore immediately inquired about her former place of residence. Wifwa is from Exian, and this was great news for the young master. He suggested that she immediately go to visit her mother. The young student was stunned by such a sudden proposal. After realizing this possibility, she agreed to the proposal and smiled sincerely. While Gonshan was looking for an excuse to take time off from work, rumors about the actions of enemies had already appeared in the Miram Alliance. The alliance's military advisor, Jagal Chun Moon, was surprised by the highly unusual movements of the Kanho underground world. He was worried about the appearance of a large number of strong masters about whom they knew absolutely nothing. At first glance, it might seem that they were acting chaotically, and that an experienced warrior already understood that they definitely had the same goal. The neat and precise movements of the spies were only confirmation that they were killers sent by the demonic brain. He didn't know exactly why the demonic cult, which was under special supervision, sent them inside the empire. But whatever their goal, he knew for sure that they would never allow them to achieve what they wanted. A minute later, he was distracted by one of his charges. He came to bring the report that his master asked him to draw up. He marked on the map the expected movements of the suspicious people mentioned earlier. The commander eagerly looked at the map to see the answers to his questions. What he understood from the information given was a surprise to him. He realized that dangerous strangers were heading to the same place where his daughter had gone. The matter was immediate, and therefore he immediately gave the order to gather all capable warriors and send them to a place where the enemy troops were expected to unite. He also asked that a messenger be sent to Exian to warn his daughter of the impending danger. Meanwhile, a mysterious master, about whom no one here knew, was calmly walking along one of the streets of the city of Exian. He was extremely dissatisfied with the sweet that he bought on the way, because in his opinion, it didn't taste very good. This was not strange. The master admitted that, as expected, there was no one in the city who could compare with the chefs from her home palace. It was only a slight disappointment that could not change her mind about escaping. This mysterious person who was hiding under the guise of an energetic young man was none other than Princess Yanhua, who had escaped from her palace. With the thousand-face transformation technique, which she learned in the secret library of the Imperial Palace, she was able to avoid unnecessary attention. She transformed herself into a handsome young man by controlling her muscles and bones. Her dream began to come true, but nothing interesting happened on the streets of the city. At one point, she noticed a cart that seemed familiar to her. She was sure that she belonged to the Jegal family. She had no idea what the Jegal family had forgotten in this city, but it was clear that something fun was planned. The carriage actually belonged to the previously mentioned family, and inside it was one of the clan's daughters. She was worried about the future monopoly of the Janam sect in the medical business. She understood that if they left them alone, then this entire territory would fall into their hands. Moreover, the Miram Alliance has been focusing all its attention on tracking down the evil factions, and therefore they cannot afford to pay attention to places like Exian. She came all this way in order to get at least a little useful information about what is happening in the world. At the same time, she received a letter from her father, where he informed her of unusual movements of a demonic cult in the vicinity of the city where she was staying. His concern was not a joke, because he wrote that he had sent several strong warriors to her under her leadership in case she was in danger. She couldn't believe that in the end, she would also help the Janam sect fight against the demonic cult. One of the young fighters from the Jegal family was responsible for the safety of the daughter of the military advisor to the Union. He carefully examined the crowd and controlled the presence of evil internal energy. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. For the first time in his life, he felt such pressure. It was hard for him to believe that a person could possess such a large amount of internal energy. The daughter of the family, named Jihua, turned to her escort and asked her to stop the cart. Her ward turned to the rest of the fighters and asked them to be ready. The doors of the cart opened and the girl went out into the street. Soon the master approached them, which caused concern among everyone who accompanied her. The attractive stranger greeted her with a smile. He asked the daughter of the military advisor of the Union where she was from, suggesting that their cart belonged to the Jegal family. The pressure of being next to such a strong master did not give the girl peace. She was afraid that this welcoming stranger might be the master of the demonic cult that her father had warned her about. The polite, handsome young man introduced himself as Hua Yunji, the current head of the Wutong clan. He said that he came to this place as soon as he saw the carriage of the great Jegal family because he wanted to see if he could make new friends. With a smile on her face, Jegal Jiwa replied that this meeting was unexpected for her, but very pleasant. She admitted that she had heard that the Hua Yunji clan was a mysterious clan with a tradition of passing on their martial arts to only one successor. She also assumed that about 200 years had passed since their last appearance. So Jiwa wondered what could have made them show themselves now. The guy replied with a friendly laugh that he didn't expect to find those in a small town who still remembered their clan. He justified his decision by saying that he simply decided to look at the world after so many years. Mrs. Jegal was surprised because, in her opinion, Ixian is not the place to look for adventure. Hua Yunji admitted that he was actually on his way to the Janam clan fortress. This answer was quite unexpected. Jiwa admitted that she was actually passing through this city, as she was also heading to Janam. A young warrior from a mysterious clan asked if he could join them in this case. With this question, he greatly strained the entire convoy. The military commander's daughter was also a little puzzled. The mysterious stranger with an incredible amount of internal energy was not even afraid of their great family. Still, she had no other choice, and so she simply agreed to the proposal. With a smile on her face, Jiwa admitted that she was glad to meet someone with whom she could talk during the long journey. To add some variety to the day's plans, Hua Yuji offered to treat the lady to lunch to express his gratitude. Jiwa thanked the stranger for the offer. After this, Yuji decided to go in search of the best establishment in this small and unremarkable city. Still, the Jegal family's convoy was on guard. The young fighter understood that all the stranger's words were just a lie. He was worried whether their mistress had acted correctly when she agreed to this proposal. The girl still wasn't sure if she could trust this mysterious man, but in any case, she had no chance of resisting. At the same time, in another part of the city, Vihua was finally able to meet her mother. On her face, there was sincere joy at the meeting that he had been looking forward to for so long. Her mentor was pleased to see her so happy. If he had known that this would happen, he would have brought her to meet her mother much earlier. Suddenly, his instinct made him understand that something unusual was happening in this city. The guy felt an unusual amount of energy unfamiliar to him. It was incredibly dense and was everywhere. Using energy control, he began searching for the person who could heighten his senses so much. Among the people he had known for a long time, Mrs. Daigle was here. Next to her was an unfamiliar young man, whose amount of internal energy was at an incredible level. In addition, in the forest near the city, there were 3 more mysterious strangers whom he had not noticed before. It was obvious that the situation was serious and something could happen soon. Handing forward a bag of supplies to his student, he invited her to go into the house first. Gongchan said that he was going to go to the store for a while, so he asked the student to take good care of her mother. The girl thanked him for the opportunity to meet the person dearest to her and said that she would look forward to the return of her mentor. After these words, Gongchan turned around and walked towards the city center. The amount of incredibly powerful energy in Xian was off the charts, and it gave him no peace. This small town was not at all the kind of place that could interest the craftsman from the Murim Union. Because of this, he couldn't understand why so many incredible masters were heading to such a small town. While Gong-chan went to find out what was going on, Yuji and Jihua found a good place. By the time they entered the establishment, they were already being followed. The demonic cult spies could not understand the princess's intentions. Looking at the sign of the building, they realized that she had gone out to eat with the daughter of the Jekyll family. The three mysterious masters were looking forward to having fun. The guy in the purple kimono suggested that Yang Hui didn't even understand what situation she was in. After this, the young warrior turned around and, looking at the eldest fighter from their company, asked what they would do next. He was impatient to join the battle. The man replied with a smile that they would soon have such an opportunity and warned that they should not even think about unnecessary movements that could give away their positions. The youngest guy from the group with yellow dragon eyes asked if they could have a little fun in this case. When suddenly their entire squad felt the presence of someone they clearly did not expect to meet. The young dragon could not confuse this feeling with any other. He realized that this was the same guy that the master's advisor had told them about. To their surprise, Gong-chan immediately noticed the surveillance. Looking at the mountain opposite the city, the young monk was able to track down the location of the strangers. The trio of spies failed for the first time in their lives. The young dragon was beside himself with anger. He could not even imagine that this could happen. He realized that they had been warned about this Taoist of the Jeonnam clan for a reason. They both felt the same feeling. Not only the dragons, but Gong-chan was also excited for the battle. He had never had to fight three Enlightenment-level masters at the same time who possessed forbidden dark martial arts. The youngest of the dragons turned to his comrades and told them that they had definitely been tracked down, but the dragon in the green kimono questioned his words, saying that with his level, it was impossible to see them through the curtain. The young master of the blood cult could only hope that his comrade's assumption was true. He himself believed that Gong-chan was somehow different from the other masters. He did not know why, but he was sure that he had figured them out. The enemy's unusual behavior made him nervous about the operation. He was sure that in this case, the Taoist of the Jeonnam clan simply could not be a master of just the transcendental level. But the senior fighter said they shouldn't worry about it because it was too late to change anything. Looking at the dark clouds, he asked his comrades if they could feel the unusual energy that was rapidly approaching. The guy with green hair had a sly smile on his face. He knew that the time for fun would soon come. He was not the only one looking forward to the battle. The elder and younger dragons also rejoiced at the warriors who were approaching. They all sensed the demonic cult army approaching. Dragons were very hostile towards competitive representatives of the dark martial arts. Gong-chan finally arrived at the establishment where the girls were staying. Jihua had known the young Taoist for a long time, while Yang Hua had only seen one of his fights, which motivated her to change her life. She was looking forward to a personal meeting, which turned out to be very unexpected. The daughter of the Jekyll family was puzzled by what he was doing at such a time, in such an ordinary and uninteresting place. Gong-chan decided not to explain his visit, since it was unofficial and not very important, so he simply greeted his friend from a great family. He didn't know who she was with. The stranger introduced himself as the leader of the Wangtong clan named Hua Yunju. The young guy clarified that it was his first time in Kanho and was currently indebted to Mrs. Jagal for the inconvenience caused. With just one glance, the young Taoist could understand that this was a woman who was using the art of transformation to have the appearance of a man. Now it became clear to him why the flow of the stranger's ki with huge reserves of internal energy was so mixed up. Out of politeness, he asked permission to join them for a while. The polite princess sincerely agreed and allowed him to sit at the table with them. It was hard for her to hide the joy of this meeting. She could not believe that she would be able to meet her idol from the Jeonnam clan so easily and unexpectedly. The daughter of the Jekyll family asked how Gong-chan was able to find out where they were. The guy replied, "He can feel the energy of a transcendental level master even from a distance." This was amazing to Jihua because the monk said that he sensed the ki of the great Jekyll family, and because of this, he went to the meeting. As it turned out, thanks to his training, he became so fulfilled that he can now sense energy within a radius of 1,200 meters. But he also had to tell him that their ki was not the only thing that attracted his attention. The princess was surprised because she did not manage to spot anyone else interesting. The hermit monk replied that murderers from a blood cult were hiding in the nearby hills. He also clarified that the three fighters that he managed to track down have a natural level of energy mastery. Their progress in learning martial arts is at the stage of enlightenment. With a serious look, he asked his companions if they knew anything about those who might be pursuing them. Jiwa replied that she had no idea what they forgot here. Gongxian assumed that they were aimed specifically at them. In addition, he clarified that he himself could not be a target because on the way to Xian, there was absolutely no trace of the killers behind him. The princess realized that in this case, a fight could not be avoided. Continuing to act out the role of the leader of the legendary clan, she said that she had been eager to meet the Enlightenment Stage Master for a long time. But she didn't even think about the fact that battles between fighters of their level could endanger the entire small town. He said that if they decided to take the fight inside Xian, then the entire city would be devastated by the consequences. The daughter of the great family asked the young master if he had any ideas on how to avoid such a worst-case scenario. Her behavior was strange for the daughter of an emperor. She could not believe that the young lady from the proud great Jeggle family would leave the decision to an outside master. Looking at the door, Gongxian suggested leaving the restaurant as if nothing had happened. His plan was to get into the cart and leave the city in order to take the killers away from civilians. Meeting the accompanying Jeggle clan fighters, Zhihua told them that enemies were approaching them and therefore they should leave the place immediately. Gongxian asked the driver of the carriage to move slowly and without unnecessary movements in order not to arouse the suspicion of the spies. Suddenly, he was able to notice another previously unfamiliar presence. More representatives of the dark martial arts also appeared in the hills around the city. The young monk did not expect this, but he told his companions that he suddenly began to feel the key of the devilish cult. According to him, the energy of the enemies is enough to cover everything around him, and this feeling even made him dizzy. It became obvious that the situation had become even more complicated. They were surrounded, and now they would definitely not be able to avoid battle. Without delay, the carriage left the small town on its way to Zhongnam. Having entered a forest with a wide path, they asked the team to stop. Assessing the presence of enemy energy, Gongxian said that they would not be able to increase the distance with the enemies even further. There were so many enemies that even Jiwa could notice the pressure. Gongxian offered to go outside with the leader of the Wangtong clan to guard the cart. While they were outside the carriage, the fighters of the Jeggle family were ordered to make the structure in such a way that the carriage would be in the center. Everyone prepared to welcome uninvited guests. Jiwa took out all the necessary things to perform the magic ritual. Surrounding herself with incense, she began to concentrate on creating technology. A magic circle was drawn in front of her, which began to fill with her key energy. A thick fog began to spread around the cart. These were excellent conditions for taking the fight in the minority. Looking towards the forest, the commander of the demonic cult detachment realized that the guys from the Marim Union had decided to catch them in their trap. He turned to his soldiers and ordered them to build a siege formation in order to competently defeat the enemy. He was confident that their well-practiced formation would become the grave of their enemies. As it turned out, this defensive technique was not simple fog. The daughter of the Jeggle family also had the ability to create hallucinations. Despite the caution of the demonic cult fighters, they were never able to keep up with the speed of the young Taoist of the Shanam clan. Attacking from the shadows, he did not give away his location. When the fighters began to fall, their comrades began to hear the sounds of a fight, but Gongxian had already managed to change his location. By moving competently, he easily got rid of opponents with a low level of martial arts proficiency. In addition, he could easily identify enemies by tracking their ki. Picking up the sword of one of the fallen enemies, he threw it in the direction of the next enemy. With little difficulty, the occultist was able to fend off this attack, calling it a cheap trick. But Gongxian didn't really expect that this would be enough, so he also managed to close the distance with the enemy and got close to him. With one powerful blow, he got rid of another enemy fighter. The princess also had good spatial awareness and was also able to repel several enemy attacks. Turning to the cart, she asked her friend how long this protective fog would last. The daughter of the Jigal family replied that the fog would not clear until the cart was destroyed. This technique is the secret art of the Jigal family, which combines phantom illusion formation and disorienting fog formation. Even enlightened stage masters will not be able to find the way to the location of the cart. Realizing that this technique was expensive, Yanghua replied that they should hurry up. While she was distracted by the conversation, 3 enemy fighters had already approached her. There was no end to the annoying ants, but she could not complain, because she liked this life. The girl decided not to wait for them to attack and rushed to attack first. With one powerful attack, she was able to get rid of all opponents at once. But she knew that this was still not enough. There were a lot of enemies. The situation became more tense, but she was ready to fight to the end in order to get out of the encirclement together with her new comrades. A moment later, the young Taoist Gongchan joined her. She was glad to see that he was unharmed. Gongchan said that events were developing very strangely and they should change their tactics. Having followed the main forces of the enemies, he learned that the novices from the devilish cult began to slowly retreat back. As it turns out, they also know that their competitors from the blood cult are nearby. In order to avoid senseless losses, they decided to retreat. The Enlightenment level masters already knew about this and decided that their enemies just wanted to wait until their hunt was over. Elite spies of the blood cult called the 5 Swords of the Dark Dragon joined the siege of the cart of the daughter of the Juggle family. Looking at the transcendent level enemies, Gongchan said out loud that it would be more difficult for him this time. One of the enemy fighters said that it would not be difficult for them to get rid of the small fry who went along with a representative of one of the great families. Stretching his sword forward, Gongchan warned them that they would only be able to relax when they were able to defeat that small fry they mentioned earlier. The young master's provocation, as usual, worked with unrealistic efficiency. He easily infuriated the enemy. Gongchan stood alone, and this seemed too suspicious for the killers. Before the start of the battle, they asked where the other fighters were. It is clear that they never heard the answer to their question. Despite this, the arrogant 5 Dragon Swords fighter stated that their enemies would show up anyway right after he destroyed the enemy formation. Looking around, Gongchan realized that it would not be easy for him. As a true hermit, he was used to fighting alone, so as not to worry about the rest of his comrades. Earlier, he turned to the brave warriors accompanying the Jeggle cart and asked them to take care of the rest. After this, he turned to the leader of the Wangtang clan and asked him to try to save at least a little of his strength in order to break out of the siege. He wanted to remain alone and give his comrades the opportunity to leave. He justified his decision by saying that if everything remained as it was, then they would not have the energy left to fight the 3 Enlightenment-level masters. Their only chance of victory was to take their enemies by surprise at the moment when they were looking for a way to the cart among the illusionary fog techniques. The plan seemed pretty good, but Jihua was worried that leaving Gongchan alone was a bad idea. But the guy told her that someone had to protect the cart, and he was better suited for this mission than others. There was no hunt for him because the ladies were at gunpoint, so everything was correct. Besides, it really is much easier for him to fight alone when he cannot hold back. Once again, Gongchan, not understanding Jihua's feelings, let her go alone. At that moment, the nervous girl jumped up and walked towards the exit from the equipment. The leader of the legendary clan was still worried about the young master, and therefore asked if they were doing the right thing. But Jihua replied that she trusted him. They did not need to worry, since Taoist Janam was a truly reliable person. After the memories, Gongchan returned to the battle, where all the swords of the blood cult attacked him at once. Despite the difficult situation, the girls were confident that he could cope. Parrying the blows of 5 transcendental-level warriors at once was no easy task, but Gongchan managed to do it. Xian could already observe the battle outside the city because a column of smoke was spreading over the forest. It was an ordinary day. No one expected that there were enemies next to them all this time. Weiwa and her mother stood on the dais. They held each other excitedly, realizing that the young master had not actually gone to the store, but to protect their small town. Despite the difficult situation, the young student was completely confident in the abilities of her teacher. Meanwhile, the situation in the forest was quite tense. 5 fighters did not allow the young Taoist to relax. Besides, he was responsible not only for himself, but also for the cart that was behind him. Despite the incredible experience, it was not easy to keep track of all the opponents. They acted together and attacked simultaneously from different sides. These strong, dark cult fighters had good energy management skills, and between sword attacks, they also used key shots. Normal energy release was hardly enough to deal with so many enemy attacks. Gong Chan decided to take it to another level and started using the Zanpakut. With the help of the G-Sword, he always easily dealt with opponents who pressed him in numbers. But these 5 fighters were different from his previous opponents. One of the swordsmen easily escaped the key threat of Gong Chan's sword. Despite this, the guy still benefited from this blow, as he expanded his visibility area around the cart, cutting through the extra trees between which his enemies were maneuvering with one blow. After each attack, he was met by other members of the enemy squad, who had time to regroup and come up with a new method of attack. The 2 guys who were above the hermit monk began to release energy in order to make a shot. The joint attack had a much larger radius, which would have been difficult to defend against. Gongshan managed to jump away. First of all, he began to worry about the safety of the cart, since due to the constant pressure he did not have time to monitor whether there were any enemies near it. Due to the fact that the master was distracted, their incredible speed could easily take even a master like Gongshan by surprise. While he was thinking about protecting his back, there were already 2 more fighters in front of him. Avoiding all enemy attacks was not an easy task. Meanwhile, the young master's comrades tried to escape. The daughter of the Jigal family calmed Manhwa and said that she knew where exactly the life gate formation was. They were already close, so they felt a little calmer. But on the other hand, the princess was not sure whether they would be able to break through the encirclement of enemies, because they were threatened not only by the fighters of the demonic cult, but also by 3 masters of the enlightenment level. Jaiwa replied that there was no need to worry about this, because with them there were escort soldiers who had gotten out of similar situations more than once. Behind her were 2 transcendent-level masters, enough to protect her from several layers of surroundings. But at one point, her confidence came to an end just when the enemy appeared in front of her. This was the youngest fighter of the 3 dragons of the blood cult. He hid his incredible energy in order to prevent the enemy from discovering himself. Stretching his hand forward, he began to release the chi energy before firing a powerful shot. The shocked girl could not do anything, but one of the escort masters managed to save her. The shot turned out to be so powerful that the dense forest did not interfere with it. Looking at his enemies lying on the ground, the young dragon said that this was a rather nice attempt to protect his mistress. He hoped to finish off her technique by killing her with one blow. The guy began to furiously complain that he was very annoyed by the fog of the Jegal family because he did not allow them to calmly meet and have a decent battle. Despite his dissatisfaction, he stated that Jihua made a big mistake when she gave them the opportunity to go inside. He believed that their team should have forced the enemies to walk around the equipment. The arrogant dragon believed that the daughter of a great family had only briefly delayed her death and the death of the comrades who accompanied her to Chanam. Despite his obvious dominance, the escort squad had no intention of surrendering. They found themselves in difficult situations many times and always managed to find a way out. The fighters, accustomed to the illusory fog, rushed to the attack, using their numerical advantage. They didn't feel threatened as well as their mistress. Raising her trembling hand, she tried to stop her fighters to prevent unexpected losses. But her trembling voice could not convince her comrades. It was too late. With a terrifying smile on his face, the Enlightenment-level master from the blood cult got rid of all the fighters in a matter of seconds. Jiwa couldn't believe what happened to her trusted fighters. All that was left of them were their swords, their blades pointed at the ground. The young dragon's words that it was boring made the princess very angry. While the guys from the Murim Union were thinking about how to get rid of such a monster, another master of the Enlightenment level came to his aid. The guy in the green kimono turned to the younger dragon named Bu Quan and asked him not to be so arrogant, because he again silently left alone without warning his team. The last dragon of the trio was with him, understanding the power of the youngest. It was hard to imagine how dangerous the eldest of them was. In his defense, the arrogant Bu Quan replied that he encountered small insects that were not even suitable for a good workout. The incredible, overwhelming power of each of the trio of dragons cast doubt on any chance of escape. With all their threatening appearance, they showed that they wanted a battle worthy of their level. Most likely, now the young dragon will not be able to finish his work, because his older brothers were offended that he left on his own. The eldest of them counted on the fact that no one would object if he himself put an end to the poor fellows. The guy in the green kimono didn't mind, but in return he asked to leave him with the army of a rival devilish cult. Although fighting against transcendent-level masters was just fun for them, there was nothing they could do about how stubborn the representatives of the Murim Alliance were. The physically developed dragon introduced himself as the terrible devil, Jomin, and asked the name of his rival. The girl prepared for battle and replied that her name was Jigal Jihua. Having learned that the opponent was from a great family, Jomin began to hope that her strength would be enough to amuse him enough. The incredible enlightenment-level dark martial arts master began to release his vast reserves of energy, destroying everything around him. The situation at the cart was also very difficult. Gongchen was pinned in a corner. He was unable to cope with the simultaneous pressure of 5 transcendental-level masters, and for the second time in his life, he found himself in a situation from which it seemed that only a miracle could save him. The blood cult swordsman called him stupid and said that this was the price for fighting against them while being burdened with the protection of the cart. One of them offered a deal. He said that before he died, they would give him a chance if he confessed which way the rest of his company went. Unexpectedly for the blood cult warriors, Gongchan's reaction turned out to be very strange. Despite the hopeless situation, he provocatively began to laugh at their self-confidence. After that, looking at his enemies, he declared that in fact, they were the only fools. Being in a terrible position with the sword of each of them at his own neck, he said that they were the ones who fell into the trap, because he deliberately lured them closer to the cart. His plan was that now he has less work to do and can control everything that happens on the battlefield at the same time. At the moment when it seemed that he would die from the simultaneous blow of 3 swordsmen, the guy began to release his internal energy. Despite the powerful explosion, the guys with swords at arm's length still hoped that they managed to complete this mission without any difficulties. But within a moment they were shocked. Their swords were destroyed. After this, the hermit monk made an incredibly fast lunge, using a destruction technique that completely disarmed his opponent. He put an end to this fight by destroying everyone around him with the technique of the conquering sword of Zhongwen. Let's return to the girls' fight, where, as it seemed, the enemy's superiority was undeniable. This was indeed the case. Jihua was so uncomfortable that she defended herself even from a banal explosion of the release of the internal energy of the eldest of the Masters of Enlightenment. In fact, this use of ki was only necessary to distract her from the main attack, because in a short period of time, the enemy was in range to deliver a fist blow. All that the daughter of the Jiggle family could do was only protection, enhanced by her energy. It was incredibly difficult to parry such a blow, and she understood that she would not be able to withstand the next one. She did not have a chance to counterattack. At such a difficult moment, the leader of the Wangtang clan unexpectedly joined them. Yuji had already closed the distance to deliver a powerful blow with his swords. But as it turned out, an ordinary sword was not enough. Even 2 blades were easily deflected with one hand, protected by the internal energy of the occultist. Jomin considered this disrespectful and said that there was no point in trying to hurt him with such a blunt weapon. After that, he released the chi energy from his right hand, forcing the princess to go into defense against the enemy's powerful shot. There was a powerful explosion that could be seen from any corner of the forest. As expected, despite the incredible amount of internal energy, the girl was unable to parry this blow and ended up on the ground. Doc turned to his cocky older brother and asked him not to overdo it, as such blows could kill them, while their mission was to capture the princess alive. After analyzing the princess's strength, Jomin replied that with such reserves of internal energy, she is a real monster and will not die. But he believed that it would be much easier if in this fight he broke her spirit so that she would no longer think of resisting. While the occultists were distracted, Jihua began her next attack using a fan for the techniques of her great Jigal family. With one powerful blow, she threw the enemy away from her comrade and rushed towards him to complement the combination with another powerful blow. In fact, it was just a deception maneuver. At the last moment, she changed her trajectory and picked up the young warrior Yuji to regroup. She believed that this was their chance, and now they would be able to run away as far as possible. But as it turned out, she overestimated herself and underestimated the enemy's stability and speed. Jomin was only disoriented for a moment by her attack, after which he immediately rushed after them and managed to grab the girl by the leg. Furiously shouting that they would not be able to escape, he threw the daughter of the great family into the nearest tree. Then the emperor's daughter flew to the left. At that moment, Jiwa was faced with a reality that she had not previously noticed. Peaceful life did not give her experience in battles, and she had never been so close to death as now. The incredible superiority of the enemy spoke of only one thing. They not only had no chance of victory, but also no chance of escaping. The only option that seemed real was to kill the enemy with one powerful and unexpected blow. All she had to do was find the right moment for Joman to lower his defenses. As a diversion, she threw a fan at his face to limit visibility. After that, releasing her ki, she struck through the fan towards the opponent's face. Unexpectedly for her, at one moment the sword simply stopped, probably not reaching its target. Grabbing his fan with an angry look, Joman angrily declared that they had greatly disappointed him. With one powerful blow of his right hand, he broke the girl's sword and at the same time struck her in the face. Having arrogantly looked at the daughter of a great family, the occultist turned to his comrade and said that he could easily deal with them without killing. To the dragon's surprise, this blow did not break her spirit. With the broken sword in her hands and despite her body trembling, Jiwa slowly began to rise to her feet. Looking at such cute attempts to escape, Joman recognized her stubbornness and called her a tough nut to crack. In fact, her main motivation was the efforts of her comrades and not the desire to escape. She could not give up even though the lack of any chance of escape was obvious. Since Taoist Gongchen had given them this opportunity, she could not disappoint him. Suddenly, the youngest of the dragons noticed something strange. The fog inside the forest began to dissipate, which only meant that the formation was broken. Jiwa also noticed this. She, like no one else, understood the essence of the work of her technique. At that moment when she was ready to give up, Gongchen came to her aid. Lowering her sword, he wordlessly invited her to leave the rest to him. The guy was proud of his student for her resilience and strength to resist such a monster as Joman. The surprised girl could not believe that Gongchen had dealt with 5 transcendental-level fighters and came to their aid. The eldest of the dragons did not expect that help would come to his enemies, because he alone had to fight with a whole squad of professional spies who never left their enemies a chance to escape. Despite this, he still wanted more than anything to continue the battle, and it seemed like this was a chance to continue the fun. Gongchen introduced himself as the Taoist of the Jeonnam clan and stated that from now on, he would be their opponent. The elder dragon immediately understood what was going on. Holding his head, he began to laugh, because he had long been killed by curiosity to find out who that incredible and dangerous guy was that Mr. Bloody Brain had warned them about. Full of arrogance and desire to fight, the dragon's eyes lit up in an instant. He immediately rushed to attack the young master, believing that with this level of power he would not be able to withstand even a normal blow. As it turned out, the Master of Enlightenment was so safe and self-confident that he rushed and underestimated his opponent. Assessing only the amount of internal energy, he could not even assume that his opponent would be so much faster. A look of fear and surprise appeared on his face at how much he was surpassed in speed by an ordinary transcendental-level master. Gongchen created ideal conditions for delivering a welcoming blow to his enemies from the blood cult. Releasing his energy, he used the legendary Zhongwen subduing sword technique, the explosion from which demonstrated the seriousness of his intentions. The dragon in the green kimono was shocked by what was happening and could not move. After delivering a powerful greeting blow, the hermit monk was satisfied with the result. Although he had to spend more ki than he thought, the guy was confident that he had definitely gotten rid of one of them. This blow took the enemies by surprise. They could not even think that a person who was on the verge of death would be able to do something like that. At that moment, Baquan understood the situation very well and said that Gongchen had deliberately hidden his ki level, which caused their comrade Joman to lower his guard and make a fatal mistake. Their opponent was not easy. The hermit monk knew from the very beginning what he should do. The expectations of the youngest of the dragons turned out to be true. He realized that it was not in vain that he was careful with this master. He turned out to be not so simple and could not be called an ordinary warrior of the transcendental level, so the guy decided to take him seriously. Releasing his malevolent dark energy, he turned to his comrade and urged him to start taking the fight more seriously, without succumbing to arrogance due to the noticeable difference in strength. This time, Gong Chan will have to defeat two Enlightenment-level dark martial arts masters. The dragons, looking forward to a good fight, asked the enemy to stop playing games, arguing that the same trick would not work twice. Gong Chan himself understood this perfectly well and took a stance, simultaneously analyzing the abilities and techniques of his enemies. A moment later, the youngest of the dragons literally disappeared. Buck Quan, with a demonic expression on his face, closed the distance and, finding himself at a distance from the monk, decided to strike the first blow. From his incredible amount of invested energy, a powerful explosion occurred, the sound of which spread throughout the entire forest, reaching Xian. To his surprise, he failed to achieve his goal. The warrior Yuji, who was in fact the imperial daughter, again joined the battle. Having withstood such a powerful blow, she threw her opponent several meters away. Buck Quan decided to act like his enemies in tandem with a comrade, so he himself jumped into observation distance. Doc immediately rushed to replace him, making a powerful attack towards the fighters of the Muram Union. Pushing the girl aside, Gongshan stepped forward to protect him and evaluate the abilities of the second fighter. Despite the powerful pressure from the Green Dragon, the guy was able to fend off his series of blows. The enemy's strength was so incredible that Gongchen could not find a moment to counterattack. At that moment, the last fighter of their small detachment joined them. With her sword broken, Jiwa began to use her spirit fan techniques, striking her opponent with the intent of breaking his streak. Although they were unable to strike back, together they were quite capable of dealing with enemy attacks. Their efforts seemed pointless to Doc, and he shouted with a malicious smile on his face that their attempts were simply ridiculous. While the enemy was thinking about a fiery speech to suppress the spirit of the warriors of the Union, Gongchen wasted no time asking the girls to listen to him. He threw the spiritual items to the girls and asked them to use them at that moment. As it turned out, these were medicinal pills that were supposed to help heal their wounds and, in a sense, replenish their ki energy. He himself was beaten enough after the last battle, so he also needed this healing pill. In an instant, his energy level increased and all his wounds were healed. Buquan was delighted, in his opinion, by their futile attempts, so with anticipation of continuing the battle, he asked them to try their best. After these words, he rushed towards the most dangerous of the opponents to deliver a powerful blow. This high kick destroyed the area around him, while Gong Chan's speed was enough to jump to a safe distance. The young dragon asked the enemies to try, because only in this case their battle would not end too quickly. After this blow, he immediately rushed to attack, closing the distance with Gong Chan floating in the air. He turned out to be inattentive and fell into a trap, because behind him there was already a princess with incredible reserves of internal energy. When he was distracted by her presence, a monk's sword was already pointed at him from the other side. It seemed that he would not be able to get out of this situation. But the Enlightenment level master was able to easily stop both attacks by deflecting the swords with the palms of his hands. During the battle, he admired the level of opponents he had never met before. He praised the princess, calling her internal energy incredible, and said that her sword ki was at a fairly high level. But even despite this, he shouted that even such a ki sword could never harm him and began to release his energy to shoot the girl. The princess could not cope with this attack and flew to the side. While fighting Doc, Jihua was also distracted by her comrade's failure, and this turned out to be a big mistake. A green dragon was already rushing towards her, saying that she didn't have time to look around. The girl's last weapon was destroyed, and with her possession of internal energy, she found herself defenseless. Gongchan was not at all used to fighting together with other masters, and this made it a little difficult for him to plan the fight. Moreover, in this battle, even he did not have superiority over the enemy. His sword was grabbed and his efforts were not enough to escape from the enemy's clutches. Being at point-blank range with the enemy, he decided to use the Zampakut, which he had not previously shown to his opponents. A powerful flash began to spread before his enemy would take this blow, having no chance to dodge. Doc and Jiwa were distracted by events in the sky. The girl understood that her opponent was underestimating her, and now she had a chance to show everything she was capable of. At the same moment, the princess also rose to her feet, with an incredible desire for battle. She was about to strengthen Gong Chan's attack to guarantee the result. The powerful explosion from the monk's technique began to destroy their battlefield. This was the first time Bukwon had met such decisive resistance. This blow was the most powerful of those that he had to cope with. After the strike, the battlefield was clear, dust rose into the air and impaired visibility. The broken sword of the great family's daughter fell to the ground. It was obvious that she had done all she could and was no longer able to continue the battle. Despite all their efforts, their enemies were visible through the fog. The dragons stood calmly on their feet. Having withstood the attack of the hermit monk from the Janam sect, Bukwon extended his hand forward to show what a real blow should be. Using dark martial arts, the young dragon in the purple kimono released an incredible amount of terrifying, profound energy. Jiwa's morale was broken. She couldn't even think that they still had any chance. Moreover, she was shocked that the purple dragon still had so much internal energy left to create such a huge shot. Rising to his feet, the exhausted Gonshan tried to force himself to think about how to get out of such a difficult situation where it seemed that their fate was already predetermined. The task before him was not an easy one, but he did not despair. There had to be at least some way to defeat these blood cult monsters. As it turned out, Bukwon had not had enough fun yet and had no intention of ending the fight with this attack. He turned to the young monk and said that he was not going to change the direction of the attack, and the shot would go straight in the direction he was aiming. He asked if he could dodge this, while Gongchan turned around and realized that the possible worst outcome was much worse than he could have imagined. The shot would be powerful enough to leave the forest, beyond which, along the trajectory, was the city of Exian, from which they specially removed the enemies to avoid destruction. Moreover, he felt that after passing through the city buildings, this shot would hit his student, who stood with her mother and excitedly watched the explosions from the forest. The situation was worse than ever, and Gonshin realized that he had a problem much more serious than the level of power of his opponents. He was already beginning to be surrounded by the energy of the enemy, which was a moment before the attack. Gongchan knew that he needed to stop this attack by any means necessary. Otherwise, he would not be able to prevent the destruction of the city and the death of hundreds of innocent people. The concentration and seriousness in the eyes of the young monk gave the young dragon a feeling of euphoria. To him, Master Janam looked simply amazing. This was an excellent opponent for a battle-hungry master of the Enlightenment level. After the hermit's preparations for defense, Bukwon carried out his attack. For the first time, Gongchan came face to face with such an incredible amount of energy, possessing terrible destructive power. It seemed impossible to simply parry this blow. The pressure was so great that the guy could barely hold his sword. The powerful technique reached its limit, and an explosion of enormous power occurred. Gongchan was able to protect the city and his student. But after such a heavy attack, it was difficult for him to stay on his feet. The princess lying on the ground was beside herself with rage. She could not help her idol in any way. Her hands were shaking, and her strength was running out. The girl did not see a way that would help defeat such monsters. Being in front of a master of a level of enlightenment that was many times greater than her strength, she thought that this was their limit. A green dragon named Diok approached Yanhua and told her not to worry, because their plans did not include killing her. As it turned out, he rushed things too quickly, and this was not the end of the battle. Despite his wounds and incredible exhaustion, Gonshan, unexpectedly for everyone, began to rise from his knees. He rose to his feet in order to protect his comrades. The green dragon couldn't believe what was happening. It seemed to him that the young monk from Chonam had already been defeated, but he not only rose to his feet, but also began to laugh loudly. Bukwon was also surprised, because he knew for sure that he attacked the enemy with the goal of killing him for sure. Despite the purple dragon's efforts, Gongchan stood firm and still had a smile on his face. Doc was furious that the monk was constantly interfering with their plans and decided to end him as quickly as possible. With one powerful shot, he wanted to get rid of the guy who was haunting them. But fighting on emotions, he did not notice one thing. Gongchan had changed a lot. Moreover, this time he was able to easily deflect a key shot from a dark master of the Enlightenment level. This outcome was unpredictable, and the green dragon could not move from its place in surprise. For the first time, they faced a fighter who could resist for such a long time. Filled with the desire to fight, Bukwon wasted no time in furiously rushing to attack. But this time, Gongchan didn't even dodge his non-destructive overhead kick. The young monk caught his leg with a smile. One look from him said that this trick would no longer work. Having caught his opponent by the leg, Master Gongchan first struck him in the stomach with his fist. The Enlightenment level master flew several meters back and could barely stay on his feet. He felt pain for the first time during a battle. This unusual feeling made him think about what was really happening. Besides the dragons, the daughter of the great family Jagal was also simply shocked by how the guy began to fight, who seemed defeated. The fight was still going on, and Gongchan decided to become more serious, so he picked up his sword from the ground. Looking at her comrade, Jiwa felt that he had literally become a completely different person. Unsettled with rage, Buquan was ready to tear his opponent to shreds. This was the first time he had fought someone who could resist his strength with such confidence. To ensure the end of this duel, both dragons attacked their opponent together. Despite the seemingly difficult situation on the battlefield, Gongchan did not think about his enemies at all. As Doc flew towards him with a sly smile, he thought about how he had never actually fought with all his strength. In reality, Gongchan always hid his strength and fought, trying to be as effective as possible. It was only in this battle that he first reached his limit using efficiency tactics. For the first time in his life, he fought without any restrictions. He gave his all in the battle against such terrifying monsters. Even though he missed heavy blows from the Enlightenment level master, there was still a smile on his face, his body enjoying the fight. Fighting as a pair, Doc managed to get close and began to release Ki to strike. He also admired this fight and shouted with pleasure that this was the end. Gongchan was ready for his attack and managed to defend himself with his sword. But this time, the weapon failed and his sword, with which he had come all this way, was destroyed. All the obstacles that Gongchan had overcome in the past had trained his intellect to the extreme. But the most terrible test he faces at this moment was stimulating his suppressed instincts. He experienced incredible pain and despair and for the first time knew the exhilaration of battle. His instincts and reason are connected, even if they are opposed to each other. At that moment, when his stream was subjected to a strong shock, what he had been trying to achieve for so long happened. The mind of the young hermit monk has finally become pure and has reached a new limit. The destroyed sword was not a problem. It looked unrecognizable and powerful, surrounded by flames of such power that he could not even imagine before. At that moment, the situation changed dramatically, and he went from the position of the victim to the offensive as a real hunter. Believing in his superiority and instant victory, Doc lost his vigilance and did not notice how he received a blow from the Taoist of the Shanam clan. Gongchan rushed past him with incredible speed and, without bothering himself with the complex techniques of the clan, decided to strike with his palm, releasing internal energy. Shocked by the suddenness, the guy could not understand what happened. He only saw a sharp flash, and after it felt severe pain in his right shoulder. Gongchan's strength was on a completely different level compared to how he appeared to his enemies when they met. Jiwa's surprise was due to the fact that she had not previously seen her comrade from the Janam clan use enhanced ki so skillfully. Enraged by this turn of events, Buquan began nervously shouting to his comrade that he should not relax, underestimating the enemy. But the fear on his face said otherwise. As it turned out, he did not weaken his defense at all. Doc glared at his opponent with hatred as he realized how much their superiority had deteriorated since Buquan's attack. It's hard to believe, but he made tremendous progress during this intense battle. Gongchan has finally reached the pinnacle of martial arts and reached the stage of enlightenment. No longer seen as a weak opponent to be toyed with, Gongchan became a real threat in the eyes of his enemies. His already incredible speed reached its possible limit. The hermit monk was simply playing with his opponents of the level of enlightenment that together they could destroy a small clan from Kanho without any problems. In an instant, he found himself behind the green dragon. Although Doc managed to notice how the enemy was behind him, angered by the failure of his comrade, Buquan gathered all his determination into another destructive shot, which he was going to direct at the elusive Gongchan. Moving into the air, he directed his attack at Gongchan, who was calmly standing on the ground. The monk's calm appearance indicated that this battle had become just entertainment for him. With incredible speed, he easily dodged the attack and moved in such a way that even an Enlightenment-level master could hardly notice his location. Unexpectedly for the purple dragon, he suddenly appeared next to him and delivered a powerful knee strike to the stomach, which would have hardly worked before. It was the first time Bu Quan felt such intense pain. The pressure from Gongqian was so intense that the young dragon had no other option but to remain on the defensive while taking a series of fist blows. At that moment, the guy with enormous strength in his hands, but a lack of battle experience, began to panic. Despite all his efforts, he could not match the speed of the guy who he had recently considered a weakling. Due to his thoughts about the situation, he missed the enemy's repeated attack and Gongqian sent his fist for an uppercut. It was obvious that the dominance from the Jana monk had driven the arrogant blood cult dragon into despair. At the peak of the battle, Gongqian was grateful for another secret martial art of the Janam clan. It was about the martial art of Tai, which means to keep getting better. Gongqian was so happy for the first time after his rebirth, he had never had so much fun as at that moment. Falling down, Bu Quan realized that they were approaching the end, believing that the limit of their opponent had exceeded all expectations. Dominating the enemy seemed impossible for him. While in the air, Gongqian seemed to be caught by surprise by the green dragon. Doc was behind him and was ready to strike. He should have come to terms a long time ago that they were not on his level. Without even turning around, the young monk was able to once again send his enemy flying. Bu Quan understood that they should have gotten rid of him earlier, but no one then even thought that he would become so dangerous. For the first time, Doc felt the pain of a brutal beating. Despite the hopelessness of the situation, he still tried to do at least something, because if he lost this battle, then Gongqian would become the greatest threat to the blood cult. The green dragon's determination was at its limit. He was not going to die himself, so he decided to drag the enemy along with him. The master of the dark arts began to release his chi reserves to use his latest technique. The overwhelming power caused incredible pain in his body, but it could not in any way affect his determination. Seeing his comrade in such a state, Bu Quan began to support his decision with admiration. Just like Gongqian, he still enjoyed this wonderful fight even though their situation was dire. The guy shouted that the name of his comrade would forever remain glorified in their blood cult. But even such power did not make the Chanam monk falter. He had to observe a stream of stunning power that went beyond common sense. Doc shouted that he was able to get this unimaginable power by burning the rest of his life energy, so he will show everything he is capable of. A master of the Enlightenment level put his life on the line in order to put his last strength into just one blow that could destroy everything in its path. Gongqian had never been so close to death, but despite this, he still calmly stood in place, waiting for the distance to the enemy to close. Approaching the monk, Doc tried to deliver his last decisive blow to the fight, but his hand suddenly became weak, and everything around him began to float. The green dragon couldn't comprehend what was happening. For the first time, he lost control not only over the situation in the fight, but also over his own body. Being on the verge of death, he began to panic because he did not understand why he could not reach the enemy's body. The calm Gongqian decided to explain the situation to him and said that this is a secret space controlled by the technique of the Janam clan, a heavenly martial art called In Hushi. At that moment, Doc realized that he no longer had the ability to resist. Gongqian was behind him. He rushed to attack the disoriented enemy, striking with a fist that was strengthened by his energy. His palm even cut through his own space control technique. The lightning strike left his enemy no chance. Doc was defeated even without the opportunity to realize the power that he had acquired by burning the remnants of his life energy. Jiwa understood the situation best of all. She had long heard that even when Gongqian was at the transcendental level, he had already defeated top-level masters in one-on-one combat. In other words, in this fight, it was hard to imagine anyone who could resist him without great effort. Clouds filled with lightning began to gather around their battlefield. This lightning was controlled by Gongqian. His last opponent's time was running out. The incredible pressure of enemy technology was the only thing that could scare Bu Quan in his entire life. His body began to be controlled by instincts. He understood that he would lose the fight if his opponent collected enough energy to carry out such a dangerous technique. Casting aside fear, he rushed to the attack to interrupt the careless enemy. But the monk with a calm expression told him that it was too late. He instantly gathered the natural energy that had accumulated in the cloud above him. Gathering all the power into his hand, he directed the 5 Thunder Seal technique at Bu Quan. The moment the name of the technique was pronounced, the fate of the last Enlightenment-level master from the Blood Cult squad was sealed. This attack was comparable to the power of the Kirin technique used by Sasuke Uchiha. Smoke and dust rose into the air, limiting visibility. Opening her eyes, Jihua saw the results of the battle. All enemies were defeated. Only Gongchen survived this battle. Looking at her comrade standing on his feet, the girl addressed him by name to find out if everything was okay. Like a true hero and savior, Gongchen turned around and asked if she was injured. Jihua was glad to see the smile on Master Janum's face. Considering that all the trials were over, she sighed with relief. But the young monk had one more thing to do. This time, the remnants of the forces of the demonic cult came to them, who had regrouped after their first skirmish with the masters of the Murim Union. Their leader was surprised that out of all the participants in the battle, only one combat-ready master remained. But for him, this did not play a big role, since he believed that now everything would be even easier than he expected. With a smug grin, he said that their goal was to allow the Murim masters and blood cult fighters to fight each other to the death, so that they could easily dispose of the exhausted winner. Looking arrogantly at the wounded enemies, he said that they had no way to escape alive, so he suggested simply surrendering. Turning to the exhausted daughter of the Jegal clan, Gongchen asked her to rest and allow him to calmly finish the job. His strength was more than enough to get rid of masters of this level. A moment later, another explosion occurred, which became the final point in the battle in the forest near the small city of Exion. For us, the result was known in advance. The surviving leader of the demonic cult returned to the organization's fortress to talk about why they failed to complete the task. His plan was perfect from start to finish, but he could not predict the outcome that happened. In order not to show his anger, the master of the organization looked out the open window and only inquired about how this could happen. He was confident that he provided enough strength to complete a task of this level. Besides providing the army, he was also the one who carefully planned the attack from start to finish. As a result, of all his people, less than half returned, and their goal was missed. The beaten fighter wanted to justify himself, but his master stopped him and said that he did not want to hear anything. His hatred was due to the fact that he believed that from now on, their faction would look like a laughingstock in the eyes of their dark blood cult rivals. After these words, his ward admitted that in fact the blood cult also failed, and all their troops were completely crushed. Such an outcome was extremely unpredictable. It was hard to imagine that the armies of the 2 strongest dark organizations could not cope with one transcendent-level master from the imperial family. One of the surviving fighters brought clarity to this situation. He said that the one who captured the princess was Taoist Gongchen from the Chanam clan. It was he who personally dealt with the warriors of the bloody cult, and even after that was able to easily defeat their large army. This outcome made it clear that Janum's level exceeded all their expectations. The leader of the demonic cult was beside himself with anger, and could not even believe that there were few people left in Kanho that could fight against the young monk. Gongchen and Wei Hua returned back to Janum Fortress. The hallway of the local hospital was filled with screams. The heavy battle left many wounds on the monk's body. He asked his teacher to be more gentle with him, which was unusual to hear from a master who had broken through to a new level of perfection of body and mind. As Gongchen's attending physician, Master Chun Jin ordered him to undergo treatment for a month of bed rest. Such prospects did not please the enlightenment-level young master, and he replied tensely that this was problematic since he still had many things to take care of. The teacher replied that if we are talking about their trade, then there is no need to worry about it. Thanks to Gongchen's efforts, all areas of production, logistics, and sales of goods worked perfectly. The clan masters no longer want the young monk to work alone, so they work hard to replace him. Having calmed the guy down, he invited him to stop thinking about unnecessary things and asked him to wait until he brought him lunch. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt so carefree. The guy calmly lay down on the bed and began to think about what he would do next. Instead of teacher Chun Jin, his elder sister Gonin came to him with lunch. She was glad to see her younger brother and first of all inquired what it was like to reach the stage of enlightenment. Instead of saying that it was amazing, he boringly replied that it greatly expanded his horizons and understanding of the world in general. With a smile on her face, Gonin admitted that as a master, he stood out even as a child, so it was not surprising to her that he would one day reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Feeling free, the young monk said that he could teach her a little, giving her an example of a breathing technique, but the girl politely refused and asked her to forget about it, since she did not want to break herself trying to imitate the best. In addition, at that time, his training was already practiced not only throughout the clan, but also throughout the entire Murim Union. Thanks to him, the union has become much stronger because many new talents have appeared everywhere. The guy was truly surprised. He could not even imagine that the martial arts that he sold for money would give such a significant result in such a short period of time. Feeling a little better, Gonshan went to the medical department to see how the system for creating and marketing goods worked without him. The new leader was glad to see the honorary master of the clan and congratulated him on his recovery. He warned his dear guest that he did not need to worry about the pharmaceutical business because he was doing everything in his power to maintain good revenue figures. Gonshan noted that the scale had become much larger than he had planned, which could not but please him. Having free time, he asked if they were completing all the plans on time and offered his help. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that they had everything ready and admitted that if they allowed him to help, then they could find a place to hide their shame. Their gratitude knew no bounds, and Gonshan was satisfied with the results of his work. Having visited all the places that interested him, the hermit monk went into nature to retire with his thoughts. He began to think that he had already done everything that depended on him. The success of the pharmaceutical business greatly expanded their clan's power, making it a household name not only throughout Kanho, but also in the countries they traded with. By strengthening his friendships with other families and clans during his training, he managed to achieve a strengthening of the righteous faction, and the dark organizations were no longer such a serious threat as before. From that moment on, even the demonic cultists could not act rashly. They were afraid of making a mistake and again lay low, accumulating strength before their next appearance in Kanho. In addition, the guy was proud that he had reached the stage of enlightenment, and it seemed that he was able to do everything that he needed to do. With a calm soul, he could consider that this was enough. Having done everything he could wish for, it was time for him to leave Kanho. Rumors about Master Gongchan's decision to leave the clan quickly spread. One of his students was so excited by this news that he came to visit the master to find out about it personally. At that moment, the world-famous Taoist of the Chonam clan was already packing his things. He asked the student not to worry about it and said that he would visit them sometimes, telling them about his adventures outside Kanho. But the guy didn't take it the way Gonshan expected. He was unhappy that his teacher sounded like he was going to leave forever. Without turning around, the master replied that although he was not forever, he was still leaving the clan. These words greatly hurt the young warrior's feelings, and he could not come to terms with his teacher's answer. The guy nervously shouted that in this case, it would be better for them not to meet for eternity. This behavior of the student greatly alarmed Gongchan. He couldn't understand his feelings and believed that there really shouldn't be any reason to be angry. The next guest was his student named Vikva. Before his departure, he decided to give her some instructions for the future. He explained his decision by saying that the closer you get to the top in any field, the freer you become. For example, having a lot of money, a person can buy whatever he wants. Another example was that if you are strong enough, then wherever you go, you will not find danger, no matter how much you look. At that moment, Gongchan could rightly be considered the kind of person who could not care about money and danger. His business developed successfully, and he himself reached the level of martial arts that he dreamed of. Clenching his fist with joy and admiration, Gongchan finally said that he had received the freedom he'd been looking for so long. He could not tie himself to one place, like the Junam clan, because in this case he would no longer be able to call such a life free and independent. After all these words, Viva realized that her teacher had become a perfect master who had truly become truly free. The master believed that he had fully paid off his debts to the Junam clan, and he was completely right. Having done everything possible for the benefit of the clan, Gonsha was finally able to live his own life. The excited girl shyly admitted that in this case, the Junam clan and she personally would no longer mean anything to him. Her words put the teacher in an awkward position, and he began to think about how to justify himself. But his speech was suddenly interrupted by another guest. With a smile on his face, Chun Jin came to visit his disciple before they bid farewell indefinitely. It was so sudden that Gong Chan didn't know what to say to him. In order not to escalate the situation, they decided to go outside and take a short walk. First of all, Chun Jin said that Gong Chan had already saved him from having to ask questions. His words were too mysterious for the young master, so the teacher explained with a smile that he heard the answers to his questions when he stood at the entrance to his room. Gong Chan began to laugh because his teacher was eavesdropping on the conversation at the door, but the man with a smile on his face justified himself that he had no such intentions and it happened unconsciously. Despite this, he still had a lot to talk about. Gong Chan immediately became wary because lately he had not had a single calm conversation. The master immediately asked what the conversation would be about and assumed that the teacher was going to stop him. Chun Jin responded with a question and asked whether the master's opinion would change even after he personally asked him to stay. His question was so correct that the young monk could not find words. In fact, Chun Jin admired his idea of leaving Kanho to seek freedom. He saw in this the real romance of the life of a master hermit, which Gong Chan was. Recalling his life, he said that although he had lived for quite a long time, he had never seen such an unusual child as Gong Chan. The guy replied that he was determined to leave. The teacher did not mind and agreed with him. Chun Jin just wanted to tell his student that he was proud of him. Usually, Kanho people, under the pretext of cultivating their Teo, are always blinded by the prospect of new heights. But in his eyes, Gong Chan was an exception. Previously, he could not even think that the talent that had grown so quickly as his student would stop before a new peak with even greater strength and honor. The man suggested that it was possible for his student to decide to be satisfied with what he had already achieved, and in fact, this is the path to the pinnacle of true mastery. After these instructions, he once again congratulated his student on the acquisition of true freedom and said that he had nothing more to teach him. Before saying goodbye, he asked to remember that the road to the top of mastery does not have only one correct answer, and from now on, he will personally have to decide his future. He wished him to go around the whole world, filling his heart with new wisdom and doing whatever he wanted. But if he suddenly changes his mind, he can always come back whenever he wants. After parting words from the teacher, the guy returned to his room to complete unfinished business only late in the evening. There was no end to his meetings, and besides, no one warned him about the arrival of guests from other clans. This time he was visited by nieces from the Moan clan, and from the expression on the emotional Ren's face, it became clear that their uncle was in for a serious conversation. Defiantly hitting the table, she personally asked if he really intended to leave the Shanam clan. His answer did not suit the hot-tempered girl, and she asked him to think longer about the decision, but the guy calmly replied that he had already decided everything a long time ago and was not going to change his mind. The more reasonable Yen politely asked what was the reason for such a sharp and unexpected decision. Gong Chan looked really tired because he had to answer questions of this kind all day. Without being verbose, he simply replied that this was just the desire of a free man. He sincerely admitted that it would be enough for him to walk along the street, eat delicious food, stay in a hotel and relax, live in peace reading books. With a smile on his face, he added that it would be nice to find love. His words didn't immediately register in Ren's head, but realizing his phrase about love completely clarified it. To understand everything completely, she asked whether there was any point in dissuading him. Gong Chan replied that she was the first one who was going to spend her time on this. The older sister, with a more reasonable attitude towards her uncle's decision, understood that nothing could be changed. Looking at Gong Chan, it became clear to her that she could not stop him, no matter what she said. Having no other options, Yeon suggested that her little sister return home. But seeing the expression on Ren's face, she was simply shocked. Her younger sister was planning something dark. It seems that some insidious plan has arisen in her head that will prevent her uncle from leaving with Kanho. Rumors about the departure of the Master of Life and Death from the clan reached Jiva Jagal. Next to her was the princess of the imperial family, who still hid her identity and called herself the leader of the Watang clan named Yuji. She was surprised, saying that Gongshan was an extremely strange guy. Manhwa couldn't understand why someone who had reached the enlightenment stage would just leave all their progress behind and leave the country. The youngest daughter of the Moyon family agreed with her words and showed her dissatisfaction. The angry girl quoted her uncle's words that he wants freedom and love, and also said that she couldn't bear to see how embarrassed he was by saying such things. A representative of Gongchan's fan club said with serious intentions that they should unite and somehow force their uncle to change his decision. Yang understood her younger sister's dissatisfaction, but on the other hand, she didn't want to stop Gongchan from living the life he had long dreamed of. She replied that their uncle just wanted a quiet life and they shouldn't interfere with that. Naturally, Ren didn't care much about her uncle's wishes, and she simply couldn't come to terms with what he was going to do. She hoped that if they did everything possible, then the master would begin to doubt the correctness of his plan. Her younger sister's determination got on Yon's nerves, but she could never keep up with her in terms of energy and temper. Ren continued her speech and emphasized that the most important problem for them would be to come up with a plan that would help return the master to his place. Her final proposal for the fan club was the idea of everyone getting together on the day of Gongchan's departure. While the girl tried her best to change her uncle's decision, she marveled at how brave her nieces from the Moen clan were. Looking up at the sky, she realized that she herself did not have enough determination to do something like that, since she simply could not muster up the courage. The next day, Gongchan was already ready to depart. One of the assistants reported that all his things were already loaded into the cart. Looking around at the Cheonam fortress, he wished that all the people dear to him would take care of themselves and take care of each other. Having left the walls of the fortress, he had no doubt that he had made the right decision. He believed that if he stayed in Cheonam, then new problems would be only a matter of time, and he did not want to have any long-term attachments because it would take away the freedom that he valued so much. Gongchan really hurried to his cart in order to quickly leave towards a free and calm life outside the cult of martial arts masters, where violence and battles for power would always reign. Opening his carriage with his things, there was a sincere smile on his face. At that moment, he clearly did not expect that his nieces from the Moen clan would be inside. At that moment, he began to feel tense and awkwardly asked how they ended up there. As it turned out, even his dear student Vikfa was inside. She shyly replied that they were setting off with their master. Looking to the left, the guy saw several more problems that he did not expect. There was even Lady Jagal and the leader of the Wang Tong clan inside. There were sly smiles on their faces. The red-haired guy with a smile on his face replied that it looked like fun, so he asked the master to let him join. Gongchan repeated his words that he was actually planning to go alone, but with a smile on her face, Jiwa told him not to worry about it. She said that they were just following the same path as Taoist Gongchan, so he didn't have to worry about them interfering with him. This answer put the guy in an awkward position. He had no argument that they could somehow help him avoid traveling with them. As it turned out, Gongchan's sister also wanted to join his escort team. Perhaps she mustered up the courage to come at the last moment and first of all asked her younger brother why he didn't climb inside. Looking at his older sister, Gongchan couldn't believe that she was also planning to go with him. But the girl shyly replied that she was not as brave as those children who decided to do such a crazy act. She hesitantly admitted that she had just come to see him off, as it was normal to do as an older sister, to take care of her little brother. After these words, Gongchan and his companions who suddenly appeared set off. Assessing the severity of the situation, Gongchan lowered his head and sighed heavily, which made Wifwa think that he was sick and they should return. Thus began their long journey together in search of the adventures of free people. Gongchan was in search of peace. He wanted to escape from everything that could tie him to certain things, but it seems that this was not part of the plans of the determined girls. As it turned out, Sister Gonin still found the courage to leave the Cheonam clan. Her action annoyed her younger brother, who hoped that at least she would not interfere with him living a quiet life. After a long silence, the guy decided to ask if she had said that she would just show him off. The cunning girl replied that this is exactly what she was doing. The presence of the girls from Kanho was impossible to avoid. The intrusive Ren, who walked behind the master of life and death, asked her uncle if he liked the noodles in the last establishment, believing that they were not so tasty. She managed to increase the provocation by saying that in Jeonnam the food was much tastier. Hopes for a free and quiet life began to gradually dissolve in the environment in which he found himself. He could not calmly do the things that he had planned, because from the company of his accompaniment there was always someone who spoiled the whole thrill of the holiday. He didn't have a moment's peace. The girls continued to talk to him without even receiving an answer. The princess tried to change the master's opinion, saying that sleeping in the open air was too exciting, but she could sleep soundly if she had a comrade from Kanho watching her back. Gong Chan objected and replied that his plans did not include a return. He asked to stop these futile attempts, saying that he would not change his decision. For the first time, the guy justified his answer and said that he no longer needed to fight or train because he was free and no matter what happened, he would not come back. Sighing heavily, he asked not to be reminded of the past anymore and to let him calmly live the life he had dreamed of all this time. From that moment on, he asked his companions not to mention Kanho's name again, but he could not even imagine that not only friends, but also enemies thought about him. The news of the departure of a young monk who was problematic for his enemies from Jeonnam also reached the leader of the demonic cult. The master's assistant reported the information according to the report of an informant located near the Jeonnam clan. They learned the very unexpected news that Taoist Gongchan had left Kanho and had no plans to return. Considering this nonsense, the gentleman clenched his teeth nervously, not wanting to accept this as the truth. He could not understand how a Taoist who had reached the stage of enlightenment could simply return to the ordinary world, refusing to reach new heights. This seemed strange to him. He began to suspect that Gongchan was up to something, so he ordered people to be immediately sent to search for him. Such excitement made his whole body tremble, but he believed that perhaps it was even for the best, because after Gongchan left his clan, they had the opportunity to try to carry out their plan again. This time, he took this task more seriously and asked to gather all the soldiers who were still able to fight. He was afraid that if they didn't immediately get rid of the threat at such an opportune moment, then such an opportunity would never come again. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, this time he had no choice but to personally lead the warriors of the devilish faction into battle to complete the job he started. The next important stage in the master's life forced him to remember the events that took place before his rebirth. At that moment, he was waiting for his girlfriend, who was late, and to be honest, his view has not changed since then, even despite being reborn in a completely different world. The girl was a little late and brought her friend ice cream as an apology. She noticed that the guy was not bored and was focused on the phone, so she asked what exactly he had been doing all this time and what he was looking at so enthusiastically until the moment she arrived. The guy replied that he was just reading a manhwa about martial arts and, as it turned out, back then he liked to dream about such things. He asked his friend if he was right in thinking that she only focused on her studies and only read textbooks while she was a student. His assumption turned out to be correct, and the girl agreed with him. She replied that according to her observations, guys really like things like martial arts mangas. She even suggested that her friend wanted to become as strong as the main character of the exciting comic book that he was reading at that moment. Ganshan replied that he actually reads this just for fun and doesn't really want to live like the heroes of such comics. He admitted that it would be boring for him because a real master must cultivate his knowledge and constantly fight to develop and achieve new heights. He did not see any charm in such a life full of worries. Looking into the girl's eyes with a smile, he admitted that he would happily live a normal life, especially if it included such pleasant moments as a walk with a loved one. They were enjoying their walk, since a lot of time had passed since their last date. This was very relaxing for the guy. He liked that moment. Besides, all his learning problems had just been resolved, and he could feel truly free. Remembering the last moments of that ideal meeting with the girl he loved, he realized that life as a Jeonnam master was not originally his destiny. After dying under a mysterious truck, he immediately found himself in a martial arts world similar to the one in his favorite comic book. From the very beginning, things didn't quite go according to plan. Even his name wasn't what he liked. Because of a sense of duty, he was forced to become a Taoist of the Jeonnam clan. Everything did not go the way he wanted. Ever since his rebirth, he decided that as soon as he became stronger, he would definitely find the freedom and peace that he valued so much in his past life. But when he managed to achieve his goal, everything was not as simple as he expected. It was just a dream. He woke up only when his hyperactive younger niece Ren began to pester him. The girl was surprised that her uncle slept for so long despite the fact that the sun was quite high. Ren went to help her older sister. Sleepy Gongshan could not figure out what was happening around. He could not move away from those emotions of devastation that haunted him after a heavy dream about the past. During the trip, Sister Gonin found the determination to ask her younger brother what he was thinking so deeply about in the morning. The guy replied that he simply could not remember his dream. Looking intensely at his older sister, he decided to also ask her a question. They had been traveling for over 2 weeks now, and so he wondered how much longer his sister planned to accompany him. The girl with a sly smile suggested that perhaps she would be around until the very moment when the master returned to the Shanam clan. Her words got on his nerves, and he once again reminded her that they had agreed to stop talking about Kanho, avoiding conflict. The girl simply agreed with his words. They were already close to their destination, and the curious student Vikva looked out of the window to admire the picturesque views of nature. She admired what she saw. The mountain range she observed was famous for its breathtaking views that attracted tourists from different countries. The guys couldn't pass by and decided to stop in one of the small towns near these beautiful mountains. The caring teacher first went for local delicacies and bought a stick of caramel strawberries for Vikva, warning that since it was harmful to her body, she could only eat one berry. Jiwa sat down next to her, satisfied little sister, and noticed that she was jealous of her, because the famous master of life and death bought sweets just for her. This problem worried not only the daughter of the Jagal family, but also the hot-tempered and obsessive Ren, so she approached the teacher with a question about why he didn't buy candy for all the other girls from his escort team. The guy didn't see a problem with this and said that they had enough money for it. The cold and callous answer really hurt the young girl's feelings, and she decided to furiously remind him that he ate mountains of frosted candy every time he visited their Murong family. Mentioning Kanho was unnecessary. It provided an opportunity for Gongchan to turn the conversation in his favor. But there was no point in arguing with Ren. Her fury forced the master to buy sweets for all the girls who accompanied him during the trip. After he broke down and bought candy for everyone, Ren merely patted him on the shoulder and remarked on the generosity of the great master of life and death. Still, he enjoyed what was happening at that point in his life, so he decided not to worry about what he heard in his dreams. He guessed he was a little devastated at the moment, but things started to change. A carefree life without training and battles was calm and comfortable for him, so he wanted to enjoy this time to the fullest. Gongchan was still genuinely glad that he had left the Junam and Kangho clan. The interesting places in the small town quickly ended, and the girls suggested going on a hike to the famous mountain that was located very close to them. This was not part of the master's plans on vacation. He replied that during his life he had worked and trained a lot, so now he just wanted to rest a little. Despite the small size of the town, at that time it was quite lively. But even despite this, Gongchen continued to be careful and could not help but notice the person who was carefully monitoring their movements. Suddenly Gonin said that she would like to look around in search of some good restaurant. The princess did not mind, but asked her friend not to linger. The attentive and experienced Gongchen could not miss the strange behavior of one of his companions. He noticed some unfamiliar master in the backyard, but he was sure that he sensed the key of the great family from him. The guy suggested that it could be the messenger who was following Lady Jagal. This worried the master a little, and he asked Ren if everything was fine within the great Jagal family. He made a big mistake, because when he uttered the name of the family from Kanho, the girl's face appeared in satisfied surprise, because of which he had to make excuses. Nevertheless, the experienced master turned out to be right, and the master possessor of the key of the great family really turned out to be a messenger. He met with Lady Jiggle and informed her that movements of a demonic cult had been discovered in her area. Moreover, the scale of their movements was unusually large, indicating that they were willing to take risks to achieve their unknown evil goal. He arrived to convey the request of the head. Since being in that area was dangerous, she was ordered to immediately return to the great Jegel family. The girl asked to wait a little longer, explaining that she still had unfinished business. Jiwei returned back to her comrades and was first greeted by the smiling leader of the Watang clan. He asked his friend if she was able to find at least some good restaurant, but seeing the girl's look, It became clear to everyone that she was not at all in the mood for pleasant discussions. Gongshan immediately realized that a serious conversation awaited him. After receiving news from her family, Jihua was determined to speak up. She approached the Master of Life and Death and asked if he was sure that he did not want to return back to Kanho. The guy was confused and in response asked why she suddenly started talking about it again. Jihua had never been so serious before, and not wanting to answer a distracting question, she emphasized that she was asking him for the last time. She was afraid that the master would regret his decision, but perhaps at that moment it would be too late. Gongshan did not believe that he was obliged to make such sacrifices and return to the clan, since he had fully paid all his debts to those who saved his life. He did not regret his action at all, since in fact he did the right thing and was honest, first of all, with himself. All the efforts of the escort team did not produce the desired result, which is why Ren fell into herself for a moment. Politely bowing her head, she suddenly shouted to her uncle not to leave. Confused, Gongchen asked her to stop behaving this way and said that she had no reason to stop him. Ren was happy to live this way. She admitted that she genuinely liked his facial expressions during training. She enjoyed spending time together even when he risked his life and was in the middle of battles protecting the rest of his comrades. Continuing her speech, the girl talked about a simple desire to see how he tries to give his best to become better, not paying attention to the limits of his body. All this was the reason why she always stayed with him. Looking at the extremely upset girl, Gongshan could not find words and simply replied that he was sorry. He asked not to perceive him the same way before, justifying this by the fact that he is not as sincere as they think. To lower the girl's opinion of him, he said that he only worked hard in training because he wanted to be popular with women. Gongshan called himself real exactly as he was at the moment of their conversation. He was simply returning to his previous life. Continuing to put emotional pressure on his companions, he said that up to this point, all the hard work he had done was for the sake of freedom and not being responsible for anything. That is why he finds it strange to continue to stay in Kanho, where there are a lot of events that will not allow him to stand aside. Jihua couldn't stand it and agreed to accept it and give up. But she had one condition, under which she would no longer pester the Master of Life and Death about returning to Kanho. She wanted to see his true determination and asked him not to interfere in Kanho's internal affairs from now on. The guy replied that it would be so, but the girl objected to emphasize the seriousness of her words. Her condition was a complete lack of communication with Kanho, literally no participation. Even regardless of what atrocities the devilish cult or blood cult commits. The condition was the neutrality of the Master of Life and Death, regardless of what the situation would be in the Jeonnam clan, and even if difficult times overtook them all. A proud girl from the great Jagol family could not allow someone who was not a person from Kanho to one day come to their aid. In response, Gongshan only asked if everything would be all right with them. The girl sharply replied that he should not underestimate their orthodox sex. She described internal problems as their personal battle, which they must fight on their own without help, believing that any outside help would bring shame upon them. This entire dialogue was aimed at ensuring that by leaving Kanho, Gongchen would protect the pride of their orthodox sex. With a smile on his face, Gongchen admitted that he began to feel relieved. He was sympathetic to her request and promised that, as an outsider, he would not interfere in Kanho's internal affairs. After such a productive conversation, no one had any questions and Gongshan left on his own in the direction where his heart led him. He never managed to get far, and on the way to the next city, he had to stop. Sister Gonin followed him and said that seeing the way he turned around gave her the impression that he regretted his decision. But the calm guy explained this cruelty by saying that he turned back only because he felt the key of his older sister. He began to laugh awkwardly, because not much time had passed since they broke up, but Gonin still followed him. The girl used the old excuse and replied that she had just come to see him off. With a confused expression on his face, the Master of Life and Death replied that they were back to the old dialogue again. This time, everyone was serious about letting him go, but Gonin did not give up. Meanwhile, the cart with the girls that was returning to Kanho stopped to rest a little. There was only a scary shack nearby. Yan said that they shouldn't worry about anything. While the girls were talking about very ordinary things, The hot-tempered Ren could not find a place for herself and did not understand how her friends could behave like this after what had recently happened. She approached her older sister and asked her why everyone gave up so easily. Ren began to panic and screamed that they should have followed him further. Yang had a completely different opinion. She did not see the opportunity to change anything and asked her sister not to remember the name of the Master of Life and Death anymore. When suddenly they heard a terrifying evil voice that said that he would like to hear something more about Gongchan. Next to them was a man with terrifying ki that surrounded his body. He immediately stated that he was extremely interested in their dear Master Gongchan. The fear on Yang's face only confirmed the seriousness of the problem that took them by surprise. The girl saw something like this for the first time in her life. She could not believe that such vicious and distorted energy existed in the world. It was obvious that they couldn't just escape. The girls were surrounded by a detachment of a demonic cult, and their master once again asked where exactly the master he was interested in, whom he hated, was located. Returning to our hero, he still continued to understand his sister, not understanding how long she would accompany him. The girl offered to take another 100 steps, and this time promised that she would let him go for real. Hearing these words, Gongchan coldly turned around and walked forward. The disappointed girl clenched her fist nervously due to the fact that she couldn't muster up the courage even at the end. She couldn't say that she was following him, so she made up an excuse to accompany him. Even now, she didn't want to say goodbye, so she again used her long-tested excuse for escorting. She could not forgive herself for not finding the courage to at least once ask him not to leave. But there was no more time for excuses, and she realized that if she just said goodbye now, it would be impossible to change it. She was afraid of losing him, and so she delayed the moment until the very end. Having found the determination within herself, she firmly told herself that she would not remain a coward incapable of anything. Gongchan didn't even know about her difficult internal dialogue, so he looked back carefree and said that there were only 5 steps left that he had promised his sister. But at that very moment, the blade of his sister's sword was right at his throat. The confused guy could not understand what was happening and only smiled awkwardly. Filled with determination, Gonin shouted that she was challenging the Master of Life and Death to a duel. While delivering her first blow, she said the only condition of the duel, the one who touches the ground first, will lose. This time she promised that if Gongchan wins, she will release him completely. But if victory is hers, then Gongchan will be forced to give them another chance to convince him. The final duel between brother and sister from the Janam clan has begun. Gonin was very serious and fought with all her might, even despite being greatly outnumbered by her opponent. She put all her determination into each next blow. While fighting with her brother, she began to remember the past. She was the first real partner of the young, talented master, who in a short time was able to change the entire country of Kanho. As a child, she could not even imagine that he would become as incredible as he is now. But even despite the low chance of victory, she was ready to do anything to bring him home. Meanwhile, the silence of Gongchan's other friends brought the demonic cult into action. Despite the fact that they were all transcendental-level masters with good reserves of internal energy, it was not at all easy. The demonic cult's numerical superiority was obvious. Such pressure was too difficult to control. Having already fought with this army once, the princess could say for sure that compared to the last time, not only the number, but also the strength of the enemy warriors had increased. While the girls were holding back the attacks of their enemies, Lady Jagal was busy implementing the techniques of her great family. She did everything to create conditions for the protection of her team. Having completed the preparations, she called on her comrades to immediately go inside the house. Having fought off a wave of attacks, the girls rushed inside. They were surrounded, but despite this, there was still a chance to escape. Jaiwa had finally finished performing her technique and was ready to defend herself with the others. The protective equipment should not allow warriors of dark cults to enter. The princess praised her friend for her excellent work, noting that now the enemies really cannot get inside. But as it turned out, things were completely different, and in fact they found themselves locked inside, surrounded by an army of enemies. This gave them some time to recuperate and plan their escape. Gathering her thoughts, Ren said that if the 4 of them join forces, then one of them will definitely be able to escape from the enemy encirclement. She reminded them that the only chance for salvation was Gongchan. She wanted to retreat to organize a surprise attack with her uncle, but no one supported her idea. Ren thought that they simply did not believe in his superiority, so she explained that he was not one of those who could lose to dark or demonic cults, but unexpectedly for her, the elder sister agreed with these words. It was hard for her to admit that if they asked for his help, then in the future he would definitely be able to leave them. She sincerely wished Gongchan to fulfill his desire to leave Kangho, realizing that this way he would become truly happy. Meanwhile, the duel between brother and sister continued. The Enlightenment level master was not giving it his all, and an angry Gonen shouted that he should take the fight more seriously. In fact, Gongchan did not see her as an opponent at all. From the very beginning, he perfectly saw all her movements and weak points in defense. At one point, he simply pushed her in the back, which must have been unpleasant for Gonen, who fought with all her might. Still, this was not enough for her to fall to the ground. The girl stayed on her feet and nervously bit her lip out of powerlessness. Not seeing the point in all this, Gongchan asked how long he should repeat it so that she would finally give in and fulfill the terms of their agreement. Without turning around, the proud girl apologized and replied that she would never give up. Rushing into battle again, the elder sister shouted that she was not going to listen to such a stubborn liar as Gongchan, even if he repeated his words thousands of times. Her words hurt the feelings of the master of life and death, and defending his pride, he said that he did not remember when he lied. At that moment, the girl recalled his words that he accidentally learned martial arts, despite the fact that he did not want to. She wasn't sure about the others, so she said she would never believe those words. Remembering her younger brother's life, she reminded him that the first thing he thought about all night was practice and how to make a strike that would reach his opponent. She still remembered how happy he was after every success in learning martial arts. She also did not agree with his words that he only trained to be popular with women. The girl saw his whole life and understood that he did not just become stronger for a reason. After a series of blows that brought the master to a comfortable distance with their pressure, the girl began to use one of her techniques. It was the yin-yang technique that he used to catch her off guard during their first major battle. Surprised by the unusual sight, Gongchan hovered in place. Gonen said that this was her improved version of the technique that he had forgotten about a long time ago. Its value was unimaginably great for Gonen, because she created it after 3 years of training under the guidance of her dear younger brother. The fight was over. With a small laugh, she couldn't believe that her brother had been feeling sorry for her all this time. Gonen understood that in a real fight, Gongchan would not allow her to be hit even once, but in this fight, everything was different. After these words, the exhausted girl began to lose her balance. Despite the terms of the bet, Gongchan couldn't let her fall to the ground. Hugging his older sister, he admitted to her that her technique was simply incredible. While praising this fight, he said that he still has a lot to learn, something he only realized through this fight. In the end, Gongchan still admitted defeat. He felt somehow strange despite the admitted defeat. He did not feel bad at all. He admitted that he really wanted to leave, but because of his promise, he would still fulfill the terms of their deal. Gonen's courage bore fruit, and the girl was still able to achieve the result that she could only dream of. The sister and brother from the Jeonnam clan hurried back to meet the rest of the boys. Gonen felt that all the guys were already waiting for him, but she couldn't even imagine what situation they were in at that moment. The leader of the demonic cult was running out of patience, so he immediately warned the girls that if they were thinking about stalling for time, it was useless. He did not want to waste time on their attempts, which he considered pathetic. He asked to stop the pointless fight and offered to leave, promising to let them go if they told him where Gongchan was. Still, he did not expect anything different from the followers of the Orthodox sects. The girls still did not give up and continued to sit inside the shack, which was protected by the Jeagle family's equipment. The leader of the demonic cult had no choice but to do it his way. He sent his fighters and with anger in his eyes ordered them to destroy the house into dust. Their efforts did not have much result, but every technique has its limit. With a smile on his face, the cult leader decided to see how long the great Jeagle family's magic array could withstand the pressure of an entire army. Several minutes passed, but the equipment still repelled every enemy attack. But at one moment, the leader of the demonic cult began to feel a pleasant excitement in his heart. Turning back, He wanted to see the owner of the very energy he had been looking for so long. The allies were already nearby, but because of the technology, no one inside the house could know about it. Jihua was already beginning to say goodbye to life, because her energy was running out and she could no longer maintain her technique due to enormous pressure from the outside. Hidden in the corner, Yan covered her sister from the Janam clan. But at one point, she turned around and looked through the wall, feeling something familiar. Wifwa's expression changed dramatically. Her practice was enough to feel the master's energy from such a distance. The master of life and death, the only one who could change the situation, came to their rescue. Despite his promise to the daughter of the great Jagal family, he had to return, all thanks to the efforts of Sister Gonin. Suddenly, the princess began to feel a huge amount of energy from the man who was slowly approaching their door. The girl was on her guard and prepared to use her swords in the worst-case scenario. But when the door opened, Master Gonshan stood in front of them, next to whom stood Sister Gonin, exhausted in a friendly duel. Confused, Yang Hua could not understand how he could change his mind. The guy replied that it was a long story that led him to them after he felt dark energy on his way home. As expected, the wrath of the daughter of the Jagal family immediately fell on the master. She shouted that he couldn't do something like that. She couldn't accept the fact that he broke his promise not to interfere in Kanho's affairs. In response, Gongchan simply said that one of the enemy fighters still posed a threat to them and asked her to strengthen the barrier. Leaving the protected house, the guy asked his companions not to go outside under any circumstances and also asked them to help take care of Gonin's sister. Turning to Jiwa, he admitted that he didn't want her to worry too much about breaking her promise. With a smile on his face, he stated that he was still a student from Kanho. After leaving the building, all Gonshan could see were dozens of defeated enemies lying on the ground in front of the shack. Among them, there was only one person who withstood the battle with the young master. This was the leader of the demonic cult. He had no doubt that in front of him was the same famous master of life and death. Gongchan did not see any danger in his opponent and said that his energy was so weak that he could barely detect it. With slight mockery, the enemy agreed with the words of the observant master. He admitted that as the best tactician of his cult, he rarely appears on the battlefield. But as it turned out, the appearance of such an opponent as Gongchan made an exception to the rule for the cult master, and he personally arrived to defeat the dangerous enemy. A terrifying energy that had previously been impossible to notice suddenly began to emanate from him. Gongchan had never seen anything like this before. He simply froze in place in surprise. With a smile on his face, the cult leader asked the enemy if he felt the energy that was so carefully hidden. The demonic faction units that Gongchan defeated disappeared for a reason. The hands of the dead began to burst out from under the ground. This was the terrifying secret that the leader of the demonic cult was hiding from prying eyes. No one who personally saw this technique left him alive. Gongchan didn't understand what trick his enemy was using, but he couldn't let him finish this technique calmly. While shackled inside his dark technique, there was definitely no fear on the cult leader's face. After closing the distance to the enemy, Gongchan delivered a cutting blow. He managed to cut through the zombie's flesh, but he clearly did not expect what happened next. His sword was easily caught by the enemy master's bare hand. After such a movement, the remnants of the zombie body parts scattered, and terrifying power began to emanate from the enemy leader. The young master of life and death could not withstand such pressure and flew back. A powerful blow threw him towards the shack behind him. He wasn't sure whether the building could withstand the protection of the great Jagal family's technique alone, so he released his sword key to strengthen the resistance. Only thanks to enormous efforts did he manage to stop the attack of the enemy, who stood carelessly opposite him. The leader of the demonic cult called it a forbidden spell, which takes the caster to a higher level. For this, he brought 108 people who had mastered the dark arts as a sacrifice. With an evil grin on his face, he said that even if 108 ghosts gnawed at his body while controlling them with his brain, he was not afraid of losing control of himself. Gongchan once again met with an opponent who should not be pitied. Looking at his opponent, he said that he was not going to communicate with such pathetic trash, so he did not hesitate to call his subordinates the word victim. The loyalty of his warriors was worth a lot, as they gave everything to support their leader and follow his orders. Such a speech had no effect on the leader of the demonic cult at all. The man, overwhelmed with power, felt simply excellent and, experiencing this euphoria, rushed into battle. Gongchan understood that in this case, words were unnecessary, so he accepted the duel to prove that he was right by force. By sacrificing the power of 108 of his loyal followers, the leader of a demonic cult gained enormous power that, in his opinion, no one could compete with. The flaw of his dark technique was that it was temporary and would disappear after one night. At the same time, the great master of life and death was not limited by time, but with the pace of the battle, he had to finish this fight as quickly as possible. He managed to keep up with his opponent and block simple blows. Moreover, he struck back, but they were ineffective. This battle was of an incredible level, and if they were inside the city, it would have been wiped out in a matter of minutes. Despite the temporary limitation of the dark technology, the leader of the demonic cult believed that this was more than enough. He felt superior to his opponent despite the fact that Gongchan was able to cope with three masters of the Enlightenment stage. For the first time, Gongchan found himself in a situation where the enemy surpassed him not only in strength, but also in speed. The enemy, who was in a state of euphoria, was already anticipating the taste of victory. His attacks were incredibly effective. Gongchan did not have time to cope with all the attacks. The battle had only started a few minutes ago, but the young master was already wounded. Meanwhile, the enemy did not let up the pressure and continued to attack. The biggest problem for the Hermit was his allies who were in the building behind. They were his real weak point. Realizing this, Gongchan decided to move away from his comrades in order to lead the enemy to a more suitable battlefield. But he underestimated the tactical intelligence of his enemy. Considering the young master's motives, the demonic cult lord did not change the direction of his attack and fired a volley of energy directly towards the hut. At that moment, Gongchan realized that he had seriously screwed up. He could no longer waste time and change position, so he immediately rushed to the defense of his comrades. Gongchan managed to land in front of the building, but the enemy attack was still a big problem. The power of the enemy equipment was so great that it was simply impossible to repel it or disperse it. At the last moment before the collision with the building, an explosion occurred. Looking towards the enemy from the Murim Union, the leader of the enemy organization said that the student of the Jana Martial Arts School should take this battle more seriously. He turned to the master of life and death with the words that fighting and protecting the weak is something that only the strong can afford. He did not doubt his opponent's abilities, but at that moment he was sure that Gongchan was definitely weaker than him, and in other words, this battle was completely in his favor. Having withstood the enemy attack, Gongchan himself admitted that the enemy's words were true. Even though his attacks reached the body of the demonic cult leader several times, he still looked unperturbed. Being in a dire situation, the young master of life and death made a risky decision. He believed that his only hope of victory was to concentrate all his energy in one hand in order to deliver a blow capable of destroying such a monster. This also meant that after this blow, his strength would be completely drained. Despite the risks, he was willing to bet everything for a small chance of winning. The great tactician in the person of the leader of the demonic cult recognized the decision of the student Shahnam as very good. Suspecting nothing, Gongchan began to close the distance with the enemy in order to realize his plan. But he miscalculated and realized it too late. Dodging the blow, the enemy said that the power that Gongchan would gather did not matter, because it was useless if he could not hit him. The realization of this simple truth was quite unexpected for the young master, because before he had never been inferior to his enemies in speed. Due to an unsuccessful attack, he opened his back for a counterattack. Even despite the technique of protecting the body, this blow was too heavy, and for the first time in his life, the guy felt such incredible pain. The leader of the demonic cult decided not to play around, and, fearing to make a mistake, supplemented the series of attacks with a powerful kick. Gongchan realized that he had screwed up again due to his carelessness. The power of the enemy's dark technology did not allow him to relax. The pressure from the enemy was so strong that Gongchan began to miss too many blows. A trembling ran through his whole body. Looking at the enemy, he realized that he was unable to find any gap in his defense. Looking around at the still-standing building, Gongchan tried to come up with at least some option to get out of this situation. It seemed that he was already running out of strength. Without any resistance, he simply lay on the ground. Approaching the young master point blank, the leader of the demonic cult extended his hand in his direction and began to release energy to strike, saying that he would send them all to hell. After these words, another powerful explosion occurred. The leader of the demonic cult stopped for a moment, saying that he did not understand the behavior of his opponent at all, because Gongchan did not at all prevent him from carrying out a series of attacks without any interruption. As it turned out, at the last moment before the enemy master's attack, Gongchan managed to catch his hand. Thanks to this capture, he changed the trajectory of the attack and once again saved his comrades, who, trusting him, remained inside the hut. The efforts of the young master were hard to miss. Having a huge advantage in brute strength, the enemy pinned Gongchan to the ground. Looking into the eyes of the student Chanam, he said that he saw his efforts and would still break what he so diligently protects. Grabbing the guy by the head, the villain said that he would allow him to do what he was so afraid of. With one powerful movement, he threw Taoist Janam towards the hut. It was simply impossible to resist such a monster, and Gongchan, having destroyed the building, fell with his back on the floor. There was a column of dust around him, and the leader of the demonic cult defiantly stepped on his chest with his foot and said that this was the end. With a smug smile on his face, he was glad that he was about to get rid of the annoying master from the Janam clan. In fact, he considered it the only problem that had been bothering him for the past few years. He was sure that once Gongchan disappeared, then no one would be able to resist Kanho's dark forces. Having lost his vigilance, he did not even notice how his back was exposed, so he received an unexpected blow. Looking around, he saw two girls standing next to each other with extremely worried expressions on their faces. Jelwa looked like she had learned a few new karate moves a few minutes ago. While the leader of the demonic cult yawned in surprise, the three accompanying female masters of life and death grabbed his arms and back, thereby immobilizing the enemy, opening his body to attack. Having difficulty holding the enemy, the elder sister Moen turned to her mentor in panic and asked him to hurry up with his decisions. Weakened but not broken, Gongchan began to see what he had been unable to see during the intense battle. Gritting his teeth, he was finally able to see the occultist's weak spot. The master of the demonic cult could not believe that he had made such a simple mistake. He had to pay for his arrogance. The already destroyed hut inside the forest suffered another crash. Everything around began to be destroyed under the pressure of Gongchan's powerful energy. Despite the power of the blow, the leader of the enemy dark organization Kanho was able to stand on his feet. He began to walk slowly towards the young monk, saying that he suddenly became very interested in why the hermit was so diligent in protecting that building. The man wounded in the stomach suggested that Gongchan was trying to buy time for his friends to regain their strength. With a calm expression on his face, the master of life and death confirmed the words of his dishonorable enemy. Gongchan said that even if he failed to do this, he would still protect his comrades without sparing himself. The body of the demonic cult leader began to gradually disintegrate, and the energy of his 108 loyal subordinates that his body held began to gradually dissipate. Losing his human form, he thought about Gongchan's words regarding his comrades and admitted that, as expected, he had failed to understand him. After these words, the body of the leader of the demonic cult completely collapsed, and only torn clothes remained from him. The exhausted winner could barely stand on his feet. Tired of free adventures, the guy began to lose consciousness and fell back. Fortunately, loyal female comrades were next to them, and together they were able to hold him before he collided with the ground. Sighing heavily, the guy with tired eyes did not hesitate to admit that he had slightly overestimated his capabilities. Looking at the smiling ladies, he confidently said that he would close his eyes just for a second. Obviously, this was a lie. Gongchan fell asleep and again saw his past, which haunted him. It was a real meeting of his two personalities. From a past life, he asked what interesting happened this time, that he even decided to meet. From the smile on the face of the master of life and death, one could logically assume that he had made an important decision for himself. Taking a look at his past self, he admitted that even after living for 25 years in another world, he still had too much attachment to his past way of life. His views on freedom had changed greatly, and this time he could confidently say that he would return to Janam. His skeptical self from his past life didn't understand this decision, So he wondered if Gongchan was really going to return to those boring days of cultivating his progress and fighting every day. But the master's soul replied that for him, it was not at all boring, as it might seem at first glance to an ordinary manhwa reader. Gongchan was happy to share with himself the happy and excited moments that he experienced in his new life. Developing personal characteristics, discovering a new world of martial arts, strengthening bonds with others through battle, these were all exciting parts of his new life as a master. Looking back, he saw so many incredible memories that it completely changed his attitude towards this lifestyle. First of all, he should have said thank you to his comrades for following him. This opinion was common to both of his personalities. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by his girlfriend from the past, who finally showed up for their date with ice cream in her hands, a little embarrassed because she was late. Then the moment came to say goodbye. His personality from the past wished him to live his new life happily, without looking back at the past. This is how Gongchan realized that his understanding of freedom had previously been too limited. Opening his eyes after a long sleep, the guy soullessly looked at the ceiling, being devastated after another dream about the past. All he saw in front of him was only the ceiling with the characteristic features of a building that had long been familiar to him. The realization of where he was quickly brought him to his senses. The guy stood up sharply, and after the familiar ceiling, he noticed a blanket that had long been familiar to him. Looking up, he saw that standing in front of him was Sister Gonin, the teacher and the youngest student, as well as dozens of warriors of the Janam clan. Gongchan immediately felt that he was at home. The entire crowd began to bombard him with questions about how he was feeling, as well as about his unexpected last victory over the leader of the dark organization Kanho. Looking at her younger brother, Sister Gonin asked if he was going to leave the clan anymore. The other guys were also excited about this question, since all this time they were very worried about his condition. With a sincere smile on his face, Gongchan admitted that he was pleased to be at home. 3 months later, he returned to his normal life. Sister Gonin had just come to him. Earlier, she had received the task of finding all the information from the meeting of Orthodox sects. The guy apologized for not being able to pick up the report earlier, justifying that he was too busy with the schedule of fights. Opening the sheet with the current issues of the meeting, Gonin first mentioned the dark factions, saying that their power had weakened significantly. The most important thing was that they practically disappeared after losing their tactician. It was likely that the enemies would hide for a while in order to again gather strength for a new blow. The news was great, but the Master of Life and Death said that they still could not relax because the remaining enemy forces were still a threat, and there were still many dark cult leaders who had not been defeated. The second interesting news was a message from the great Jigal family. They weren't going to leave out the slightest detail, so Jihua sincerely wanted Gongchan to believe in the power of the Orthodox sects. Regarding the leader of the Wangtong clan, he went to help other sects with the destruction of the blood cult. He couldn't wait to go through a real battle again so that he could imitate his idol and become stronger. Having finished her report, Gonin warned her younger brother that he had some annoying guests who needed to be taken care of. It was obvious that they were talking about the hyperactive Ren and her silent but capricious older sister, Yan. The surprised guy said that he sees them in Janam even more often than when he was with the Murong family. With a smile on her face, Ren stated that they would come even more often until they could defeat their uncle in a fair spar. The elder sister complimented her sister's speech by saying that this time they had prepared something new. After these words, their beloved little sister from the Janam clan appeared behind them and sharply declared that they could not fight that day. A little embarrassed, she uttered the words of the master that a sparring was scheduled for that day with a warrior named Vikva. Ren was shocked that they were late. The calm Gongchan replied that on this day he would test his youngest student for the first time. Even though Wifwa stole her precious uncle's time, Ren still couldn't resist and lifted her little sister into the air, saying that she had wanted to see her for a long time. Looking at the noisy youth, Gonin remembered that she was waiting for a quiet and calm day. Gongchan also did not expect the arrival of his noisy nieces, but the unexpected visit evoked only positive emotions in him. In fact, he began to admit that he found it more fun when there was such a friendly buzz around him. It was moments like these that made him fall in love with his new life inside Kanho.